Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host Jay and thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome my guest for this evening, Vanille.
Hello! I'm Vanille the Pastry Witch. Questionable potions at questionable prices. I'm so happy to be here.
Questionable potions at questionable prices, and Your Honor, my client is not a cannibal.
Yep, correct. I meet all FDA standards, and they might have been human before, but they're a cookie now, so...
Yes, they are cookies now. All that matters is the status of the food at time of consumption.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Definitely
OSHA
don't worry about it. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But hello there! So excited to have you here this evening, and, you know, it is spooky season. It is the time of treats and sweets. Very hard-hitting question to start the evening. What is your favorite Halloween candy?
I like when people get the Nestle box of chocolates with, like, the Kit Kats and the Coffee Crisps and the Smarties, so you get a little bit of a mix of everything.
Mm-hmm.
But if I have a pure Halloween candy, probably the lollipops that look like eyeballs.
I don't know
They're
if
just-
I've had those.
That
sounds
they're
cool.
good. Yeah, they're a normal lollipop. They're like a nice candy lollipop. They just look like an eyeball instead of like having a swirly pattern.
My personal favorites are just classic Reese's Cups. Reese's Pieces are
Ooh.
okay. I think Reese's Pieces are a significant downgrade from proper Reese's Cups, though. But, yeah. Mm-mm.
It's that candy to chocolate ratio that makes it.
Yeah, well, the problem with Reese's Pieces, it's just candy-coated peanut butter. There's actually not much chocolate in them.
Oh, yeah. That throw off the balance.
Yeah,
That'd be
yeah.
very sweet.
Mm. And don't get me wrong, I do like a good peanut candy. That peanut M&Ms, those are good, but those have a bit of chocolate to them. I don't mind things with peanut flavoring and whatnot, but Reese's Pieces ends up taking that balance and, just sort of skewing it too far to one side.
Yeah.
That said, if somebody puts a bowl of Reese's Pieces in front of me, I'm not going to not eat them.
True, that's me and mini eggs and micro eggs. In Canada, mini eggs are available year-round, not just at Easter. And they also sell micro eggies, which are like little, they're like 1 centimeter, so like a ½ inch, not even in length. They're like 1/4 the size of a mini egg, so you can imagine how small that is.
Yeah.
And
itty-bitty.
exact same formula, just different ratios. I don't like the mini ones. Too
Yeah,
much
no,
candy,
they
not enough
just-
chocolate.
Exactly, that you have, the balance is everything.
Yep.
Mm-mm. Now,
Mhm.
I have to say, Vanille, when we were talking earlier in the week, one of the things that I look for as a host, when I'm talking with guests is, what are some of their interests? What are things that they're into that aren't necessarily as common or that I don't get to talk about on the show? And something that I found really interesting, because it's not necessarily a rare interest per se, but admittedly it's something that for whatever reason hasn't come up too many times on the show, and especially just for you branding wise. You, the very sweet pastry witch, is super into wrestling.
Yeah. I wasn't before. I didn't understand the beauty that is WWE style wrestling. I used to think, none of this is real. It's all just a show. It's bad.
Oh my gosh,
But
I'm so excited
then-
because this is my story too.
But then I went to an indie wrestling tournament because a friend of mine from high school is a wrestler now, and they go to small tournaments around the area. And so we got invited to a match, and it's so different being there sitting right in front of the ring, like when they have the plastic folding chairs. One girl painted her own folding chair with her name on it and just beat the crap out of another clown lady like it was magical. It was glorious.
For me, it was very much the same, that nobody in my family watches wrestling, even to this day, really. And very few of my friends, like maybe 1 or 2, and I just couldn't wrap my head around it. It was just, I can understand the concept of combat sports, boxing, MMA, and the like, because that's
Yeah.
competition and whatnot, but just I could not figure out why folks were screaming at the top of their lungs, just getting so into these things when it was just like, but, well, it's all predetermined that the wrestlers go into the ring knowing how it's going to end, that it's, like you said, that it's not real and that I
It's not real,
couldn't
it's all
figure it out.
scripted, like,
And
I found out it's actually not that scripted. They just know who wins at the end. They have to make it up on the fly in the ring.
depending on the match and the production, that it can vary the exact amount of blocking that is done. And what sort of unlocked it mentally for me, ironically, was South Park.
Oh?
That used to watch a fair bit of South Park back in the day. Haven't watched as much, but this was sort of mid-era South Park, where it's past the early days where it's the more crude humor, not quite the modern South Park, where a lot of it, because of their production, that they're able to do a lot of commentary on really recent events, that it was, they're animating and they're going to have stuff that is more generalistic. And they had one about wrestling, and it was called WTF because the kids they call it the Wrestling Takedown Federation. So, teehee, WTF acronym, very fun. But that the whole thing it was wrestling, but Shakespearean. And that they were going super ham, over the top, iambic pentameter lines. They even have a point where they actually are performing a wrestling pay-per-view at the Globe Theater. And as someone who has been into theater for a while, it just clicked for me and was like, oh my gosh, it's so
Right?
obvious. Wait, whoa, oh my gosh, how have I not realized it the whole time? It's just muscular theater.
It is!
It's
It
just
is!
muscular theater of just, it's the stage combat that you get in other forms of theater, and it's done to the highest level, and it's done sort of over-the-top campy style. Yes, that it's not
No.
necessarily the hard-hitting, super deep drama, but I can completely understand the concept and appeal of camp in theater and camp in other forms of entertainment, and I don't know why I didn't actually understand it earlier. That if anything, I'm kind of ashamed of myself. It was like, gosh, I was so narrow-minded. How was I not understanding the appeal of wrestling? Because now it seems so obvious to me. And
Yeah.
over the years, I've had various friends who are really into wrestling, so I don't watch any of the weekly shows, but I'll tune into probably 3-4-ish pay-per-views a year now, just with friends, and that they'll get me caught up on all the recent storylines. I know several of the bigger, more prominent wrestlers. I've watched some WWE, some AEW, so I now understand. It's like, oh my gosh. And plus there's all of the commentary, which I think is quite accurate, of VTubing just being wrestling.
Mm. Oh yeah, pretty much. It's how funny you mentioned that my wrestler friend was in the drama class.
I'm fully
the
convinced
natural
that
transition.
the folks that are really big and buff, let's face it, there are not many theater roles that are written for bigger, bulkier guys. And especially
Yo.
if you just have a passion for stage combat, that, what percentage of Broadway shows are going to have any amount of combat, much less if it's going to be, physical combat versus something like sword play.
Yeah.
And if that is something that interests you, the very obvious path, one of the only paths of pursuing professional stage combat, is wrestling.
It is. It is. It's so fun to watch because I go and watch my friend and they're at the very indie level. So you have some like very new people and you can tell who the newer people are because they will switch out. They do tag team fighting with the new people, right? So you have usually on each team, there's a more experienced person who can understand how to handle someone of a lower experience level, right?
Oh, that's cool.
And
And that
then-
makes sense of, make sure that they have sort of that literal and figurative partner to literally and figuratively
Yeah.
show them the ropes.
Yeah, and your partner's on both sides because you're partnered up with someone who's experienced, right? But on the other side, you're matched against someone in the ring as experienced. When they tag in and out of the ring, you notice that the weaker, like the person who's still learning will always tag in and then they'll tag in the other person who's more experienced at like combat with a more inexperienced person, right?
That
so
makes
that the more experienced people will kind of take the back seat for the first bit, so that the inexperienced person can go and fight and probably get tired out because they haven't built up their stamina, and then the other person tags in to end the match, usually with the two experienced people going against each other.
Yeah,
right?
that way you're
And
able
then
to
that's
do a
where you
bit
get the
more,
funky moves.
Yeah, because when you have the two more experienced folks at the same time in the ring, that's when you're able to do the bigger moves. You're able to make a splasher ending, and obviously you want to always end that on a real high note.
Top rope.
But that it also makes sense that you would usually want to make sure that at least one of the two more experienced folks are in the ring at any time that the not experienced folks are in the ring, just for safety.
Oh yeah, I found it so cool because I didn't notice it at first, but like you can tell what boot camp they had that month for what skill, because you'll notice everybody's doing the same moves, right? And that's because it's the newer people are getting practice with it, right? So then the more experienced people will get like to do the whole top rope jumping and like slinging people off the walls and whatnot. And so they'll get like really, really into it with a bunch of different stuff. But the more inexperienced people are going to be learning how to jump lift someone over their back and land properly, right?
Yeah.
So, or learn how to take it from the experienced player. Because sometimes, because this is at like a very indie level and not a professional level, you could actually see them talking to each other, being like, okay, I'm grabbing you. Are you ready? Like, they're talking them through it in the ring.
Even at
and
the
it's
highest
so cool.
level, that when you see folks grappling, they're probably whispering to each other.
Oh, yeah. Like, at professional level, they have probably practice matches beforehand where it's more choreographed so that they can do more of these things without having to whisper mid. So it's just like, ready? Yeah, boom, kind of thing. But you can see where it's like they grab someone and then they feint a lift and a resist to be like, okay, are you ready? Right? And then they go. It's so cool to see like the actual in-ring communication with the newer people. My friend is one of the more experienced ones, so he's partnered with a guy who is a bit less experienced. And it's pretty cool to see how it works, and I get to talk with him on his break during the intermission, and he's like, yeah, we were practicing this week, he's doing so great. Like, it's so cool to see the behind the scenes too. Yeah. It's so cool.
Gigaram on 6, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, in chat mentions the aspect of jobbing, which is where the more experienced wrestler is showing the less experienced ones the ropes and putting in the work by making them look good, and that the concept of a jobber can also be someone who goes into the ring and frequently loses, but always puts in such a good fight that it makes the winner look really good. And the concept of helping somebody go over is sort of the jargon term of, all right, they got a really good win under their belt. Either it's going to be against somebody who they were not necessarily expected to beat, or just that the match was so technically sound that it helps elevate their profile, because that's a very big thing in wrestling, that your match record, but also how you win, can have a big impact on just, frankly, the popularity. And it's this very interesting hybrid of actual character building via storytelling and trying to set folks up, but then also they do have to play and respect a certain amount the crowd reaction. That if somebody is just able to really get the crowd on their side, and that they notice, all right, this wrestler, this character that we were not necessarily looking or planning on pushing in the near future, the audience is just really clicking with them. That the past 3 matches, we've noticed the audience pops every time, and that, even if they are, they're probably doing something very right in the ring, the wrestler, but even if it's not necessarily what the game plan has been for long-term booking, sometimes folks will make adjustments and be like, okay, well, we should probably ride this wave, or let them ride this wave, and whether that means giving them a couple of extra wins, reworking storylines, that there's so much dynamic storytelling in wrestling that doesn't happen in a lot of other entertainment media.
Yeah, it's the same concept of like one thing we've lost with TV shows is the week to week, right? You could write a story around the suspense of what's going to happen in the next episode because you have to wait a whole week, right? And that's what's in with these matches is like they at the beginning of the matches they play you like a recap of the story of the last tournament they had in the area, right?
Wrestling.
Yeah, and you get to see. And one of the interesting story problems that they have in my area is because most people there, it isn't their full-time job. There's only, I think, 4 out of the entire group of 20 of them that actually do it professionally and travel around Canada and do that. So they don't have enough heels. One of the heels, like the bad guy, right, has a job and can't always come, right? So what do you do now when you're stuck with no heel?
You need a villain. Someone has to play the villain.
So you have two fighters that are both good guys, trademark, and then you only have one heel in that weight class, right? How do you solve this? And the way they solved this was getting them to fight each other, having them time out, and then having the heel jump in the ring and be like, I demand my title tournament! And then he wins because the other two had been tired out from doing their fighting. So it was a very quick win for him, right? So that's how it's like, he can't do this.
And then you
Gets the
potentially
crowd
have beef
going,
between
like-
the two faces. And from there, even if one isn't necessarily going to be full-time villain, that there's now beef between these two, quote-unquote, protagonist heroic characters. The jargon that I've learned is, babyface, face/heel. And so you can then have a face be a heel at least part of the time when they're matched against that other face.
Yeah, like a rival. A rival. You look across the aisle and you're like, you. You. So I thought that was such a cool way for them to deal with that because it's like, oh no, like they're running out of opponents, right? And they're both good guys. So you're really caught on like, who do I cheer for, right? And then the heel just jumps in the ring and is like, let me in!
And that's such an interesting sort of it's a situation that I imagine is probably much more common in indie wrestling than in the higher level ones. And once you get to, prime time AEW and WWE, that their rosters are so deep that they're going to be able to make sure that there's always a heel to pair against a face in any given weight class and on any given week and any given day. And if something has to be swapped around, that there's just enough folks that are going to be always on call that they can make it work. And if they have to make a couple of writing changes, they usually don't need to overhaul entire storylines. But in the indie scene, where the rosters, like you were saying, even if they have 20 folks on the roster, quote unquote, but only 4 who are full-time and going to be constantly available, if you have a show in 2 days, somebody, either gets injured at practice or just gets sick, can't make the show anymore, and you're not necessarily able to call in one of those other 16 folks because, they can't get off from their day job with, 2 days notice or anything, that's when you have to really have those more creative solutions.
Oh, yeah. For another issue they have is, for the longest time, they only had one female wrestler, right? So she's in a group of 20, it's just her, right? And they have another female wrestler, so now the issue is it's only those two versus each other. You can't just have the two of them fighting week in and week out. Yup. So they have like tag team matches where they put her and a heavyweight into the medium weight kind of class. So it's a little more balanced because there's no she would be, I believe, closer to a female medium to heavyweight. So they bring her into the male tag team in the medium weight, and then there's a bunch of them in the medium weight, and so there's always someone for her to fight. She usually pairs with my favorite. One of the things that you get with characters is they develop. There's Mr. Dancing Man, and he opens every match by trying to get his opponent to dance. Like he'll throw them the fishing line and try and reel them in.
What percentage of the
And then
time does that work?
I'd say like it really depends on the crowd reaction. Like lots of times people are reluctant to do it, but then when they hear the crowd being like dance, 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 they'll go for
they're
it.
like, okay, that it's a choice they have to sort of make of, all right, am I gonna end up being wet playing and then the crowd's not gonna like it as much? Versus if the crowd's not into it either, then it becomes much easier for them to be like, oh, come on, get serious. What are you doing?
Yeah, the one heel guy that's always there is always like, no, because he's playing the bad guy, right?
Mhm.
And then the other heavyweight man of the four is cool, and if you amp him up enough with the audience, he will join in. And the first minute of the match is them just gonna do like doing the sprinkler and like just cheesy 80s dancing. And then the match begins.
Now, the other thing that I've been told by folks, and this really only ends up applying for the major shows, that whenever you get something, if they play a song at a pay-per-view, they have to pay the licensing fee for that song. And licensing fees can vary wildly.
Oh, yeah.
Final Countdown apparently costs some $200,000 per loop.
Pain! They don't use
Yeah.
any... I think they all have their own custom music that they use.
do that very frequently just to avoid those costs because they'd rather pay whatever the commission composition fee is once and then be able to just play that forever and not have to worry about budgeting and billing there. But naturally, when you're getting to AEW, WWE levels, that the crowd's going to react a lot better if you can have something recognizable, and especially if it's something that becomes associated with a given talent. Sometimes you're just gonna be like, all right, well, we're a multi-million-dollar corporation, and this talent's bringing in many millions of dollars, so we're just gonna take the hit on that. But those things can get expensive, and that's just part of the whole production of it all. And that's also probably why if you go to indie productions that you might not hear as much recognizable music.
Yeah, there's in the small indie one, there's no recognizable music. Even for the 80s dancing, it's like they probably have samplers from, because you can get free royalty-free music off of YouTube.
DOVA-SYNDROME, maybe.
Yeah, right? There's a lot of people that do just dedicated royalty-free, and they have Patreons if you want to pay them, right?
Yep.
And I think that's probably where they source their music is that kind of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if the music they use is also used for a bunch of other people across Canada and America at the small level, because there's a pirate team, and there's a clown team, and then there's the 80s guy, and then, well, there's one interesting one. There is the full-time woman is a First Nations woman. So she plays, I don't know if it's royalty free or if she knows some people. She has traditional dance music, and when she goes up onto the stage, part of her introduction, right, as everyone goes around and does their stuff, is she does a bit of a traditional step dance. Kind of like, like dance when you Fortnite dance on your enemies to PM. She does that. She sometimes, when she'll throw someone to the ground, she'll do like the step dance around them, being like, "Oh, get up, why don't you?" It's really cool because it integrates her character and her history into one, which is super cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow any of the major wrestling circuits, or do you really keep most of your viewing to the indie circuits?
Most of my viewing is to the indie circuits. I'm gonna start probably watching some more, because now that I understand what's going on, I'm a lot more interested in female wrestling. I love the outfits. That's instead of the big male wrestling, I like the women's outfits. They're really cool. So now that I have a renewed appreciation.
Have so many elaborate outfits that they use for ring gear, and that back in the day, stereotypically female wrestling outfits were not fantastic, and today they get to do a lot of cool stuff, and it ends up
yeah.
being more common for wrestlers across the board, doesn't matter male or female, that folks make ring gear, get ring gear commissioned that is usually an homage or reference to certain things, and an increasing number of wrestlers are nerds. That we get ring gear that's from Dragon Ball Z. We get ring gear that's in reference, like there have been ones from the big ones, Sailor Moon, but there's also been ones from, literally, we've had a JoJo reference in WWE.
Let's
I can't
go.
remember who it was off the top of my head, but I know that there was indeed a JoJo's reference. Sometimes you'll get things from Marvel, and sometimes they'll be very overt, and you can recognize at a glance, oh, that's supposed to look like this character. But then there's others
that's
that are
totally
a
not
bit more
Batman.
subtle. Then there's ones that are just, if you look at it, you realize that color and the styling on the ring gear is meant to be something, but that it doesn't stand out as much, and it just looks like cool ring gear.
Mm-hmm. I like that. The Mr. Dance and All Night has like purple. I don't think he's in reference to like a specific thing, but he's got disco outfit. So he's got like the leg tassels and like armband tassels and like the really high shoes and whatnot. And it's like bright purple, and he looks like he's from the 80s. Like he just jumped out of like a roller derby and into the ring. There haven't been any references for big famous things, but at least on the costumes on the indie level, they're all so personalized, which is so nice.
Yeah.
It's so nice. That's what I like, and why I now appreciate WWE a little more than just boxing matches, because they're all just wearing shorts. They're all just wearing shorts with like brand names on them. And then when you watch WWE, you get like baby metal outfits.
Yeah. And it makes sense why in boxing, in things that are actual combat competitions, that you're going to keep things very minimalistic, very unobtrusive, that the most you might have is maybe some sort of design, but also for things like that, since you're actually going to have sponsors, that makes sense. It's like, yeah, I guess you're just going to do that. Whereas with the wrestling, that you're able to actually have the character and whatnot be part of things, because in the cases that you have different sponsorships, that's usually going to be built into the actual competition itself, that it'll be, stuff on the ring, stuff that's part of the signage and whatever venue and whatnot, but not actually ingrained into the characters themselves.
Oh yeah, you'd be surprised how much they pay. I forget the actual numbers, but I do know that like Red Bull paid a lot of money to be like at the announcers table. So they have to be like, this is the Red Bull announcers table, and they all have a can of Red Bull to drink from. And then there's a little mini fridge behind them with Red Bull that they can grab with multiple flavors so that they can keep drinking throughout the match. But they pay.
Big things are big business. That even going as far back as American Idol and other things, that they would always have those big Coke glasses on the table, and you can bet that Coke was paying through the nose to have their cups on those tables for the judges week in and week out.
As I drink one right now.
Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag please sponsor Vanille.
Please. I need the sponsorship for my teeth.
And there's actually been, funny enough, I'm not sure if you know, some wrestling crossover with VTubers in New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Ooh, I didn't know that. I know there's an American VTuber who is a wrestler. There was WrestleMania 2024 that was in one day announced by Takahata and an actual wrestler.
Oh, yeah.
Who is a VTuber.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and Azure Shot is correct that the Subaru Sheep Killer. So the Great Okan from NJPW, New Japan Pro Wrestling, which is basically the WWE of Japan. It is the big wrestling promotion in Japan. Some way or another, the Great Okan, one of their premier wrestlers at the time, saw there was a animation of Ozara Subaru from Hololive doing a wrestling move on Watame, the sheep. and that's why it's called a sheep killer, and that he then incorporated it into a match, and the HoloLive fans spotted it very quickly.
Let's go.
So they're like, I think he's even gotten a t-shirt of memory serves of Subaru, so
Let's go.
It's not proper full-on scripted paid collaboration or anything, but as we were mentioning, that some folks are just able to, incorporate the things that they enjoy into their wrestling, and that the Great Okan has done that. So we do have that real proper crossover, at least in Japan. I don't think there's been anything of significance that's made its way to North American wrestling. Great Okan may have appeared on a crossover event, because I know they had one, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was a sheep killer used there, but none of the North American wrestlers yet. But I feel like it's just inevitable at this point.
It's inevitable. Soon, we will infect everything. Soon. I wouldn't be surprised if they do like an actual crossover, though, because of the HoloLive Dodgers. I would be so excited to see them do like an actual
The Dodgers are about to win the
announcers.
World Series.
Let's go!
The Dodgers are up 3-0 on the Yankees in the World Series, and sports fans across the board, but especially baseball fans, are very superstitious.
Oh.
And now HoloLive gets to say, well, Gura sang at the Dodgers this year, and look what happened. They won the World Series. There was a whole thing with Grimace, who did an opening pitch for the Mets, and after that, they had, I think, a winning streak that was 13 of 15 games or something. And there was a whole thing happening in New York for the Mets of the Grimace effect. And the Dodgers won the game where Gura appeared. I don't think they went on a winning streak or anything, but, well, they won the World Series now, so...
Maybe you should reach out to VTubers more often.
Yeah.
I would be so happy if they did that in Japan, because I know because they're based there, they would have a lot more support in terms of like getting like the announcements and whatnot. And evidently there's fans in the wrestlers, so
because I know HoloLive has had other promotions in Japanese baseball leagues that they've done actual full-on events with specialized merch. I think Yago threw a first pitch at one of those games. Can't remember the team name, but it was for the Pacific League, which is one of the big leagues in Japan. So they've had that, but nothing yet in terms of big proper crossover for wrestling. But NJPW, I feel like it's gonna happen next 2 years.
Oh yeah. I'm so excited. I'm a VTuber fan turned into a VTuber, so this makes me so incredibly happy. So incredibly happy to see this.
It's just been so cool to see the proliferation of VTubing. We're not quite at what I would call public consciousness level yet, but we're getting very close.
Very, very. Just you wait. They're gonna invite like Gura or someone from English onto like Jimmy Kimmel or something like that. Or
I wouldn't be surprised.
I was gonna say Jamie Oliver. He's a cook. There's another guy. There's a lot of late night talk shows.
I think it was Noah Oliver. No, wait, that's not right.
Nope. What's his name? John Oliver?
John Oliver, yeah. Wrong.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they're gonna invite a VTuber on there, and they're gonna have no idea what they're talking about. No idea. I already know. Fruit has been on BBC.
Yes.
So I mean, at least in Europe, it might be a little more than out here. But soon, trademark. Soon.
Just the hope of, if and when that happens, that it's someone who's actually gonna respect things and not make it super awkward, because there have been so many instances where nerdy things have appeared on mainstream programming and the hosts are frankly disrespectful and diminutive of whatever is going on. They're like, oh yeah, that's so neat, isn't it? And you can just tell from their voice that they really don't respect what's going on.
Yeah, I feel like Big Bang Theory was kind of like that.
Ooh, I have thoughts about Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where like you see that nerddom is rising in public consciousness, like traditional nerddom. So you make a story with the different archetypes of nerds, but the problem is you made these archetypes off of everybody that was bullied.
Yep.
And not
you
like
took
the
literally the
actual
worst
nerds.
parts of the stereotypes and canonized them.
Yep. The only respectable, true, absolutely 100% that I think they did absolutely right was the female leading actress. In order to get her off their case, they showed her an MMO. Because she kept coming over and bothering them. So they showed her an MMO, and then like she starts missing appointments with them and hangout times. They're like,
Because
"What's
she got
up?"
so into it.
She got so addicted. That was the realest thing they ever did on that show.
I just don't like laugh tracks. I can't
don't
watch a
either.
show with a laugh track. It always takes me out of things, and the amount of times that it plays, like one time I just started counting how many times per minute is the laugh track playing, what percentage of the actual show doesn't have laugh clapping or other, quote unquote audience response sounds baked into it, and it was an alarming amount, and I've just I can't stand it.
I think we need to go back to the days of live studio audience.
Yeah,
I
if it's an
think-
actual live studio audience, sure, absolutely, totally fine. We have not had live studio audience filming in decades.
Oh yeah, you get great episodes like The Prince of Bel-Air where they zoom out and show the set. It's like, if we're so rich, why can't we afford a roof? And they just zoom out.
Yeah, that's funny, because then when you're actually just breaking the fourth wall for a bit like that, that's good.
Oh yeah, and then they laugh more naturally, and there is a prompter there for them to laugh.
Yeah.
But when something's funny, like, and it actually hits, they'll just laugh naturally, right? Rather than, I made a joke, you must laugh at it, right? Because sometimes you make a joke, it doesn't land, but then someone's able to follow up on it and double down, and then it's funny, and now you want to laugh.
Yes.
But now that you've had the laugh track played before, it's just not funny, and it feels forced now.
I genuinely feel like laugh tracks make things less funny.
Yep.
It's I don't need to be told this was a joke. I don't need to be told this was funny. It just really deflates things for me, and I don't know, maybe I'm in the minority because there's still a lot of shows that use it, but meh.
It's cheaper and easier. I think, in terms of post-production for recording. I think it's a lot cheaper and easier for them to just put in a laugh track instead of a live studio audience.
I'm not even... I'd be fine with no live studio audience. I would prefer my show to just not have a laugh track, and I'd be fine with no studio audience. You don't need to do either. I'm fine with the show just flowing, and, you might laugh in real time. I don't need the action stopping to give me time to laugh so they can then continue.
I think a great place to look for that is YouTube. Like, some comics are coming out of YouTube, right? And most of these people make their careers not having laugh tracks, right? You don't edit laugh tracks into the videos, right?
You never have a laugh track when you go to see a movie in a theater.
Yep.
And people know when to laugh, and people laugh and are able to keep up with the action and not, get derailed because a really good joke hit. I don't see why we need that buffer built in on TV. Well, I should rephrase that. I know why they build in the buffer, because it buys them runtime.
Yep. I want to imagine them being there recording where they know they have to hold.
Yep.
They have to hold and stand
Just
there because
pause.
the laugh
Okay, next
must
line.
occur.
Yeah. Oh gosh, it has to feel so stilted for the recording.
Oh, but you know what's incredibly stilted? Behind the scenes of, there was a Garfield movie a long time ago, not the newest one, but there was, like, in the 2010s.
Oh,
there
the one
was
with Bill Murray.
I think so. There was a CG Garfield movie, and he's got nothing. He's got to walk and just pretend there's a cat there, and You know how bad that must feel? How weird
Think about
that
the
must
Sonic
feel?
movies.
Oh yeah, at least with the Muppets, like it's hard because you see the guys there underneath the set, like puppeting the Muppets, right? But at
But
least
there's
you
something
see the
physical to
Muppet.
react to.
Yup, you see the Muppet. They got nothing. They just have to pretend like there's a cat there. Sometimes it's just like a rolling green ball going down an area so that they can like sort of gauge where the cat would be, kind of thing. But they get nothing.
Yeah.
I admire those people.
It's certainly a unique challenge for a performer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But I guess that actually sort of parlays into another thing that we end up having in common. That's we're both theater nerds. That we mentioned a little bit earlier of thinking about wrestling in terms of theater, and that just I think that statistically a bunch of VTubers, and frankly probably just a bunch of content creators across the board, were theater kids, because
Probably.
you graduate high school, college, and show business is super difficult, but you still want a creative outlet to perform in one way or another, so streaming or videos or other comedy, and that at the very least, being able to find a performative outlet nowadays is much easier and more viable than it was some 20 plus years ago. So I'm not shocked to see as many theater kids in content creation as we do, but it's interesting that if you have that background, if you have that experience, it usually doesn't come up in a very obvious sense. That I don't know of any VTubers who are like, I'm the theater VTuber, or that make it part of their content, because admittedly, it is difficult to blend active theater and VTubing
in a 2D way. Yeah. I think with like what HoloLive is doing, and now with what WOBBLER can do, actually. So this is becoming more accessible to at-home VTubers. 3D mocap studios allow this kind of thing to happen now, which is really cool. Obviously, like high budget productions are gonna be still in the realm of like you're gonna have to rent out a studio and you're probably gonna need a corporation behind you. But WOBBLER is still offering, like, even for a small bit, like you can do quite a bit in there.
Yep.
So I think we're gonna start seeing more people, like Doobie 3D just debuted. And she's kind of like essentially showcasing what you can do with WOBBLER, which is not something I thought, right? Which is so cool, right? It makes me want to be 3D again. And I think we're gonna see a rise in performance artists. Yeah, like you can get the Sony Mokopi, which are proximity-based trackers, for like $600 for a full body tracking set, which is the cheapest on the market right now, I think, for that quality. So it is slowly becoming like accessible to home VTubers. So I think we're gonna start seeing a huge rise in more performance arts.
I certainly hope so. If anything, I think the bigger pinch point is going to become the actual physical space, because if folks are in an apartment or in a bedroom, that they're not necessarily going to have the amount of space that they might need to do a bunch of more complex things. So even if you have the tracking, if your physical diameter or radius, what have you, is limited, that's going to end up playing into things. But just the pure option, like you were saying, to do more 3D, I definitely think is becoming more accessible. And that's just as technology progresses, that naturally technology becomes cheaper. And we're definitely seeing that even if you're not necessarily getting the super high-end studio experience, that these different peripherals are becoming much, much more viable. And that I think the next 2-3 years are really going to see a lot of these become a lot more standard.
Oh yeah, I saw an indie VTuber put on a HoloLive style concert in WOBBLER, and she explained how she did it. She actually had a friend control WOBBLER at the computer while she performed. So she had preset camera angles and everything and gone over her set list and whatnot. And so her friend was managing the computer side so that she could actually fully dedicate herself to the performance aspect of the 3D performance, and it looked like a HoloLive 3D Live.
Yeah, I've
right?
seen a
In
couple
terms
folks
of
do
quality.
it solo. That you have to sort of lean over and you see them messing with their computer between songs, getting everything set. But I've seen a bunch of folks do that, and it definitely takes a lot of preparation. But
Oh,
that
yeah.
it's not impossible. It's not unviable anymore. That those are types of things that even 3 years ago, you look at and say, just you can't get that tech.
Yeah, that was just not accessible a while ago because I've seen a lot of the 3D mocap studios. There's some YouTube channels that post like there's this one lady who shows how she is a movement capture for video games and how she does walk cycles and idle animation cycles, and she compares like how normal people would read the line versus how she has to completely body act the line in order for it to be like, oh yeah, this is Tracer, right? So you can tell by her fast and flashy movements and how she's very bouncy and on her feet that that's Tracer, right? Compared to like just normally reading the line, and how all of her body movements are exaggerated, and how she did like a haggard old man walking, and like the props that she uses to be able to do it. Like, these were in studios, right? And this costed a lot of money, but now you can do this at home. It's so nuts. It's so nuts.
Yeah, just VTubing until now has been certainly acting to a point that being able to operate a VTube studio model, even if it's just live 2D, that takes something, that takes performative instinct and skill, and it's certainly something that folks have learned and honed over the years, whether you're really adept with your with your Stream Deck, and that you know how to be able to flip between a bunch of different toggles really quickly, or if you're moving your camera all over, different sound effects and whatnot. There are folks I know that are able to operate a Stream Deck like a conductor with a symphony.
That's glorious. I'm getting there, but I actually have a secret. I have a secret for anybody that wants to know. If you want to get better facial tracking, if you're just like, oh Lord, oh God, I don't know what to do. Help me. I don't know what to do. I'm scared. Gamer mouse.
Gamer mouse.
Get a gamer mouse. I have a 12-button Razer mouse because I used to play World of Warcraft, right? So I had a gamer mouse for all of my macros. And now I use the buttons on the side to toggle my expressions. So if you're ever wondering why I'm angry at you so easily.
Stream Deck. Okay.
Yeah. So, well, the nice thing about it is you can operate it in one hand, right, with your mouse, and then with your other hand you can operate the Stream Deck.
Yeah.
So I can switch scenes, I can play sounds, I can move my model, right? There's a bunch of toggles I can do on there, and then I control my emotions independently on my mouse. So that's the big streamer hack. If you want like Gucci, I know a bunch of other people have said it.
As I look at my like 5-year-old mouse that is like the padding on one of the sides is worn down.
Oh no. I highly recommend getting gamer mice, because even if you don't like have a billion expressions to toggle, you can still use that in place of a Stream Deck, right? You can make hotkeys inside VTube Studio that you can use on your mouse, right? So, and Stream Decks, the small Stream Deck is not too expensive. So pairing those two together, bam. Like, a big part of having an expressive model is being able to pilot the model.
Yes.
Gotta pilot the Gundam. So part of the, and all of these things are based largely on, like, you have to be able to hit your expression toggles. Gamer mouse. You're probably, unless you're playing with a controller, you're probably playing with a mouse. And so you might be able to, in-game, just change your expression on the fly. Or if you're doing just chatting, right, you might have your hand casually resting on your mouse so that you can go and do things, and then you can easily react. It's...
Melkor and I want to know any particular mouse that you'd recommend. What are you using?
I've used the Corsair Gaming MMO mouse. Let me find the exact name. I have tiny hands, so the big problem with me is I have to find small mice.
Ones that are sized.
Because I can't reach. For me, I can comfortably reach buttons 1 to 9. I have to essentially lift my hand off the mouse so I can reach the last row. So I need tiny mice. So the Corsair Scimitar, it's the Corsair Scimitar. Is their MMO recommended mouse, and then I believe I have the Razer Synapse. No, that's the program. That's the program. Let's see. I don't know that it's a Naga Trinity. It's essentially the Razer exact copy of that mouse. So if you want Corsair, if you have like a Corsair keyboard, get the Corsair Scimitar. If you have a Razer keyboard, get the Naga Trinity, because they both have 12 buttons. And then you can adjust your DPI with 2 extra buttons on the top. Or use that to change what profile you're on your mouse, so you can swap between your games hotkeys and your expressions on a dime.
I'm looking these up at Corsair at full price is $80, but I'm seeing on Amazon right now for $55. Naga Trinity ends up being, depending on where you go, Amazon actually is sold out of that particular one, but there's another one here that's different brands. But these are all looking to be like under $100. That these are not crazy expensive peripherals.
There we go. Scimitar. Yeah, these are sub $100. Like, budget $100, because you know how computer things go. They rise and they fall.
Yeah, and shipping, depending on where you're going.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, the Razer is more expensive depending on what version. You can get it for as high as 170. Oh, that's the wireless one. 179. I probably got mine on sale at the local store because I did not spend $100. There's a computer store in the big city. I like to go there because, like, for mice, I need to make sure my hand can fit the mouse.
Yeah, so... and you don't want to have to worry about return shipping. Definitely understand wanting to be able to actually handle and figure that out.
MMO mice are where it's at. You can do so much, whether it's in your game. If you're doing like Photoshop or other programs where you have repetitive work, you can also put in your macros in there, right? Like if you have to do a function a lot, you can program a multi-keystroke into your buttons, right? I have mine currently assigned to F13 to F24, which I use for my expressions. But like you can use it in Photoshop if you do Photoshop work, right? For all of your hotkeys, so that you don't have to constantly like do it with your keyboard. They're so good. I wish offices had more of these. The workflow.
Because even just the two, my current one is a pretty basic mouse, but it has the 2 buttons for like page forward, page back, and basic things like that. And just even having a couple of buttons on your mouse for any repetitive task, it makes things so much easier. And if you're able, if you have the need and functions for something like an MMO mouse, that I can completely understand why that would be something incredibly valuable for an artist.
Oh yeah. There's a bunch of like little art doohickeys that you can have your hotkeys on. Because usually you're drawing with like your right hand, and that's typically your mouse hand, right? So they have little doohickeys there that you can get. But if you're photoshopping, you don't always need your pen. So I tend to use my mouse quite a bit.
Speaking of art, you do art, and while you're not taking commissions right now, you're probably going to be reopening them near the start of the year, but that is something that you're busy with on other projects. Where does art begin for you? Were you doodling a whole bunch as early as, preschool, elementary school, that you were just really into art class, or was it something that you discovered a love for a bit later on?
I discovered my love. This is going to be the most anti-anime story ever. I discovered my love of art because Oppa and Omanili kept a bunch of Calvin and Hobbes comics in the washroom. So I would just sit I would sit in there and read them.
And read the comics.
Yep. They had like the big compilation books of like several kinds. They still have them there. But I would go and I would just read all of them because I super loved Calvin and Hobbes. So when I was in grade 4, I started making my own little comics, but I couldn't really draw. So I made Kirby-like characters out of different shapes. So I'd have like a teardrop character, a cube character, a pyramid character, a circle character, and I would make little comics with them. That's how I got started in drawing.
That's so cute.
Yeah, they were just little Kirby-like guys because I like Kirby. And that's the extent of my drawing. I didn't get into drawing anime until I was introduced to it in junior high school, where a friend she got me into Lucky Star.
Ooh. This is like, you're the second or third person in the past probably 5 episodes or so that has brought up Lucky Star, and that makes me so happy because I love Lucky Star.
It's so good. It wasn't my first. My first anime was Pretty Cure. I found it on YouTube. I don't know how I found it on YouTube, but I found it on YouTube, and in Japanese I watched it. And I'm used to, like, my family speaks German at home, so I'm used to not understanding what's being said, so I'm great with subtitles. And I just watched the original Futari wa Pretty Cure. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I found out that that was an anime in junior high when I got introduced to Lucky Star first and then Haruhi Suzumi second. I watched Haruhi because I saw the references in Lucky Star.
And
So I
both
did
in
the
English and
backgrounds
Japanese
trip.
that they had significant cast overlap.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I didn't get it. I feel like when I've made anime recommendation lists for people and I ask them, like, how much anime have you watched? Like, are you a newcomer to the genre? And I've made, like, massive lists for people depending on, like, what genres are you looking for? And I will label, like, entry level to hard level. I never recommend Lucky Star as much as I love it for beginner people who are just getting into anime who've only watched Demon Slayer.
No,
right?
It is a show about nerds, by nerds, for nerds, and that if you are not in that, if you're not in that community, in that sphere, you're going to just not understand or appreciate probably half the jokes.
That is half the battle. That's only half the battle because you have the what do we call it? You have the straight man in oh no, Purple Hair Twin Tails. Oh no,
Kagami.
No. Yeah, Kagamin. She's the straight man of the group, right? Brings it down to earth. So that is a problem. The bigger problem is it is full of Japanese cultural references, and this is where I divide it on whether or not I should recommend it to someone. Because when I was watching anime, you get the slow, like, I went really hard in with Lucky Star not knowing half of what it was going on, but I just really connected with Konata because I was a nerd like her and I played games like her, right? So I was able to connect and engage with it that way, right? But for someone who doesn't, it's a lot of information to consume. Like, you have to learn what honorifics are, right? The concept of a senpai is, like, foreign to us because we don't refer to our upperclassmen with the same respect that they do there. If you're in grade 10 and someone's in grade 11, you're like,
whatever.
Who cares?
Yeah. Like, and this brings up a broader concept of localization. And for most anime, I don't think it is necessary to localize honorifics. I find that it feels awkward to say senpai and san and other honorifics if every other word that they're speaking is in very plain normal English. Just it's a little unnatural because that's not how English is spoken. I don't think you can remove it from Lucky Star because, like you were saying, yes,
it's
a
integral.
fair amount of the character interactions and bits are based in that.
Yup. It's the difference between translation and localization, where it's like, how much do I directly translate and how much do I have to change the literal words in order to make the context understandable? Lucky Star has actually the best is when I talk about this is actually the anime I use is Lucky Star specifically on terms of like why localization versus translation is important, because there's in the English dub they did it super well where there's a couple jokes and one of them is with Kagamin, where she's like, well, maybe you should just call me mistress. Like, she's like, you should just call me Kagami-sama from now on, right? Because she's so smart, right? Copying her homework all the time and whatnot. Just call me Kagami-sama. And Konata takes it really literally, and she goes like ham. And so she pulls on the full shoujo eyes, and she's like, Kagamin-sama, kind of thing, right? With the whole shoujo, Gokigenyo, right? And so how do you translate that when that's so like culturally baked? Well, they did it by Shakespeareanizing her speech. And so when she comes in the morning, instead of saying Gokigenyo Kagamin-sama, she says, "Why, have a good morning, Mistress Kagamin." Right? Her character entirely changes, but it's 1-to-1 for an accurate like an accurate localization. They conveyed the joke exactly the same, and it worked.
Yeah, that's
like,
one of the
exact
big things.
same feeling.
That one of the quintessential examples that I was given a while back was, like you were saying, for certain character interactions and things that you might have to change terminology or in some ways change the way that they implement a gag altogether.
Oh yeah.
That it's the same overarching concept of, okay, you are treating this character in a overly formal kind of way, and that you are shifting from a very Japanese cultural overly formal to a very English literal and figurative overly formal with Shakespearean. There's other ones where throwaway bits or just Foley bits that might have no real significance at all, but if you bring it over 1-to-1, it actually becomes awkward and risks taking somebody out of the moment because this background noise or thing just doesn't make sense. It's not that it seems wrong or bad, but that it causes a mental misstep of, what were they just saying? Was that important? I didn't understand it. Was that something that I should be paying attention to? And an example I was given is commercial jingles. If you have just somebody's at a park and a kid has an ice cream, and in the original Japanese, he's singing either the 1-to-1 or a slightly modified version of a popular Japanese brand of ice cream that anybody in Japan would hear and say, okay, yeah, no, the kid has some ice cream, it's exciting, whatever, it's a background thing. But if you were to bring that over 1-to-1 and you have this kid sing this jingle that is just not known, that it seems awkward and stilted. But if you change it to, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Plays off, same way.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. That this ice cream has no plot relevance or significance whatsoever. But if you change it, that same overarching concept, it is the kid with the ice cream singing a jingle. But that changing so it's something that is, even if it's, different words are going to be in the jingle, the tune is going to be different. But that effectively the function that it has in the scene is unchanged, and that, if anything, not changing it becomes more obtrusive.
Yeah, that's that. I would say the unobtrusive is Timote in Lucky Star, where she's mimicking a soap ad.
That was one of those things where the first time I heard it, I was like,
what
is there a joke I'm not getting?
Yeah, right? Cultural context is like incredibly important. So when I make the list, right, I have to factor in like, okay, so how much do they use the honorifics? How much does this show rely upon the knowledge of these honorifics? How much does it rely on common knowledge of Japanese culture, right? And that makes Lucky Star an expert tier anime if you want to understand it, because it is baked in Japanese culture. And as much as I love it, I can't recommend it to people. Just because like they're gonna be like, what is this?
I recommend it a little less than I do.
No, you should. But like I have like one time I was working and a kid was like, I don't know, should I watch One Piece? And I'm like, no. It's so long.
I don't
Let me
have the
make you a
time to
list.
watch One Piece. I know I'm missing out. I know it's incredible. I'm going to watch. I wish they had made a different name other than The One Piece for the reboot. But at the same time, I understand that they really couldn't. But I
Yeah.
plan to watch The One Piece because if I get in on the ground floor, that's fine. But
Mhm.
if a show is already 5, 6, 7 seasons in, and the pun half intended here, that ship has sailed for me. I'm not going to watch the original One Piece. I would just rather watch 100 different series of 20 episodes than the 1,000 that we have for One Piece. It's just too
Oh
much.
yeah.
I want to experience it, and that's why I'm excited for the reboot, which I think is actually designed more so for people like me than actual One
Oh.
Piece fans or others. I think that this is their way of onboarding folks who don't want to climb the Mount Everest
Yeah.
of One Piece.
Of One-
But if you just start at episode 1 and say, okay, folks, we're going to have that episode a week and that it's going to be this release, it is so much easier mentally for me to say, I'm going to tune in and keep up with this series 1 week at a time as it airs, even though, yes, it is a one-to-one that I could say today, all right, I'm going to start watching original One Piece at 1 episode a week, and it would take the same amount of time. But just for whatever reason,
More spaced out.
yeah,
More spaced out. Not gonna suck up like, hi guys, I'm disappearing for a month. I have to watch One Piece. I need to understand the cultural context of One Piece. So I must watch all of it.
I know folks that
Goodbye.
have sped run and been like, 3 to 6 episodes a day, and it still takes them 2.5 years.
Oh no, I'm talking like 8 hours. Like you're watching it like it's a job. You go full hermit mode. Cut OPEDs. Like 20 minutes an episode. You can get 3 episodes in an hour, okay? I've got 4 hours today. I've got 8 hours tomorrow. I've got 10 hours tomorrow. I've got 2 hours the next day. Like, we're going hermit mode watching One Piece. I think that's the only way that you can actually like reasonably consume One Piece at this point.
Yeah, at this point,
'Cause
basically.
it's so huge. It's so huge. What would you recommend for like a beginner tier anime?
Well, my big question is I need to know something about the person I'm recommending to. I asked,
Yes.
give me a genre. What are you into? Because I could recommend, I don't know, I could
That's what I
recommend
did.
ReZero. That I think ReZero, it's a very good dramatic one. I barely even consider it isekai, even though it's technically isekai, but that is a fantasy thriller series. Not
Mm.
everybody is going to enjoy fantasy thrillers. Somebody might really like something like Free Run, just classic high fantasy. But
Yeah, I think that
the
would be a
fantasy of
very
Free
easy
Run is a
one.
very different fantasy from ReZero. Even if, the magic systems are sort of the same, the way that the plot goes is very different. The characters are very different. Versus, do I want to recommend something like Cowboy Bebop? It's a classic for a reason. It's very approachable. It's episodic. But if somebody isn't super into sci-fi and noir,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just going to be a total miss for them. So I need to know what other media they're super into, and then I try to draw an analogy or figure out some thread from something that they already like, and then tie it to the anime I'm recommending.
Oh yeah, I did a master list for this friend. I grabbed a piece of printer paper and I had it full, like just on one side of the page, but I had it absolutely full with like several genres of like, okay, here's a whole bunch of shows. I've put asterisks by the ones that are high level. So maybe start with the ones near the beginning of the list for that one. But if you liked it, there's others in the series for you to watch, right? Like if you like this, you might like this, you might like this, right? That was fun. That was a very slow day, so I had a lot of fun. Typically, most people I run into who ask that question have watched Demon Slayer. Attack on Titan was really big, but Demon Slayer is the one that really kind of broke into public domain. I know that like
Attack on Titan
Attack
was
on
close, but
Titan-
it had the issue of a 3-year hiatus between
Hiatus.
seasons 1 and 2, which just killed the momentum.
Yup. And I mostly get people who've seen Demon Slayer, so I know that they're into generally like a more monster of the week. Like you could probably recommend them Dragon Ball.
Yeah, you
'Cause
can
it
recommend
is
most
an homage.
Shonen Jump shows at that point. And
Yeah.
if anything, The biggest issue I have if somebody's only anime interaction is a shonen series, a shonen battle series, because one, I always want to make sure that folks understand, no, not all anime is battle shonen. That's the stuff that has been very popular, and for good reason. Demon Slayer's really, really good. I recommend it. It's definitely worth watching. But that's not all that anime is. And at the same time, I don't necessarily want to just recommend another battle shonen to them necessarily. If someone is coming to me saying, hey, Jay, I want to get more into anime, I'm going to use this as an excuse to give them something that's at least a layer deeper in the hopes of hook, line, and sinkering into getting them to be an actual broader anime fan, that I want to get them not to stop watching battle shonen. By all means, I'll be like, hey, this is another one, but I want to get them to see just how broad it is, because anime, for my definition of it, is a point of geographic origin. It is not a genre. It is not a style. It's just, for whatever reason culturally, Japan does not consider animation juvenile in the way the West does, so they will write and produce and have animated series that cover content and genres that you just won't see getting greenlit in the West.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference is Japan has anime and we have adult cartoons. And I think the naming of both of them is very indicative to how the production climate feels and how the viewer climate feels towards those shows. The fact that it's an adult cartoon indicates that people still view the medium as childish and a lesser form of storytelling.
And that it requires this modifier. And that,
yeah.
and that most adult cartoons are going to be either adult comedy, that it's still going to be juvenile in the way of, all right, now it's just, we're making either grotesque jokes or sexual jokes or what have you, or it's going to be something very grimdark and cynical and over the top that they...
Yeah.
Western media, obviously this is not a 100% thing, there are plenty of exceptions to this rule, but generally speaking, aren't going to just tell a story in animation because they think that is the best way to portray it, or because there's certain ways that... If Game of Thrones had been written in Japan, it would be an anime. It would not have been a live action. It would have been so much easier, so much cheaper to produce it in animation. It would have looked just as good, and that it would have been just as popular in Japan. Internationally, it probably wouldn't have done as well because animation is not respected as much in the general West. But, there's the classic examples, obviously, Avatar: The Last Airbender, all-timer. But that's very much the exception and not the rule, even now, because it's either going to be the crude comedy, something that's grimdark. You're not going to get you're not going to get a rom-com, like you're not going to get a rom-com, you're not going to get an adult drama, you're not going to get a thriller series, you're not going to be able to get something that's, more subversive in a thoughtful way. You're not going to get any of the psychological series. That there's just, it's not because we're incapable of it. It's very much just, decades, centuries of cultural development to reach where we have. And I feel that we've been making significant progress. And I think anime has been helping that, but we're still not there.
Yeah, I think the biggest roadblock to it here mentally, for the cultural thoughts, is that there's an incessant need to take anything that was 2D or 3D and make it into live action, because it doesn't hold value until it's been performed by humans. That's at least in the Western sphere. You don't think something has made it until it gets a live action adaptation with an all-star cast. Hence, the Fallout TV show could have just as equally been done in anime and would have equally have been successful. I think that their commitment to practical effects is actually really cool, and I think it's one of those shows that does really well and would have done really well either way. Either way, I think the live action and the animated version of that, whether it was CG or 2D, would have been equally as good. But can we get anime adaptations of live action? Yes, I would like that.
We've seen a couple, and like I said, and for the live action from anime, you see that a good number of times in Japan as well, that there are plenty of series that have had J-dramas made out of them. It's definitely something that you get, and you even get some of the bigger budget ones. That there was the Attack on Titan live action movie that was produced in Japan. So we do see that, and in some cases, I think it can be interesting of just the exploration of, all right, how do you actually pull this off? How do you make it work in live action? And that from an audience standpoint, yes, there is going to be a non-zero amount of, I suppose, a sort of base psychological recognition and association of, if you see it in live action, it can become easier to relate to, because just, that very thin line of suspension of disbelief is always going to exist in animation versus live action, and that for some folks, they are able to connect just deeper to something that is live action because they can see, all right, this is in, even if not necessarily quote unquote the real world, it is in a world where a being like me exists, and that I see a human as I know it in this world.
They have a better suspension of disbelief.
Yeah.
I think would be that one. I just wish that people wouldn't be like, you need to treat animation as like an avenue to explore your ideas and consider whether or not your idea would do better if you had all the benefits that animation has, including mixed CG, right? Like Land of the Lustrous, where it's CG 2D mix.
Studio
right?
Orange is so good at what they do.
Yes! Oh my god.
We are
like,
not
they
at the
had
point.
a 2D. They had a 2D initial PV before the anime launched that looked nice, but then they came out with the CG and it looked so much better. And all the funky camera tricks that you can do with like perspective and whatnot works really well with CG, and then they just do touch-ups with 2D. They do touch-ups on the mouse, they do touch-ups on like the grass blowing in the wind, right? It is very much a mix of the two mediums, and I think this is where like animation takes its best forms, is when you have like CG assisted 2D and 2D assisted CG, because there's just some things that don't work in one side or the other that the other does really, really well, right? And
we're only now getting to the point where there are a couple of studios that aren't Studio Orange that I trust to do 3D CG and make it look good. It's not a lot, though.
Yeah.
For a very long time, if it wasn't Studio Orange, I was just like, ooh, I don't know if this is going to work. Toei has upped their game, and I would certainly hope so. Toei's freaking massive. They should be able to do something.
Is Toei the one who does Gundam?
I think so.
Okay, I have a good story about that. So the guy who does the CG for Gundam, if you've ever noticed why, I don't know if you're into Love Live or into Idolmaster. Oh, okay.
Toei did Girls Band Cry recently, and that was the one that turned my head. It was just like, okay, Toei is finally actually playing on Studio Orange levels with 3D CG.
Even before, oh no, how long has it been since Aqua came out? Hold on, Love Live Sunshine. You can see the transformation between like the first 3 seasons of Love Live and the music videos that they've put out, because they are real idol groups that perform live, right? And then they have PVs with the characters on YouTube, right? You can watch how the CG has improved throughout the series. They use 2D CG mix for their music videos, and I believe some of the people who worked on that are now working for HoloLive for some of their, like, Watame's and Sencho's newest musics, right? It is actually done for Love Live. He was pulled from Gundam. He did the Gundam CG, and they're like, we need you here, and he's like, okay. So he is like an absolute godsend of CG animation, right? And they put him in Love Live to make their animated music videos, and you can just see the quality skyrocket to the point that you can't tell when they're 2D or CG anymore. With all like the camera panning shots and everything. Like there's a song called Euphoria, which is really, really cute.
'Cause I remember I only watched the first season.
Oh, Utopia.
First series of Love Live, the original one with Muse, and that the music PVs weren't bad. And to be fair, this was back in like 2011, 2012. So
Oh yeah.
pretty far
you could
back.
tell.
And that it wasn't bad for the day, but it was just at the point where technology hadn't advanced to the point where you were able to get really, really good 3D CG animation for that type of thing. But yeah, I'm very unsurprised that over the years that Love Live of all folks would be able to really step up their game and get things to look really good.
Oh yeah. It's Utopia, like EU instead of just U. It's Utopia, and it has like these great camera angles, and they mix the 2D and the 3D in so well. And it's like that was done by a Gundam guy. That's why it looks good, is because they brought the Gundam guy into Love Live.
I love hearing just production histories and the different paths that certain creators and directors and writers and tech folks take, because for just stuff like that of, okay, we're going really sort of diametrically opposite genres for
Yup.
what their job is, but that they're able to do incredible work on both.
Oh yeah, like it's so cool, like watching like their initial music videos and the initial CG that they did in the anime, where you can like tell when it flops, and then through like you can see the improvement. You can still tell the difference between the 2D and the CG in Sunshine, but the quality of the CG is getting better for like the models. And then you get to Nijigasaki, the next one, right? And off the charts. It changed. They stopped viewing it like a 2D piece and started viewing it like a 3D piece, I think is the big thing. They stopped thinking in terms of 2D, brought it to 3D, and just watching like music videos from each era of Love Live is like, oh my god. And it's all thanks to Gundam Guy.
Just makes me think, double checking, Land of the Lustrous initially aired in 2017, the anime did.
They had a
That's
2D
what they could
PV that
do.
came before.
That's what they could do in 2017.
Right.
I'm
Right.
begging you folks, please make season 2. The fact that we
I
never
need
got
it.
season 2 makes me so sad. Partially
Oh, it's
because the
so
story was
good.
getting really good, but 2, also, if that's what they could do in 2017, if that was 7 years ago, imagine what they could do now.
It's so good. Like, so I love like doing media analysis. Land of the Lustrous is something I love to talk about because it's like the ship of Theseus, the idea in a whole show. And I think I could do like an English class on Land of the Lustrous. I honestly wish I got lucky and my English teacher told me I could read manga as long as I read the whole series because it's a picture book, right? So I had to at least read most of the series if I wanted to do a book report on it. So I read Tsubasa because that's what we had at our school library. They had all but the last 2 books. So I never got to finish it.
Oh no!
I never got to finish it.
Also,
But
I was just looking it up to double check. That's 28 volumes.
yes.
That's a lot.
Yes. Yes, Tsubasa Chronicle. I read that and I did a book report on it. And I wish that you could do book reports, or like if you had, you know how you have like your English presentation or your social studies presentation where you have like the one you're supposed to do over the course of the semester. I wish you could do that on shows. Because I think it's equally as important to bring that critical lens to the shows that we watch, but it also brings you a new respect for like the making of the show and gets you to look more deeply into into what messages the shows has, because Land of the Lustrous is a very, very, very philosophical anime, and it doesn't show it to you up front. It's not like sitting there pondering it. You are watching the ship of Theseus happen in real time, and you yourself are asking, and it poses the question at the very end, is Phos the same? Is this the same? What do we define as phosphophilite, right? Who is she? Is she who she was, or is she the experiences that she had, right? Such a good show. That would be one of the ones that I recommend for people, for like a short list of people who've only watched Demon Slayer, and that's the only anime they've watched. I'd recommend Land of the Lustrous, because there's not a lot of contextual information that you're going to be missing with, like, you can really easily pick up an honorific here or there. That's not going to be too hard to process. It doesn't rely on it for the story overly, other than, like, she's the new one to the group, so you can understand that she's the lowest in the seniority poll. That's a very easy thing to come across.
Just all right, there, she's the new girl in town.
Yeah,
that's a
she's
very
the new
easy
girl in
thing.
town.
I wouldn't be able to recommend Land of the Lustrous blindly to anyone who's seen Demon Slayer, because I think they're so different tonally, and just you're going from a battle shonen with some amount of drama to a very personal drama, and one that is frankly quite depressing in many ways. That
it is.
Because of how dark that series gets, I know that it's not something that everyone is going to enjoy or really even want to see. Like, some folks would just have a bad time watching that series. So I need to know if the person I'm recommending it to enjoys darker things and is okay with more philosophical, psychological series. If I know that they're good with that, then I can absolutely recommend Land of the Lustrous. That you're right. In terms of context and cultural knowledge, there's effectively zero that needs to be brought in there. It's just a matter of the genre and the overall tone. I need to know if that's something that the person I'm recommending to will actually enjoy or not.
Oh yeah. That's a very good criticism of that. That is, I didn't think of that. I really enjoy those kinds of series. So
at its core,
those are the ones that are like, you gotta watch this. It's so deep and philosophical.
Demon Slayer is intense, but for the most part, Demon Slayer isn't a super depressing show. It's a pretty happy show. It's a pretty optimistic show, and that it has a lot of comedy there. And that's the difference of recommending Taming of the Shrew versus Macbeth.
It's
the difference of recommending Romeo and Juliet versus, any non-tragedy.
Yep. Yeah. I think Free Run is also a really good one, because a lot of people have seen Lord of the Rings, and it's a Tolkien-esque fantasy, right? So that would go well. Apothecary Diaries. That one, you are learning about historical Chinese cultural context. So you are learning, along with the main character, her place in the world and how she has to fit into it, and the societal expectations that are placed on her. You are learning that with her as she goes. So you're not expected to have that information when she walks in, right? The other two weird ones is Odd Taxi.
Ooh, good taste.
I showed that to my mom because it's a murder mystery, and my family loves murder mysteries, and she was so into it. She did not want to wait with me.
That's a super easy one to recommend. You need to.
She did not want to wait for me to watch the next episode. She just wanted to watch it. It's like, no, Mom and Neil, please.
The sort of litmus test I use for that one is, do they enjoy Tarantino films?
Oh.
If they enjoy Tarantino films, I think they would like Odd Taxi.
I have not seen a Tarantino film, I don't think.
I haven't seen all of Tarantino's films, but I've seen a couple in that his films are a lot of talking, and that the conversations and the type of banter that he writes feels very similar to Odd Taxi.
Okay. I see. Okay. That's interesting. I should watch them then, because that'd be something I'd really, really like. The other weird one, which is a little higher on the scale, is Keep Your Hands Off Aikozen. It's a love letter to the art of animation.
Yes. That was...
So if they like Disney movies, they're gonna like it because it goes through all. There's a little bit of personal drama that goes in there, but it is literally about the artistic process of making an anime. And if people like Disney movies and they're like, oh, the backgrounds and oh, I really liked this scene. If they talk about like animated shows in that fashion, then I know they'll like Aiko-zen.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
That's funny because both Odd Taxi and Eizouken were two of my favorite shows of their respective years, and
yes,
both of those came out in, I think Eizouken was 21, and that Odd Taxi was 22 actually, 22 or 23. They're both relatively recent.
Yeah, 2021 for Odd Taxi with the film, which is basically like a condensed version of the show. Came out in 2022, and when did Aiko-zen come out? 2020. Yeah, so they were like 1 year after the other. Aiko-zen came, and then Odd Taxi was the next year, and they were just so good. They're so good.
Another one that came out around that time that I recommend to folks based on other media they enjoy that's pretty specific. If you like time travel and or Terminator, Vivi Fluoride Eye's Song is 12 episodes, self-contained AI time travel done at its best. It's really, really good.
Oh, Vivi Fluoride's Ice Song. Okay, and it's complete.
Yes, it is just 12 episodes. It is a complete story. Could they conceivably continue it? Potentially. You could continue most stories if you really tried to, but it's a complete story.
Oh, nice. I like those. I like when they're allowed to end.
Yeah.
I like when they're allowed to end and they get to tell the story. I think one of the saddest shows that ended before they wanted to was Merlin. Because it was good. It was good. There was such a good tension there with, like, I think near the end, Arthur found out that Merlin could do magic, and he has to deal with this inside because he lives in a witch hunt decree of a country, and his aide is helping him catch mages, right? Like, and then they got canceled. And as you go, it pulls the time travel thing where it's like maybe years in the future they'll meet again kind of thing, and it's like it's so sad. There was so much good tension there that could have made for like a whole nother season.
There are a few
they probably
things more
wanted another
in a series
season
that are clearly, ended before they are complete.
Yeah, it was sad. It was sad.
One that I suggest a lot, one of my all-time favorites that I think is super easy to recommend because most of it takes place actually in the US, but really has no specific cultural knowledge or context required. The big hurdle is the person needs to be okay with non-chronological storytelling. If you are good with non-chronological storytelling, or if you enjoy it, this will be one of the best series, and that is Baccano.
I've heard a lot about Baccano.
Baccano it's 16 episodes. It's 13 for the main series, and then there was 3 OVAs. The OVAs are absolutely required viewing. That it is the effective epilogue. That can you end the series at the end of episode 13? Yes. It is, in my opinion, distinctly less satisfying than stapling those extra 3 episodes. That if you have the 16, the way that the last episode ends really brings things full circle in a way that it is simply not concluded in the normal 13. But like I said, non-chronological storytelling, it is a series where there is no lead character, that there's a cast of about 20 between different points in a timeline, in different locations, crossing paths. And the whole concept, the core conceit of the show is that the story, just stories in general, life in general, has no main character, that everyone's life is a story of crossing paths, interactions, and then departures, and then you cross paths with someone else, and you have interactions with them, and then you then part ways. And it brings that concept full circle, but just all of these characters are so good, and all of the different plot lines are so compelling that it's an all-timer, and it's one that I highly recommend the dub for as well.
Okay.
The dub is masterclass level, all-timer, just incredible cast. It helps also, like I said, that a good chunk of it happens in Prohibition-era New York City, so you actually are just having people using, the New York accents, and that plays very, very naturally for the setting. It's not forced in any way. The only stipulation that I have for this particular series, because it is non-chronological and because there are so many details happening, I say that it has to be started and finished within a week.
Oh, because you'll miss it. You'll miss it.
If you were to go an episode a week, by the time you get to the last episode, you will have forgotten so many things that happened in episode 1, and that for the way the story progresses, you'll probably remember enough for it to be satisfying. You're not going to be lost in episode 12 if you watched episode 1 12 weeks prior, but that you will recall so many more details, and that it will be so much more satisfying if you have that recency. I don't think it needs to be binged in a single sitting. All right, let's watch 3 episodes a day, 2 episodes this day, 4 episodes that day, but I don't think it can be, all right, I'm going to watch episodes 1 through 4 today, and then 2 weeks later watch episodes 5 through 8, that it's just not going to be as satisfying.
Okay.
But at 16 episodes, that's not a crazy ask.
Yeah, that's not, that you could split that between like 4 days. I split that after work, 2 hours a day kind of thing. Yeah,
If it ends up being 8, 9, 10 days, whatever, I just use a week because it's an easy shorthand.
Yeah. Most people can watch like maybe 1 or 2 episodes a night.
Yeah.
1 or 2 episodes a night after work. Maybe a little more on the weekend if you're feeling spicy.
Any hidden gems that you're just like, not enough people have seen this. I need to get this one in front of more people.
Hidden gems. Okay. Ooh, for anime? Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna have to open up Crunchyroll and look at my watch list. Hidden gems.
Folks in the chat mentioned Gunsmith Cats, which I have not actually seen Gunsmith Cats.
I have not either. That sounds good. Gushing over magical girls.
I have not
I don't
watched
think
all
that's
of
hidden.
Gushing Over Magical Girls. I saw a couple episodes because I heard about it, and I said, I want to see how they are doing this, because it is...
There is a censored version you can watch.
I respect the concept at play. I see what they're doing, and I acknowledge that it is a concept that really is not common. So, I watched and was like, okay, I see what you're doing. Not my cup of tea. I'm glad this exists. I'm glad this is out there. I think this is a new, it's an interesting twist on the genre, and the way that they play it all, I think, is very fun. It's not something I'm going to necessarily watch in my free time. I don't judge others if they do, though.
I watched it. I watched it. I like Mr. Spice. I think it's one of those things where it was meant for the niche communities that participate in these things.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Of just, these are things that, that should not be stigmatized. And I think that it's doing a really good job of, implementing its different tropes and, frankly, its different fetishes. And, for consenting adults,
it does it.
Great. It's not something that I would show to 13-year-olds, but it's very creative, and that it's, like I said, it's just doing things that most series don't, and I respect that.
I think it's very rare for someone to tie like the core conceit of an H anime into its plot. Like, it being an H anime is integral to the plot. You cannot remove the adult aspects because it's so intertwined with the plot. You can watch a censored version, but I don't think you could watch a removed version.
Yeah.
Like, you can't remove anything because this is just how the plot works.
It's
how the
literally a
character
story.
dynamics work. Yeah. So I think that's very interesting. like interspecies reviewers. Yeah, same thing. I accidentally watched that on YouTube. Someone had made a cut edit. I don't know if anybody's seen Hidden Gem, Bookseller Honda-san. It's very short.
Yes, that's a very good one.
It's a series of shorts. They're only like maybe 2 to 5 minutes
like
long,
half
depending.
Episodes. It's like 12-minute episodes, but it's usually shorts of 3-4 minutes per 12-minute episode. Yeah.
About a guy that sells books and just like the weird things he comes across. It's like a day in the life of retail, right?
Yes, yeah. If you have worked retail, you're either going to love it or hate it, possibly both.
Someone had edited it, and I thought, oh, this is like, I can't understand what my husband is saying, or Honda-san. They had edited it in such a way that I thought it was like a Family Guy adult comedy, right? So they cut out all of the Smek scenes, and the way it was edited, it paced like Bookseller Honda-san. So I thought, oh, that's what this is. Let me share it with a friend. I did not share. They got it in the...
Oh, no.
I couldn't find the exact one that I had watched, so I found another one. And I found another one and sent it to them and was like, yeah, watch this, it's funny. And they're like, Nilly, did you watch this? I was like, yeah, it was pretty funny. And they're like, are you sure you watched it?
Are you sure we saw the same show?
And I clicked on it. I'm like, oh my god, none of that was in there. None of it.
Also, Omega Paladin says, Day in the Life of Retail. Is that Devil's a part-timer? No. Devil's a part-timers in Day of Life in food service.
Yeah. Food service is its own different beast. I've done both.
And then they had season 2, and it was no longer a Day in the Life of food service, and it was just a really generic fantasy series that was very boring.
Yeah.
I was so sad because there was 13 years, Vanille, between Devil's a Part-Timer season 1 and 2, and season 1, phenomenal, very fun,
my God.
And like I said, it's a day in the life of food service with anime and just a little bit of fantasy in there. The characters were funny, the bits were good, and then season 2 they spiral out into this broader fantasy plot that is just generic. It just feels like they took the actual crux and the namesake of the show and kind of abandoned it.
Yeah. I had to wait 20 years for Constantine too. Oh no.
Oh.
Pain. For anybody that's read Homestuck, the Gigapause.
I've not read Homestuck, but just from what you said, I can infer what happened.
So there were a lot of pauses in Homestuck, right? Toby Fox actually had, for one of the battles, they used Megalovania. That theme of Megalovania has been used in several of his works, and that's how you know, oh, Toby Fox worked on this. They used it in one of their big animatics. Let me see. It was a... What was the longest Homestuck hiatus? 900 days. So, like,
almost
2.5
3
years.
Yeah.
Almost 3 years. No pages. No updates. And we're in a cliff of a story. This wasn't at the beginning. This wasn't because it wasn't taking off. It probably was a gigapause because he had like actual animated cinematics for the webtoon, because it was a webcomic that you could read, right? So it updated frequently, and then as it grew in popularity, it got a little, they had little gifs in there and whatnot. After the gigapause, they had animations with music. Like pixel art animations with music, and like I can see why. It probably was 3 years of getting all of that ready so that you could have the best time of your life. But like 3 years of nothing on like a semi-weekly, so sometimes it's once a week, sometimes life's a little rough, it's once a month, right? 3 years of nothing. Pain.
My heart goes out to all the Hunter x Hunter fans.
Yo. Oh, middle of the story. story. Just gone. Just gone. At least Homestuck was able to be finished. I am so sorry for Hunter x Hunter. Oh.
I'm looking at my anime list now to try and find a couple others.
For dubs, the only dub that I've watched was Ouran High School Host Club and Soul Eater. And I also now cannot watch the sub because it is a nostalgia thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nostalgia thing. Like, it doesn't feel right anymore.
Yeah.
And I know it's probably not accurate. And I know that, like, this is early on, and probably the translations weren't to the quality that they are today, right? Because it's become its own, like, full-time industry rather than a hobby, right? It's just so nostalgic in my bones. I can only watch Ouran High School Host Club in English.
You also just sniped two of the highest series on my list of things that need proper reboots and completion to source material. It's something that we've been getting a lot in recent years. Spice and Wolf, which was previously really high up on that list, has been getting a reboot, and it's phenomenal. And the dub, once again, really, really good. They got the original actors back, and it's just, they were already amazing 15 years ago, and now they're just more experienced in the way they're playing off each other. Polo and Craft Lords, all-timers. We had that with, why am I playing? Fruits Basket. We had Fruits Basket. We had Urusei Yatsura and a whole bunch of others. And I've said this on this show many times, frankly, relatively recently too, since there's been even more of them lately. Ouran, I have to believe there is a vault somewhere that it says, in case of emergency, break glass, make Ouran. They have to know it would print money. They have to know that it would be successful.
So much money. It would fit so much in today's idol culture with how merch is sold.
Oh my gosh.
It would just, it would do so well, and you could finish it.
Yes.
Because it's done.
It's done now. I'm completely convinced that the studio just is saying, okay, if we have a bad year, if we release a couple shows that just do really poorly, we want to always have one surefire success in our back pocket. And that we know Ouran is surefire success, and that we're just keeping it in our back pocket because, has it been an absurdly long time? Yes. But it would still do pretty darn well today. Soul Eater, similar. Just, they ran into what many series back in the day, and to some degree still today, run into where they catch up to their source material, so they do their own thing. One of the quintessential examples here, Full Metal and then Full Metal Brotherhood, which happened basically back to back. But you can see where they diverged, and you can see the difference. And obviously, original Full Metal Alchemist, still very good. I'm still going to recommend Brotherhood every time over it.
I've only seen Full Metal Alchemist and not Brotherhood, so I should probably watch Brotherhood.
You should definitely watch Brotherhood. I watched both. I watched the original knowing that Brotherhood already existed because I had heard that both were good, but that Brotherhood was better, so I didn't want to go downgrade.
Yeah.
And especially if it's been a while, that Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, there's a reason that it's still considered really a gold standard. It's just phenomenal. And again, dub. Watch the dub on that one.
I think there was another one I watched the dub of. Because the first animes I watched, except for, ironically, Pretty Cure, was in Japanese. But then I watched Lucky Star in dub, then sub, because I wanted to see the differences. But the first few animes I watched were in dub. So that was one of them before I made the transition to sub, because I did actually prefer the sub voice acting more. And that's just how the industry grew over time. Most people used anime as their way to get into quote-unquote better jobs. There were very few people who were like very passionate about anime who stayed there because they wanted to be there. Lots of people viewed it as a way to get into like the Barbie movies and Disney movies and other like quote-unquote actual voice acting. Early on, there wasn't a lot of respect for it, but now it's its own like thriving culture, and we're getting really good dubs because this is where people want to be, right? Rather than using it as a stepping stool to get somewhere else. But there were still people who were super passionate about anime back then too, right? Which is why there's still like nostalgia, right, towards them, because they were good. They're just not great compared to like the English voice acting we get now, right? Where you can tell they're pouring their heart and soul into this.
Yeah.
And they've probably read the source material. They're there for it. But Ouran High School Host Club, the anime first came out in 2006. So it's 20-year anniversary is coming up. Yeah, maybe sometime between 2026 and 2031 for a 25th anniversary.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I know the Soul Eater fandom, anytime they announce or tease anything, and it feels like every year or two, Soul Eater gets this little tease, and everyone's like, is it going to be the anime? Is it going to finally be the anime? It's never the anime. It's always just, oh, little promotional material, Chinko machine. It's going to be, here's a special art from the creator to celebrate a thing. That's nice. What, the anime?
Resident Evil does that so hard. I swear they make their CG movies just to hype up their games, right? Because they release their games on 2-year cycles. And then they have CG movies.
You know what we want. You know what we want.
I think it's part of their marketing strategy, legitimately. In between, because these are done by like different groups, right? They have 2 game studios that work on 4-year cycles to make games, which is why they release games every 2 years, right? Because it's 2 separate teams. And then they, in order to hype up their new games, they make movies, right? And then they have crossovers with this game and that game and whatnot. That's a very big part of their marketing strategy. Is like, get the limited edition 1/8 scale figure of Leon Kennedy from the movie, blah, 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 right? And then, go watch the movie and go go to this themed bar where you can get character-themed drinks, and you get a 1 of 5 of the coasters, so you have to come back 5 times and hope that you get all the different coasters.
As you do.
That is their key marketing, and Ouran could go into that so hard because they are so like primed for idol culture merchandising. They could do so well and print so much money off of acrylic stands, Fumos, crane games, figures. Like, there's so much they could do.
It's all right there.
This series
it
is
writes
designed
itself.
for
It's just waiting.
It's just waiting. There's so much they could do. Oh,
one I just realized. Thinking about you and your family, you mentioned that you all like mysteries. Have you seen Hyoka?
Hyoka, no. Like Hyokka?
Let me go. Hyouka.
Oh, okay.
It's not murder mysteries, but it is mysteries.
Ooh.
And that it's, high school detectives, but it's things happening at their high school, not that are necessarily like murder mystery, haunted, mysterious, but it's okay. Something strange has happened with the school festival. Why did it end up this way?
Oh, okay.
And that they do some really, really cool detective work in just what should be, by all rights, a low-pressure setting, but make it feel really meaningful, and also just have a really strong cast of characters.
Erased was good. I like that one. That was good. He goes back in time.
That one. I know about it. I know that the ending was controversial in the sense of some folks thought it was very good and some folks thought it was very bad.
I don't think it was terribly bad. It didn't make me angry watching it, so it probably was neutral good for me. Probably neutral good for me.
Over the years, I feel like it skews more positive than negative, but at least when it initially finished, I remember that there were folks that were torn on it.
I wasn't very torn, so I must have liked it. I don't think, again, because I can't quite recall the ending off the top of my head to too many details, I don't think it was exceptional, but it definitely wasn't bad. So I'd say it was a decent ending, we'll say. A decent parting note that I have no strong feelings here or there on it. But the core premise of the series is this guy travels back in time repeatedly, right? In like dreams to a time in his past right before a murder took place, and he's trying to figure out who done it and why, right? And maybe change the past, right? So you jump between like the present and the past, and it's like, what happened? They're so good at keeping the suspension right there, so you're like, what? And then the use of like, not necessarily time traveling, it's like a mix of going into your memories and time traveling, right? Where he's transported like physically into the past as an adult in his child body, right? During the time before the murder.
His consciousness of today is transported into his body of years ago.
Yeah, so it's not like he doesn't know what's going on, right? But he doesn't know why he's there, right? And then he goes back and forth and he's like, what happened, as it goes around, right? And it's like, oh, it's so good.
Grim Hunter X brings up Tokyo Revengers, and that one isn't a mystery per se. It's more of a thriller, but it has a similar time travel conceit of taking consciousness of today and then going into your past self to try and correct things that went wrong or prevent certain events from happening. That one, the characters usually know, all right, this event was the major thing that we need to change, but it's a question of how are we able to actually change this, and then different ripple effects of, okay, the event now happened this way. Did that stop the thing that we were trying to actually stop in the future, or does that still happen, or did it potentially create a worse situation in the future? Because, butterfly effect can do any number of things in storytelling. So if you like that type of time travel and trying to reconcile the past with the future, Tokyo Revengers is good, but that is not one that I would classify as a mystery.
I am trying to find this. It's not a murder mystery, but it does have the hopping. Not quite. They pull an interesting thing. They pull an interesting thing with it. I'm trying to it starts with like something.
ReZero?
It's not ReZero.
Recreators.
Is it? Let me see.
Re-Life. There was a couple of series.
Re-Life. Yeah, it's Re-Life. So the thing is, it's a program. It's a government program where you have a NEET, someone who's not in employment, education, or training, right? So someone who is basically someone who lives at home with their family. They don't have any gainful employment. They're just getting allowance from their parents to get by. They've given up on the world, and they're becoming hikikomoris, or people who are hermits, right? That never go outside and talk to people. And it's a rehabilitation program where you take a pill, it makes your body look younger, you go back to high school, and you get a second chance at life. You learn how to re-socialize with people, and you get a second chance to jump into the adult world fresh off of graduating high school, right? And so it's an interesting premise where it's like you have these people who are struggling, and you will find out why they're struggling. It gets really dark.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one, but I'm familiar with it, and I've heard that it does go to some pretty dark places.
It goes to very, very dark places. I cried a lot. Like, it is... I will trigger warning of, self-oof, is a topic that is core to the show. Very core to it. So it is very dark in its themes, but it is so good. And then the reveals at the end are pretty interesting. But you slowly get to learn not only why your main character went there, but why other characters went there as well. And how that has essentially caused, like, again, this isn't one that I would recommend to people who don't know a lot about Japanese culture because a lot of it has to do with black corporations, right? And the way that in Western culture, when you want to get someone out, it's a lot easier to fire them typically. And what you do is you overload them with work so that they're tired, they want to quit, they're not getting paid enough, they leave, right? And they make the choice to leave. In Japan, it's passed up promotions, it's not getting work, it is workplace bullying to an extreme degree, right? And you have to keep quiet about it because if you talk about it, there's a very strong culture, especially in these black companies. The HR is not there to protect you, right? They will do everything they can to bury it and hide it and try and dissuade you from doing a lawsuit by saying that, well, this could negatively impact your career. Like, these are some really serious things you're bringing to us. And I mean, like,
we wouldn't want
this guy's
there to
been
be
working
legal
here a long
action now, would we?
time. Yeah, this guy's been working
This
here a
would
long
be
time. He has a
defamation.
family, right? So you get to see the difference in Japanese black company work culture compared to like the Western one, which is very, very different, right? And the impacts that it has on the people working there, and why some people just give up and leave and then just can't go back. They become disillusioned with life, right? And it's like, how can I go back knowing that this is what's out there? And then you don't leave. You become afraid to go because everywhere else is gonna be like that, right? So it's one of those dark but like really impactful shows, I think, that teaches you a lot about how Japanese work culture is in terms of like how they navigate their social situations, because we navigate it very differently here. And it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. But it's like, it's kind of along the lines of going to the past, but not quite, because you get to relive your time in high school. So everybody's been asked, if you could go back to like high school, to elementary school, what would you change? These people are given the chance, and you get to see what change they make, right? What change would you make, right? It's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And it sidesteps that particular implementation of the trope, sidesteps the, okay, I know the future, because it takes off the table, all right, I know how these events will play out. You can't go to the past and become friends with the person that you know is going to be successful. You can't go in the past and be an early adopter of some new tech or trend or win the lottery or what have you, that you can't abuse your current knowledge for predetermined events if in the way that you would if it was time travel. But it's, all right, we're going back and it's going to be different folks, but you at least have your knowledge of life. It's still happening today in this time, but that it gives a certain degree of a redo.
Yep. Certain degree of, I get to start over, what differences am I gonna choose? And it's a really good, I love character studies. I love character study shows. I'm here for the plot. I'm here for the plot. Ooh.
Oh, did you see Pluto?
No?
Ooh. So if you want detective noir, Pluto is a series that aired just last year. It is, it's on Netflix. I forget if that's globally or just in North America, but I'm pretty sure it's Netflix most places. That it's, I think, 8 episodes, and it's basically an hour each, and it is technically Astro Boy. Technically.
Oh, okay.
I have never seen Astro Boy in my life. I've not, like, I know of Astro Boy. I've seen, like, clips of Astro Boy. This is a side story, alternate timeline writing of Astro Boy that the original creator wrote back in the day.
Oh.
So it is official Astro Boy. It's not like it is a reboot. It was not written for this series. It already existed. But that you need literal zero knowledge. The name Astro Boy is not spoken in this series. There is a character that, if you know the series of Astro Boy, you can recognize, oh, that's Astro Boy in this world, in this series in this timeline, it's not about Astro Boy. This is not a series about Astro Boy at all.
Oh.
That it is a story about it's another AI mystery. This one has no
Okay.
time travel. So it's very different from Vivi Fluoride Song in that sense, but that it is classic noir thriller mystery of some of the most advanced AIs in the world are being offed one by one.
Oh.
How and why and by who, and even if you know, okay, whatever is offing them, is it being controlled by somebody else? Is it being set up by somebody else? Why does this happen? And that there's, if you like mystery and and character study, this is a really good one. This was one of my favorites of last year.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna write that one down on my sticky note here.
And again, one that I definitely recommend the dub for. That especially for series that have a lot of talking. That folks like you and I, we're very good at reading subtitles. But generally speaking, if it's a series that has a lot of talking, if the dub is passable to very good, I prefer to watch the dub. Just that little microscopic bit of not having to spend the mental bandwidth and glancing up and down, that it does make a difference, even if you're very adept at subtitle reading. And for this one, I definitely recommend that because there's so much to pay attention to, and there's so many subtleties in the characters that I think you're not going to lose everything by watching the sub, certainly, but I think that you'll be able to really get every last detail simply in a way that you can't if you're having to spend whatever fraction of time reading the subtitles.
Okay. I'm gonna put those down on the list. My ever-growing list. I have a bunch of sticky notes. I need to compress my sticky notes. You know when you have so many sticky notes that they stop being reminders because there's just a wall of them?
Yeah, I don't use sticky notes, but I have like Notepad open on my desktop at all times for just different things and lists. Not necessarily for reminders and schedules and whatnot, but that, I'm at this point in time 4 tabs effectively, which is pretty good, but, things can sometimes expand to be more.
Oh yeah. Oh.
We weren't even planning on going on a super long tangent about anime. I didn't see that one coming, but that was fun.
It was, yes. I actually was thinking we were gonna I was thinking we were gonna talk about mystery since we're on the topic.
That's the thing, because it started mystery, and then we spiraled into, if you like that mystery anime, you'll like this other anime, and then just we iterated to the point where we were no longer on mystery at all. So bring it back to mystery. As you mentioned that you and your family really enjoy murder mysteries a lot, and one series that you really liked was Monk. And
yes.
that was one that I got into pretty late. If memory serves, there was 8 seasons of Monk. I think I got in somewhere around season 6-ish, 5-6-ish.
Okay.
So I can't say that I've seen every single episode, but I saw the last several seasons and I saw the end game of it. And for those who aren't familiar, because when was Monk? It's weird to think that that's probably going on 15 years itself.
Yeah, let me see. Monk TV show. Monk
2002 to 9.
Yeah. That's a lot. 2002 to 9. See, the nice thing with Monk is it is an episodic murder mystery. It has a slight overarching mystery, but it doesn't really come, I think they resolve it in about 1 season.
Yeah,
when that
it's very
happens.
much an American serialized syndicated mystery series that, Psych, NCIS, whole bunch of other ones that, like you said, it's episodic. They might have that overarching one where the first and last 2 minutes of every episode have little bits and pieces and mentions of it to remind you that there is this broader story, and sometimes the finale for a given season will have to do with it, but that otherwise it's just something that you can pick up and put down at any given episode.
Yeah, for Monk, they tease You wouldn't think that it's something that they're going to address because it's just part of his backstory. So when they
Yeah, it's in the
explore it,
past.
it's in the past. You get to see how it made him the way he is,
Mhm.
right? And how this affects how he approaches relationships, how he approaches detective work, how he approaches other people when speaking with them, right? You see how it has an effect on him as a person. But it's also like without trying to slowly push you towards the arc that's going to happen. It's just a gentle reminder here and there. It's like the first episode takes place at the place where his wife used to work, and that's all you get. And it's an emotional thing for him, right? A very emotional thing for him. And you get to see that like he still misses his wife a lot. And then later on in a couple seasons later, part of a mystery takes place near where his in-laws, like he still wears his wedding ring, right? Where his in-laws lived. And so he goes and visits the in-laws, right? And you're just reminded that this is a thing that happened. There is no indication that there's going to be a plot line for this. And I believe they wrap up that whole plot line in one season. So it's not like you're drip fed, like, oh, what about this? What about this? Throughout the whole seasons. They kind of deal with that all in one season. So only one season gets the overarching arch and you get a satisfying result, right? Instead of other ones where they kind of drag it out over the course of several seasons. So if you're hopping in midway, it's a little hard to approach it. That's what I appreciate about it is they kept that arc within like one thing. One thing. Most of the information that was leading to this being a thing was kept within one season. They left little tidbits that she exists, but they didn't address it until they were like ready to address it, which is nice because then you can hop in at any time. You haven't missed anything. There's not many episodes where you would need a prior episode knowledge, right? Because it's all, the big thing about it is it's a character study, right? The way he looks at it, each crime is a puzzle to be solved, and they're all really weird. My problem with a lot of American murder mysteries is that it's gang violence, inheritance violence. It's like most of the time they're killed with a gun, okay? Like 60% of the time they're killed by a gun. Whether it's like a long-range sniper, pistol to the back of the head, like shotgun, there's variance, right? But usually it's gang violence, family violence, right? Inheritance wars, right? They're very, like, drug wars and whatnot. They're very, not too much on the creative side when it comes to that, right? It still is an engaging mystery, but then you get shows like Monk, okay? Where someone is killed with an electromagnet. They use an electromagnet to, when a guy's doing his bench pressing, to pull the weight down on him and crush him.
Yep.
They had an episode with a fat suit where there's a guy who couldn't have possibly committed the murder, or could he? They have such good episodes. There's several where they introduce you to the killer in the beginning of the episode and you know he's the killer. It's just figuring out how he did it, right? How do I prove this, right? So good and so engaging and so wild with how they get from A to B. Like the first episode was so interesting. So interesting.
Did you ever watch Psych?
Not too much of Psych.
That was one that I watched a fair bit. I didn't end up keeping with it all the way to the end, but I think I've watched seasons 1 through like 5, and I think there was like 7 or 8 seasons for that one as well. And the crux there is the protagonist, their father is a police detective, so he was raised being very hyper aware, very observant, and that he was just very, very good at it, like savant level good, as you're gonna usually have in these detective stories. But, you know, the detectives in these stories, frequently you look at them and you say, all right, that's just not realistic. There's no way you were able to look at that and deduce this from that. That's too fantastical. And the problem that he runs into in episode 1 is that he's been making these different call-ins and police reports that, you know, if he sees something and they say, you know, reward for any information, call this number and, you know, you get a reward. So the way he pays his bills is he calls in things because he just sort of, from even a TV broadcast, deduces a certain thing and that he's right a significant amount of the time, is able to get some reward money, and that one of the call-ins he makes, they say, you were right, but there's no way you could have possibly known this unless you were in on it. So you are now suspected of this crime yourself. And that one of the things that he notices about the person who he's talking with is that she's superstitious. So he says, I'm a psychic. I'm a psychic, that I'm able to communicate with spirits, and I'm able to do otherworldly things, and that because I have these otherworldly powers, that is why I'm able to do these observations that you said I couldn't possibly know otherwise, and is able to continue making other deductions that eventually prove his innocence. And they're like, okay, so we'd like to contract your services as a psychic. It's unorthodox, but you've proven it to us. So now he has to keep up this bit that he's not psychic. He is not actually able to use superpowers or anything. But the problem is, if the facade breaks, there's risk of him becoming, once again, at risk of them saying, okay, well then we're not actually sure if you did commit some of these other crimes or not, that we don't know. His abilities are that good that they say, I don't know if I could believe that's normal. So it becomes this extra layer and comedy to it. It's not as much of a character study, but it's a very fun series, and that it goes into creative directions that Monk goes in.
Okay. I don't know if they go very creative in this one, but one that I liked to watch when I was a kid was Remington Steele. You may recognize the actor, one of the lead actors. Let me find his name because I don't remember. He played a James Bond. Pierce Brosnan. There we go.
Ooh.
And the plot of it is there is a female private investigator that gets no work because this is like the 70s and 80s, right? She gets no work because she's a woman. You know, like oftentimes when you apply to jobs, you have to put your first initial last name so that people don't know until you're already in the interview, right? So she hires on an actor. She hires on this guy to play as her boss, Remington Steele, who is now the new private detective. Oh, I'm thinking so hard. Oh no. She hires him to play the role of her boss, and she follows him around like a secretary. And that's how they solve mysteries together.
But it's actually the Watson, not the Holmes, that he is playing Holmes and being fed all the answers by her.
Yeah, they do develop a rapport, and he does help, so it's not quite dependent, but she's the one who's largely doing the work, but for everything they have to pretend that he's like the front man. He's Remington Steele, right? And so they become a crime duo, right? Where they're solving these things, and he shouldn't be able to solve them. It's her. And it's so good. I'm just trying to see. Oh no, there we go. Good old close it and start it again.
Now, one of the other series I know you and your family really, really enjoyed that I haven't seen is Midsummer Murders. And you described this one to me as it's small town murders, so everybody knows each other and knows everything that's going on. But I can see, based on the other things you mentioned about like in character studies, that this small town setting, that's going to be right for character studies because it's going to be...
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be related to a lot of the stuff that happens there.
Yes, and it's one of the few shows where the focus isn't on the detective. Most American shows, if you've noticed, and even detective-adjacent shows like House, the B plot, like shows typically have an A plot and a B plot, right? Where the A is what's going on, and then you break up the tension in the scenes by going to your B plot. So you'll have them doing the investigation as the A plot, and then the B plot, they're going to break up the pacing a little bit by
whatever
having
silly personal things are going on parallel to the case at hand.
Yeah, whatever relational drama's going on. Typically, it'll be like two co-workers falling in and out of love or something. or two coworkers that had a past, and one of them's moving on and the other can't handle it, right? But they gotta stay professional. They have a bunch of B plots like that. That isn't present in Midsummer Murders. You will get, like, he's a married man with a daughter, he's happy. It is a running joke that his wife is half the reason these people die, because she'll get invited to an event and then there's a murder there. And then she'll be out shopping because she heard of this lovely market out in this city and someone dies. Like, she's never anywhere near the murder, right? But it's like, she's in the vicinity. She's the Moriarty. She's just, in the vicinity of something where it's like, oh, our daughter is gonna be in a stage play. We're gonna go and watch it. And a murder happens. Oh, we've booked a nice spa vacation in this hotel.
Someone's drowned in one of the pools.
Yep, there's a murder there. I'm sorry, wifey. We're gonna have to rebook for another time. Like, and he has, like, I don't know if I want to go to this hotel now that there's been a murder here. Like, it's very, very cute. There's no, like, drama in that end. It's just sometimes it's a cute little plot device instead of, like, he just shows up at a village and he was called there. Sometimes it's nice to have, like, a tie-in where it's like, oh, his wife was there for being a judge in a floral competition. Like, just spice it up a little bit, right? But it's almost entirely focused on the village, right? The village is like this little puzzle that unfolds. Each character is, like, completely intertwined, and, like, each character is intertwined, and I call it British village syndrome. When you live in a small town like that, everybody knows everyone, and they know where you are when, and when you're not somewhere when, they'll notice.
Hot
right?
Fuzz, the Neighborhood Watch Alliance.
Yup, pretty much, right? You live in a small neighborhood, everybody knows everybody, right? But for some reason, Miss Kensington came home in an absolute hurry after she was out in the woods picking mushrooms, and she wouldn't pick mushrooms. She had left, she would never leave her little mushroom planters right here. She would have taken them home. They're very hard to keep. You have to make sure they're in the right environment. She'd never leave them outside like that,
and,
right?
young
and that's
Jonathan,
how you get...
Maisie's boy, the eldest of the three. Well, he was out past curfew. The boy never misses curfew. He's usually so well behaved. But something just seems to be up with him lately.
Yeah, they have an episode exactly like that takes place in a school. Exactly something like that that takes place in a school. His running times were great, but he didn't meet the running time. Did he cheat? He couldn't have possibly have cheated, right? Like, they have all of these little things, and
does that one have any overarching
suspicious. Plot? No, it doesn't.
I kind of like that.
There's no overarching plot. There's no antagonist to the Barnabys. They're just going, and it's literally like the Barnabys are there to solve the crime, but they're there to facilitate the audience learning about this village. There's a really fun episode about the bell ringers when the bell tolls, and it's about this group of 6 bell ringers. They ring the bells in the church and they're entering a competition, and the leader will stop at nothing. He's harsh, he's mean, and he's insulted several members before, and everybody knows how mean he is, right? And he is obviously like a central person in this case, but there was romance between some of the characters, and some of the characters were thinking of leaving because they couldn't handle the stress, right? And you find out that, well, he's only here for his girlfriend, right? He's not that invested, right? And so you slowly unfold their relationships, and you get to see their lives outside of the bell ringing, right? Where they were, what were they doing, now, right?
What are the scales of the mysteries? Is it murder? Is it something where the culprit is likely to go to prison? Or is it usually something that is more mundane and something strange is happening in town and we need to figure out what?
Murder. Every single time. They're called for a murder.
Now, I worry, if this is a small town, is there a population dwindling problem here by the time we get to season 4, 5, 6? Well, geez,
you would be
this town of only... This town of some 600 people has had 30 murders. So that means that not only are the 30 people murdered, but then assuming we solve these 30 cases, that's 60 people. That's 10% of the population gone.
There's like so many little itty bitty towns that they go to. I don't know how many
okay,
towns
so it's
are
not.
reused.
It's never the same town.
It's a different town every single time.
Okay, I misunderstood.
It's a little bit of a
was
joke of
the
like
same town. Because I
how
was thinking
many
like, oh
towns
geez, how does
are
this
there?
work?
Yeah, the running joke is how many towns are there in the county of Midsummer? Like, how long is this show been going on?
Terribly large county.
There we go. Oh, they have their own wiki. They have their own wiki. Oh, okay, so it's not there's Midsummer County, but they've expanded to Badger's Drifts, Coston, Midsummer Pastures, Aspirant Hollow, Great Worthy, Malham Bridge, and Midsummer Barrow. And there's a whole, oh lord, there's like 30 towns smattered between all of these different areas. So it's not just Midsummer. They're in the greater Coston area, it would seem.
Well, Greater Coston murders doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well, I suppose.
It started with Midsummer. And then it just grew, and then there's been like more than 10 seasons, so they're like, they can't all happen in Midsummer.
And that it is still being produced today. It initially aired on March 23rd, 1997.
Yep, and they've only changed like the secondary actor, the Watson, right? They've had those cycle out every 3 to 4 seasons, right? So you had Troy and you had Scott, right? You have a couple of those. I think in the time of Barnaby, he only had like 3 different aides. In the time before they transitioned it to his cousin, who is also a Barnaby.
Of course.
He was getting old, and he's been doing this show for like almost 2 decades, right? So
it may
he
be
retires.
a British series, but we can't have him be a Time Lord. We can't have him regenerate. So let's find a family member.
Yep, so that's where the Coston part comes in, because his cousin, John Barnaby, is a Coston police officer from the big city that comes out to these towns to do these things. So he has a bit of a different character, right? But I really like the original Barnaby. Because again, it was never about the Barnabys. It was all just small cute things where it's like, oh, look at his wife doing this kind of thing. It's about everyone else.
Yeah.
And they have some of the most ingenious murders. Monk and Midsummer Murders have the most ingenious murders. It is like Danganronpa levels of like tomfoolery.
So,
okay.
Spoiler warning here for the finale of Monk, if you care, despite the fact that this is now 15 years old. But spoiler warning for the actual finale of Monk. The second to last episode, you are starting to investigate the what Monk now knows is the murder of his wife, that he eventually learns that his wife's death was not an accident, that something happened to her. And that the last 2 episodes, I think, are centered on that. And at the end of the second to last episode, he finds a videotape. And he puts it in and starts playing. And it's his wife who's recorded herself and says, if you're seeing this, it probably means I'm dead. And that's where it cuts for the end of the second to last episode, and that the opening of the last episode is what actually happened, what her side of the story is. And I remember I was watching the second to last episode with my siblings and my father. And we get to that part, gets to the video, and she says, there's something I need to tell you. You know, cut to black, that's the end of the episode. My dad says, oh, she's pregnant. And my siblings and I looked at my dad and was like, No. Dad. And then we stopped and he was like, that makes sense. Oh no. Sure enough, a week later, finale, I'm pregnant. And we were just like, Dad, we can't tell if we're impressed or super frustrated that you just completely no-scoped that what was supposed to be the big twist on site a week in advance.
Yo, I think it's an adult thing, because as an adult, I would watch that and be like, yeah.
Yeah.
They know. They know. Like, they know. Oh, but like I said, they've been hinting at that since the very first episode. Like, that wasn't like, oh, we're going to end it on... Like, they knew from the very beginning they were going to end it on that. The very first episode takes place at the school where she used to work. Very first episode, right? So they had been leaving just a little trail to keep you reminded that she exists. So it's not like, oh my god, he had a wife? No, it's like been there since the beginning. And it's like, so good. Oh my god, it's so good. I would like to spoil a murder, but not the murderer. Because both Monk and Midsummer Murders have amazing murders. There is an amazing revenge killing where, you know the TV head trend on Tumblr? Right? Where, like, people would hollow out, like, monitors and old CRT TVs and wear them as, like, a mask, right? Essentially, they did that. They had put a recorder in front of a person tied to a chair, and they had a TV head on that had like a silicone wrap around their neck, and they slowly poured wine into the TV so you could see them drowning actively, right? And you could tell, like, it was a very, very personal killing. They recorded it. They wanted to save it for later. They left it for the police, right? Like, it was a very intimate murder in that regard, where the person who killed them had a very, very, very strong connection to the person who was being murdered. And, like, you don't see that on other kinds of shows. Like, they get into that. And then they have, like, these little misdirects, right? Because everyone could be involved, right? Everybody's watching everyone.
Have a couple of red herrings.
Yeah. It's like, well, I mean, Wendy was late from choir practice, even though it ended early, right? She was late to come home, right? They have very interesting things where a man was incredibly suspicious, like very suspicious. He had a lot to hide, and you thought, because he had a lot of relation to the murderer, or to the victim, right? You thought that, oh, it must be him, it must be like he got caught doing something freaky and he killed someone, right? He got caught doing something very freaky. He had some very risque photos that a man of his stature would not want shared of himself.
But that he was hiding those for reputation, not hiding that he was
not for murder. He didn't murder anyone, but he was absolutely terrified because he was being blackmailed that those would be released. And it's like, the blackmail had nothing to do with the murder. Nothing to do with the murder at all. But it was just such a great, interesting thing where it's like, really? And his absolute relief when Barnaby, with his unimpressed look, is like, yes, this is confidential police work. He's like, oh, thank you.
Come to think of it, have you ever played the Phoenix Wright series?
I have.
Good.
I love them.
Good. Because I was like, wait a minute. I'm just realizing suddenly, mid-conversation, I feel like I should have realized this an hour and a half ago. Yeah, if you hadn't already played Phoenix Wright, I'd be like,
I love
you
it.
need to play Phoenix Wright right now.
I love it.
Have you
love
played
it.
Professor Layton?
Yes, I also love
it. Okay, because Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton are, well, they've had a crossover game, but Phoenix Wright, for whatever reason, has very much become more mainstream, and I wouldn't call it like the most mainstream. It's no longer hyper niche, but it's relatively well known, and I feel like more and more people are familiar now with Phoenix Wright. But for whatever reason, Professor Layton, it's a cult classic. It's not an unknown.
Yeah.
I can't call it a
faded.
hidden gem or anything.
Yeah.
But it's one that I definitely feel like not enough people have played, and I'm very excited for the new game that's going to be coming out, presumably on the successor to the Switch. But there was just an incredible Nintendo Direct about a year ago where it was one of those directs where at the end of it, it felt like everyone was happy. Everybody got something. That I was sitting here being like, the only game that was shown in that direct that did not have a release date was the teaser 30-second announcement about the development of the new Professor Layton game. And that was the one that got me just, screaming, almost tearing up for this character that I haven't seen in a decade. And it was just funny seeing everybody else excited for literally every other game except for Layton.
I love Layton. I honestly think it is because it's a puzzle game, and puzzle games are hard filters.
Yep.
There is no, there's no accessibility you can add to it other than hint coins, and then people will feel bad using hint coins because it'll make them feel like they're dumb, right? So I think it's one of those games that you cannot dumb down the puzzles because people are there for the puzzles. Right? And you can only dumb down a puzzle so much before it doesn't become fun to play. But you can't rely on hint coins as an accessibility feature because some people are just really bad with 3D spaces in their head.
Yeah, it's
right?
not how their brain works. Or that the Knights tour can be difficult to get. And I understand why it hasn't been as successful as Phoenix Wright and others. Doesn't make me any less sad. If anything, it makes me say that's one of the series that is most prime for adaptations. And to be fair, it has had 2 different anime adaptations. One was a film and one was a series, but that was for Catriel Layton, which was his daughter, and that they had a full 50 episodes for the anime, which went through not only the Catriel spin-off game, but then an entire other plot. But they never actually gave Layton himself a series. And I'm looking at it and saying, well, wait a minute. You did all this, 50 episodes of solid production. It was a good series. I felt it translated phenomenally because it just became a Mystery of the Week series. But it was in that world with those characters, and it was really good. But I'm looking at this saying, why didn't you go with your A-lister? Why are you going with his daughter and the daughter's Catriel Layton game did not sell well, at least not in the West.
No.
It sold moderately well in Japan, did not do well in the States at all.
I got it because I love the Layton games.
Yes.
But I do agree that it is probably one of the weaker games.
Yeah, and
at least early on.
I was just scratching my head like, all right, if you got this series approved, I can't imagine that whoever was greenlighting this, whatever committee you have, wouldn't have greenlit Layton himself. This feels suboptimal. What happened?
Yeah, I think it was maybe an attempt to try and hype up Catriel as a successor because she is a young anime wimphin that is very, again, idol marketing, right? Is very prevalent in... I think it's marketability. Not in the sense of, you would think it's very smart to go and have... It's called Professor Layton, right? Not Professor Catriel. That's why she's daughter. She is Professor Layton, but she's Catriel Layton, right? Because they don't want to give up the IP of Professor Layton. But I think
similar to what you have in Midsummer Murders.
Yeah. I think they're trying to... They might have been trying to turn her into something that can run on idol marketing, because idol marketing is very profitable. And you'll notice that, series that have nothing to do with idols, like Resident Evil, use the exact same marketing tactics because it works. Idol marketing for
the middle-aged man
those...
in the brown coat and top hat is not going to make a marketable plushie quite as good as the cute girl in the colorful coat and the cute little hat.
You can do it. Again, Resident Evil does it with a primarily male cast, right?
But in that case, you need it to be, very attractive men, not the...
It is attractive men, but it has to do more with color language, actually. You'll notice in, Love Live and Idolmaster and every single idol unit you've seen... Everybody has a color, everybody has an Oshi mark, right? Same with VTubers. We have a color, we have an Oshi mark, something that you can associate with, right? And so,
Layton has
what color?
Layton has his top hat, but his color is brown.
brown and orange, right? And even then, when you think of Professor Layton, you don't think of a color. You think of the top hat
Think of the
itself,
hat.
right? So there's not very strong idol marketing built into the characters, right? Because it's a core part of character design, is making sure that even if their hair, oftentimes their hair doesn't match their colors, like Nico Yazawa is the pink person. She has black hair and pink eyes, right? Yohane has blue hair and red eyes, but her color's gray, right? It's all part of like the character that they portray as well, because she's an edgelord, so that makes sense. Um, but Layton, the characters have not been built with these
No,
foundations
they
in
really
mind. So they probably tried to revamp it with Catriel, design her more with this in mind, right? And then make an anime where they can sort of get this kind of going, and they can start with this heavy character-based marketing.
Yeah.
And I just don't think it works because there's not enough of a cast. She doesn't have enough of a supporting cast to make the idol stuff work.
And I can see where they went again, because what is one of the most marketable things, if not cute girls, cute animals? So instead of giving her a human sidekick, they gave her the dog, because, you know, marketable plushies and stuff for dogs is going to be a lot more marketable than Luke Triton.
Yep. I just don't know why they went with that dog. If they want a marketable plushie of a dog, they should have gone with a corgi.
Dog.
Because
yes,
the queen's corgi.
Exactly. That it was a fine dog. No, you'll get no complaints from me in terms of the dog design, at least from just a viewer perspective. But you were completely correct, in my opinion, that if they were building it for marketing purposes, that once again they went suboptimal.
Yep. I think the anime was trying to hope to get that character brand recognition back.
I could see
and
that.
I just don't think people resonated with Catriel.
No, and
I
she
think
was
they
fine.
really
She wasn't a
prefer-
weak character, but she
No.
didn't have the same charm as Layton.
Layton's charm comes from how he's a down-to-earth Holmes. He's more like how Holmes was originally written, because that's what is inspired by, right? Because you have Lucas the note-taker, right? And then you have him following around Professor Layton, who solves these puzzles and does these things. And he's the one...
Very classic.
Very much a Watson Holmes vibe there, and not like the modern renditions, right? More like the old BBC. I have them on VHS. The old BBC Sherlock, not the new one. The old BBC Sherlock Holmes got it way better. And if you read the books, it is a character study into Sherlock Holmes through the lens of a mystery. It is actually the backwards of Midsummer Murders. They use the mystery in order to give you insight to Sherlock Holmes, right? And his character. And he's not a boisterous person. He's a reserved person, quiet and contemplative and thinking, right? And he has his vices, right? But he sees things that the normal man doesn't see, and he has odd things about him in his habits, right? And you find these out as you go through these. It's equally as much solving the mysteries together, but equally also understanding Holmes as a person, right? And that's Watson documenting Sherlock Holmes, right? The cases and adventures of Sherlock Holmes, because he is equally as important to the story as the murder itself, right? And that's the exact lens.
In the case of Layton, I actually think that while you have the Holmes-Watson relationship, the actual dynamic of the story and mystery is a lot more akin to Midsummer Murders. The story is not about Layton, generally speaking. It's about the different town, the locale that he's at, and that they go to a different locale each time. It is the very first one, Professor Layton and the Mysterious Village. It's this little village. And that the second one, really each one, that it is a different little village of a variety in some way, shape, or form. And the very eclectic cast of characters that are there, that Layton himself, his personality is, he's the perfect gentleman. He's very unobtrusive. He can be very passionate and emotional at certain times, but that generally speaking, he sees a problem and says, let me help you fix this.
Yep.
And that he's just there to help.
Yeah, it's more the mentor relationship between him and Lucas, because he's studying him as like an apprentice, right? As a journalist and apprentice, rather than someone like analyzing Sherlock Holmes.
Mm,
But like again, the way that they portray Layton is a lot closer to how Sherlock Holmes is originally portrayed, in terms of like he's a lot quieter. He speaks with again, like a gentleman, right? And he's quiet and observant. Though he's Professor Layton, he's different. He is helpful, right? And whenever he sees a little puzzle, he's like, "Oh, isn't this a fun little trick? Why don't
this
we
is
solve
so
it?"
nice.
Right? Like, why don't you try solving this one, Lucas? Right? Kind of thing. They have their own unique dynamic, but of all of the Sherlock Holmes adaptations, Professor Layton is probably the closest to how I would prefer Sherlock Holmes to be portrayed.
I can
Of
see
all
where
of
you're
them, and it's
going
not
there.
even a
I
Sherlock.
can
It's
see
just
where-
an inspiration.
that in terms of characterization, yes, I will agree. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that they were inspired by Sherlock Holmes, but they are very distinctly their own characters.
Yeah.
And it's their own thing. But like, out of the more recent Sherlock Holmes adaptations, I feel like they kind of lost the sauce, and Professor Layton is actually the best example of what a Sherlock Holmes sort of dynamic with Watson is closer to, right?
That's interesting.
I think, yeah, it's a better series inspired by the Sherlock Holmes adventures than some newer ones.
And made family friendly, because let's
Yeah.
face it, original Sherlock Holmes, he uses a lot of drugs, has very deep depression. Watson has PTSD, understandably so. He was in the war.
Yep.
And
Yep.
That a lot of the different behaviors or proclivities of Holmes are just not
Ooh,
it's not something that you're not gonna put that
In a kid's-
the
yeah.
main character in your Nintendo mystery series is having a cocaine relapse.
yep, a cocaine relapse. He's smoking opiates and playing violin and just
Yep.
thinking about the case.
Mhm.
Yup. Actually, interesting one, and one that I have not yet seen a good adaptation for, yet, is, The Scandal in Bohemia, which is the iconic case that has Irene Adler, the female counterpart. And I think the reason why it cannot be adapted in the modern day, like there's so many like, oh, we're bringing Sherlock Holmes to the modern day, we're doing it. It is a piece of its time intentionally because it was a critique of its own time. The case of The Scandal in Bohemia was that there was a prince of Bohemia who had an affair with a woman, and she ran away, and she has evidence, right, of their affair, and it could cause great harm, right? And he wants Sherlock Holmes to find her, right? And she's the one that got away. She's one of the very, very few that he doesn't catch. And the
Yes.
reason why is because he's sexist. Because he didn't think a woman was
Would be
capable
smart enough
of
to outsmart
pulling
him.
off. Yep, to outsmart him. Didn't think she was capable enough to pull off such a heist, right? And she got away. She got away. And entirely the story was made to critique the people of the time, to critique the reader, right? And say, hey, this is a predisposition that we have that we shouldn't, right? Because you as the viewer are reading through Watson, and you take everything Sherlock Holmes says as word, right? So, it comes to a shock to you that she gets away, right? That she was smart enough, right? It doesn't work now because most people are not of that inclination.
And that
You would
she's
change Sherlock Holmes' character. If you did it today,
Yep.
you would have to significantly change Sherlock Holmes' character for him to be ragingly sexist. And then people would be like, who is this? What have you done? Right? It was made as a piece in the time because that was a very common sentiment of the time that the writer wanted to critique. And it is so hard for people to adapt that piece because times have changed, right? And now that is no longer the case. So how do you accurately adapt that piece, especially if you're trying to bring Sherlock into the modern day? How do you accurately adapt the piece so that it makes sense without tossing Sherlock's character to the side, right? That is an interesting one of like, I'm not actually sure how you can properly adapt that and make it still carry the same weight that it did in the past.
And what's interesting is that in the original, Holmes, after the fact, does learn from it, that and that he comes to greatly admire Adler, and that he's like, okay, this was my folly. She's clearly very capable. She's fantastic, and the fact that she was able to be on my level, which, in some ways, Holmes thinks that very few people can be on his level. Doesn't matter if woman or man, that he's very vain, and to be fair, he has earned a degree of his vanity, but that he comes to admire Irene, so he has learned in that way, and that, I'm guessing that the hope is that the reader would come to have an evolution of their own thought as well. But that, like you were saying, it's very difficult to do that in the modern day, and that in a lot of more modern iterations, they have kept Irene Adler as this very capable criminal and counterpart to Holmes, and that she can occupy something of either the not pure evil rival that Moriarty is to Holmes, or a romantic interest, and that neither adequately replicates her initial concept, because, like you said, the concept that she was initially made for probably just wouldn't work at all, so that those are, two perfectly viable and understandable alternate takes on the character. That there have been some pretty cool takes on Irene Adler that, it almost seems tropey to say, I enjoyed BBC's Sherlock. Yeah, am I going to call it the most perfect iteration of Sherlock ever? Goodness, no. But I thought it was quite good. I enjoyed it a lot. And that it was Scandal in Belgravia was their iteration on Scandal in Bohemia. And I thought the actress that they had for Irene was just phenomenal. But obviously, it's a very, very different take on the character than what you got in the original.
Lots of times it's her using sex appeal, right? Which changes the core story of that. And I think, did the Robert Downey Jr. one have that as well? The problem with ones is she often gets caught because Sherlock Holmes can't lose, right?
She does get away in in BBC's Sherlock. She definitely gets away in BBC's Sherlock. I do recall that.
Yeah, because that's a core part.
They had the whole thing that she also that she was in love with Sherlock, and that Sherlock wasn't capable of understanding that, and that there was a whole joke of the phone lock screen that says "I am locked," and that it's, as with most phone lock screens, that you have to put in a 4-digit passcode for it, or a 4-letter phrase. And the big gag, the gotcha at the end, because Holmes had been trying all episode to unlock this phone because there was vital data in there, that the password was SHER, so it reads, I am Sherlocked.
Lamau, oh my god.
Apologies if that was spoiler territory.
That's not, I forgot that. I'm gonna try and find a less antiquated term for this, because obviously times have changed and there are just terms we don't use anymore. I'm bringing up the reason why it's so important is there's like the rules of detective fiction, right? In order to write a good mystery. You cannot fall pit to any of these things. And one of these is incredibly important, like incredibly important. I'm going to rephrase it because the original phrase is less nice. But essentially it is, you cannot use your own racial prejudices as a figure in the story, right? You cannot use a racial prejudice, like a sort of cookie cutter character in there, because number one, you were preying on the viewer's predisposition, right? To be like, it must be this person because this group has this traits, right? It must be them. And that's not good writing, right? And so you have to subvert it by doing that. Sherlock Holmes was wrong, right? He fell prey to having someone who he didn't think was capable because of his own prejudice, and they got away because of it, right? The worst thing you can do is confirm someone's prejudice. That is lazy writing and detrimental to society as a whole, right? Because many of these people read these stories in the newspaper and in weekly publications, right? So you do not want to confirm these people's biases in your story. It's lazy writing, and it's just bad for culture as a whole to rely on that, right? There's a whole bunch of rules that are actually like pretty good, and when you go down them, it's like, yeah. And then you can see where some of them, whenever you find dissatisfaction with a mystery, usually it's because they've broken one of these rules, like the surprise twins, right? Oopsie doopsie, I had a twin, right?
Yeah. Unless
you signal it very early in the game, or very early in the show, having a surprise twin can sometimes be like, really?
It's just a cop-out. Because a core assumption that most will make is that if somebody was seen doing something and that there was a photograph or a irrefutable witness to the event and that they were reasonably clearly going to be able to see this person and tell via distinguishing, unique personal features, it's this person. Because statistically speaking, people don't have doppelgangers. Statistically speaking, people don't have twins. Statistically speaking, people don't have identical twins. So you are usually able to create certain bases of logic upon observations of people. And that short of magic, the way that you can invalidate this very base assumption, this very logical assumption, is the secret twin. And that the first time it was done, it was brilliant. It was, oh my gosh. Of course, everybody knows that it's certainly rare, but not impossible to have a identical twin. But that every time past that, it's a trope and it's just a backdoor, basically a cheat of writing to use that as your validation or excuse. Because all right, in writing, yes, it is incredibly easy to just do that. You don't need to worry about statistics when you're writing your detective story. So beyond the first person to do it, it is now lazy. And that
it's never lupus.
It's never.
House is actually a mystery show.
Yeah.
And everyone presents
Medical
with lupus,
mystery.
but it's never lupus.
Except for the one time.
Except the one time it was.
And I feel like
he was insistent it wasn't.
Of course, that's the whole gag. I feel like, I don't know when that happened in House because I only ever saw like 2-3 episodes of House. I really enjoy mysteries, medical stuff, just, it's not even that it makes me feel queasy, but it makes me stressed in a way that I do not enjoy. Of just like seeing medical stuff go wrong is, for whatever reason, it feels just very unpleasant to me as a viewer. I don't enjoy seeing people in that type of medical pain in a way that I don't necessarily feel when I see someone being shot in an alley. Is that bad to say?
Azure says, so the full Nox rule is twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unless we've been duly prepared for them. And that's the thing, right? If you're going to introduce something in a story, you always have to leave cookie crumbles to where the killer's going to be, right? To where the mystery's going to go.
Yeah.
And it's up to people to try and pick them up. Oftentimes it's based off of out-of-world knowledge, like your personal knowledge of chemistry, your personal knowledge of bus lines and how they work, right? Your personal knowledge of this as the viewer and your life experiences. Those can vary, right? So you have to leave a bunch of different kinds of cookie crumbles so that people can pick it up. Some people will pick it up at the beginning. Some people will take a little longer to pick it up, right? Because that's when you start leaving more obvious evidence.
You could have something where it's mentioned, oh, he has a brother. And that, the brother is mentioned several times in conversation. Oh, yeah, he was always super close with his brother. We haven't seen the brother. We don't necessarily know who the brother is, and that you then later reveal, oh, yes, the brother was a twin. But that we place the groundwork here and have said there is a sibling, that we've given some sort of knowledge that such a character could potentially exist. We've had them brought up in certain ways where the existence of the character, even if the specifics of the character are not known.
I think one that's very close is the doubles part. An interesting plot line is, what do you do when someone hates you so much that they try to frame you for murder? They become your doppelganger. You now have a twin. They stalk you, right? They know where you're going, when you're going to be there, and they start doing things, and people swore they saw you, right? That is like, you have to introduce that at the beginning of the episode, where the bait and switch happens at the very, very beginning, right? Where you don't have a refutable proof that it was this innocent person, but there's a very strong connection, right? We don't have the means quite yet, but they were in the area. There may have been a motive, right? It may have been a weaker motive, but a motive nonetheless. So they're going to be on our radar, right? And as you go, you're going to repeatedly confront this person, and they're not going to have a twin. And eventually, you're going to have to find out it's a doppelganger. And that's going to be the huge part of the mystery, is the reveal that it's not her. It's someone who hates her guts so much, she dyed her hair and she got facial surgery several years ago so that she could inflict as much pain on this person as possible, right? I think it was Midsummer Murders that did an episode very similar to that, where it wasn't someone who committed the crime, but someone who hated them so much that they did it, right? But you introduce that at the very beginning of the show, so you know something's wrong, because you never know the killer this early in this kind of show, right? You never know. So something's already off in your mind as the viewer, because there is no way it's gonna be this chick. This is too soon. So it sets off your red flags, and you are now prepped for something else to take its place, whether it be a secret twin or a cousin or a doppelganger. You are already on the red flag that there is someone trying to frame this person.
This is a red herring, that you know it can't be that obvious. The answer isn't that simple, otherwise that's kind of boring. So what could it possibly be? And then you're a bit more open to that type of thing. Except for this is a more recent one, and I'm going to say some spoilers. The way I frame this, it's going to be difficult to say the title of the thing without spoiling it. Crap.
Don't say the title.
I can't not say the title and confirm whether or not you haven't seen it, though. I need to figure this out. I will think of something. Hopping back to Lupus for a second, I don't know what season they did the Lupus episode, but I appreciate that episode exists. I've been saying that I don't like medical stuff and hadn't watched House, but that I have heard the gag of it's Lupus, it's never Lupus, and that they did finally have one episode where it was Lupus, but naturally this was the one episode where House was completely adamant in saying no, it couldn't be Lupus this time. And I think that's a well-earned gag, and one where probably everybody watching knew from the get-go, oh my gosh, it's actually Lupus this time. it's actually going to be Lupus, and that whole episode isn't even a mystery anymore. It's just a parody of itself. It's a comedy bit. It is a extended, it's an extended comedy episode of it, and for how long House ran, I think they earned that.
Oh yeah, it's also like he's been such an asshole for the whole series. You finally get to see him get knocked down several pegs. So it's very satisfying to the viewer too that he finally gets his comeuppance.
Mm.
It's Lupus. We told you it was Lupus.
One mystery series, and it's difficult to call a series at this point because there's only 2 entries that I really enjoyed that's come out in the past couple years. Have you seen Knives Out?
No.
Vanille, I need you to see Knives Out.
All right, I'm looking it up. Where's it on?
I know this.
It's Daniel Craig. Oh,
yes,
on
it
Netflix.
is. It is Daniel Craig with a southern accent, a deep southern accent. It is the silliest, most amazing thing that the guy that you would expect to be that he is a southern gentleman who is going to be speaking very much like this throughout the series. It is described at one point by a character as a foghorn leghorn. No, it was a Kentucky Fried Foghorn Leghorn drawl. That was it. But then it's 2
I'm
movies.
so used to hearing him with British.
Yes, that's the thing. So hearing him speaking with this southern drawl is a little bit jarring at first, but he does it so well. It's not even comedic. He is able to pull off the actual gentleman detective, and that he is very similar to Professor Layton in that he is not the asshole detective. That more often than not, if he's being an asshole, it's because he's trying to play someone. And that the 2 movies have just absolutely stacked casts, incredible casts, really good writing. I cannot say any more about those 2 films because, spoiler, I'm glad I asked, but genuinely, for everything that you have told me tonight, for what you enjoy in mysteries, you should absolutely watch Knives Out.
I should. Oh, a good TV series that is about murder. The overarching plot of the season is about murder, but there's a whole bunch of little mysteries that happen in between. Oh Lord, where is it? Oh, it has Martin Short, Steve Martin, and Selena Gomez. Only murders in the building. Each season, it started with a murder.
I've seen promos for this because that has
it's good.
Steve Martin, right?
Yep, Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. Steve Martin and Martin Short are like a comedy pair that have been doing so much together in so many movies. And Selena Gomez fits right in as the straight man in that group, which is great because both Martin Short and Steve Martin play a little more out there characters. So Selena Gomez's straight man really kind of brings it down to earth and helps you appreciate like the little weirdness of their characters, right? And it explores how they are the way they are because, again, like, it's character study, not just on, like, it's a character study on their apartment building, right? Because only murders happen to people in the building, right? So you get to learn about them more and why they're there and what's happening. And then as the seasons progress, it still has to do with the people in the building, right? But then it sort of relates more to the 3 of them, right? As they're the central characters, and sometimes they're the central targets of like, you did this, and then it's like, no, I know he didn't do this. He'd never do this. Like, it's cool, and I love it. And another great, it's a comedy murder mystery. Like, there's some moments in there that are so painfully cringe, but in the right way. It's so painfully cringe, but in the right way, where, like, you know how old folks try to do the young things, like the sheesh to keep it hip,
How do you do,
right?
fellow kids?
How do you do? That is what Martin Short and Steve Martin do. And it is so cringy, but in the right way. Like, you know how some people act so bad, so good, right? Like in Game of Thrones.
It takes talent to do bad acting well.
Yes, right? They are so awkward and stilted and like they make them so cringy at times, but like a natural old person cringy, right? Like a
Mm,
guy that is still thinking like back in his prime. He's still living like 20, 30 years in the past, right? He's still stuck in his prime and he can't get out of it and realize that he's no longer the big Broadway man, right? And then you have the guy that used to be big and can't realize that times have moved on and nobody watches his TV show anymore. Like, that TV show is like 30 years old, right? Nobody remembers him anymore as the leading actor, right? And so they're just so naturally cringe. They're such real people and like so beautifully acted in the sense of like terrible but great. Same thing with like Game of Thrones. The one character Joffrey is such an
oh gosh, yes. What a
evil little twerp of a character that
one of the
people
most
hated him
hateable characters
IRL.
in recent fiction of just
Yep.
e- there's a small list of just villains who are written and or performed in such a way that you feel this visceral hatred, and that there's plenty of villains in media, in whether it's mysteries or action, what have you, that do terrible things and that obviously should not be a character that you are necessarily cheering for, that you are happy and excited to see. But there's certain variants and performances and writings of just particularly scummy, awful people.
Yeah.
Joffrey is up there.
He was so good at his job that he had trouble in real life and had to tell people, hey, no, it's just a TV show. It's just a TV show. I'm not like that. I'm
hate
so sorry.
that
I'm so
happens,
sorry.
But
Like,
that happened
people legitimately hated him.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. There was another actor I remember seeing having similar issues of they're a total asshole in whatever their performance is, but no, they're not actually an asshole in real life. It's a character that the actor for Homelander. The actor for Homelander in,
Homelander's
in The
such
Boys.
a terrible person.
I've only seen clips of The Boys. I know the basic plot, and that people can't separate character from the actor is a very frustrating thing in media literacy for me.
It is. It's so... I should have become an English teacher.
This is not a documentary, people.
It's not real. I can suspend my disbelief that he would shoot laser beams out of his eyeballs, but I cannot suspend my disbelief that he would kill innocent children. I should have been an English teacher. The irony is that I hated English. I hated English and social studies and writing essays. Because I was a very black and white person, a very matter-of-fact kind of person. So I'd write my essay and it'd be like 2 paragraphs, and they're like, this is a 5-paragraph essay. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Fluff it up? Like, I got what I had to say right there. Like,
yeah, just, oh gosh, especially when it got to stuff in middle and high school of talk about the literary devices used. It's like, okay, I can tell you in one sentence, this passage here uses this literary device in this way, period.
I think they
but
really
I need
need
to fluff it of, this shows the author's thought regarding blank, or this helps to reinforce that blank. Copy paste 3 or 4 variants of that, and now I have a paragraph, and now I need to do that 5 more times.
I honestly think I should have been an English teacher, because that is so important to me. And I think the way that English teachers need to modify for people to truly understand critical thinking and critical media consumption is you need to be on top of the media. Like, you can't just passively just teach Shakespeare. It's important to understand Shakespeare, right? So that you understand ye old English so we don't lose these knowledge bases. But I think it's more important that, like, one thing that I thought was cool was I was reading The Hunger Games before it became a movie. It was a young adult book, but I read it early in grade 4. Um, uh, I had they wouldn't let me read books in the young adult section because I was in grade school. And so it's like, what would you want me to read? I don't want to read this. I want to read like this. I read this at home. Why can't I read it at school? Right? Like, so I had to bring my own Hunger Games book in instead of getting it from the library. And it was so interesting to watch in real time how the media in our world played exactly like the Capitol did in the book. And to be able to see that happen when it got adapted in like junior high, I think. Junior high to early high school, I forget when. Let me see when it came out. Hunger Games movie. Because the media advertising, the way they made the movie, 2012. Yeah, I would have been in junior high. I would have been in junior high.
Media advertising, if memory serves, almost ventured into AR.
It a little bit, but mostly the way that they portrayed the star-crossed romance of Peeta and Katniss.
Yeah.
They fell exactly into the trap of what the book was trying to call out. Watching all of the trailers, when you watch the movie itself, it's rife with it. They don't accurately communicate the underlying themes of the book, right? They're trying to show you this dystopic horror, but they didn't accurately portray why it was a dystopic horror and why the whole neither of them, like, Peeta might have had feelings for Katniss, but she really didn't, right? It was more a safe option.
It was a means to an end for them.
A means to an end for them. They played it out because they knew it was the only thing that would let them survive, right? And the media played it out as like the star-crossed lovers thing. If you look at the posters from the time, like they frame it that way and stuff. And I think teachers need to do that because that is a master class of like, you need to read the book and then watch the movie. And now you can understand what I'm talking about with these underlying literary devices and themes. You read the book, you now know what the author was trying to say, and when you watch the movie, now you can tell what's different, right? Now you're understanding how the subtleties of writing are very important, and then you can begin to talk about like the camera gaze, where the camera is focused at, right? And how that changes entirely how something is read, right? Like if you want a sexy shot, you pan bottom up. If you want a heroic shot, you go top to maybe midriff of chest or top down, right? If you want to portray a strong, confident shot. And that's how you can determine how a character is supposed to be presented. So if you want Catwoman, right? A femme fatale hero.
The classic, if Avengers were all... the Avengers poster where they're all positioned like, why am I blanking on her name? I feel really bad at it. Black Widow.
Yeah. If the Avengers were all Black Widow.
All their butts.
Yep. She's an assassin, and she's not really in the series utilized as a Black Widow, despite her name. That was in the past her position, right, where she was a femme fatale. But in the Avengers, she is a strong female character, right? Catwoman is a femme fatale. Sensuality is a core part of her character. Hell yeah, use the bottom-up shot. You are accurately portraying her as a character by doing a bottom-up pan, right? Because you want to show her sensuality, right? That's a core part of her character. Black Widow, on the other hand, a core part of her character is she abandoned that life. She didn't want that life. She's sterile. She'll never be able to have kids. Sensuality in her current profession is not a big part of the job, right?
She's still
an
a
Avenger.
very capable assassin and technician as well, but that, like you were saying, yeah, it's not even part of the character, and it's not even past the points in time when she's specifically reconciling her past.
Yeah.
It's just not how she operates.
Yep. If they did a history one where they went back when she was a femme fatale and this was a core part, it would make sense, right? But again, with the movie posters and whatnot, camera gaze is like an incredibly important thing. And this affects, again, with like how they framed Peeta and Katniss in the movies. They portrayed them as like star-crossed lovers. And they did show that it wasn't really a thing, but they really leaned into it at the end far more than they should have, right? And developed it through the books, when in the books, she's struggling because she actually does like Gale, and she wants to stand up for freedom and for the rights of the people. But she has to be careful because she is now trapped as an icon in a system that will absolutely wipe her the hell out to keep her in place, right? So Peeta is the safe option. He follows the rules, right? There's nothing dangerous about him. There's nothing bad about him, but she doesn't really feel attraction to him, right? As compared to Gale, who is a childhood friend, someone that she respects, but someone who she would willingly follow, right? But she's now caught in this terrible position between the two, where she's now unwillingly become an icon for something she can't stand, right? And they go through this through the whole book series, right? And the movie just does not capture that. It does not capture that, because after Team Edward and Team Jacob came Team Peeta, Team Gale.
Oh my god, I never even
That
thought
was-
about how that would have.
Yeah, that
'Cause
was
I-
that
'cause I
was
don't-
what
I always-
preteens were in the time. Which team were you on? Yeah.
Because I always acknowledged that they had leaned into the romance more in the films than in the books. And to a certain degree, I understand of, okay, you know, romantic tension and love triangles and whatnot is something that is just sort of, I feel like lowest common denominator is insulting to say, but it's something that is, it has broader appeal. It is
broader appeal, easily relatable, easy drama.
Yeah.
Right?
But I
Like-
never thought about how specifically, going back to similar stuff like you were talking about earlier for idol type of marketing, that Team X, Team Y romance marketing in the West for young adult media
absolutely
was
undermined the
the-
core message.
was the idol advertising of the time. And I never
Yep.
even thought about how Team Edward Bella or Edward Jacob, which, you know, certainly didn't pioneer the concept of a love triangle, but that it was sort of the forerunner of it being a very successful marketing
Yeah.
campaign tool for that particular demographic in media of the young adult series there.
Yup.
And
You
I
could
hadn't,
get your Edward books and
I had-
Team Edward t-shirt
I
and
hadn't thought
all
about
of
how
that.
that would specifically line from Twilight into Hunger Games.
Yeah. I really feel like Hunger Games should be studied in English classes as like an absolute portrayal of like, this is what the book wanted to say, and this is what the movie wanted to say, and they're
Mhm.
different. Can you explain why? This engages critical thinking and media analysis, and then you can use literary devices as you're going through the book and you're making a comparison between the two. You can now introduce literary devices that you want people like, what is an allegory? What is a simile, right? Because they do use these devices inside the books to make comparisons to our world, so it's something that a younger audience can grasp, right? So
I
that's
think that,
like a really easy way to engage it in something that is a little more modern to the times and something that they will care about, and you will give them a new appreciation and understanding by doing it. You will make people love English class because now you've related it to something they like, something that's popular with them at the time. And you will make them feel smarter because they now have a larger understanding of a topic that they may have liked.
yeah,
And they
I
will
think
take
that
this and pursue it.
literature class just needs to have the slight addendum of media literacy. Literacy class, that literacy does not need to simply be the written word. It can be the spoken word. It can be combinations of them. And to a certain degree, I understand that it's very important to have written literacy as an important part, specifically because you see it, I think, in some ways in Sherlock Holmes, that obviously this isn't to say it can't be done in live action performative media, but that a lot of what happens for the character study of Sherlock Holmes happens in narration or happens in inner thought. It's not something
Mm.
that the amount of dialogue that Sherlock Holmes has in the performative media is significantly greater than his dialogue in the source material. And that naturally
Yeah.
in performative media, you can't have inner monologues to that degree. That's just not how it works. That the descriptions and the literary devices where you are creating imagery through words and through phrasing is something that is very unique to the written word, and that it is important that you teach and come to understand those types of literary devices which simply do not exist in performative media or in other visual media. But at the same time, we need to bring in those other types of media and not only be worried about the written ones that I think we have. Going back to the top of the show, you need that good peanut butter chocolate mix. We have too much
Yup.
peanut butter.
Too much peanut butter.
My biggest thing for English class, and that it is the case now, it was the case 20 years ago, it was the case 50 years ago, and is the one thing that I bash my head against a wall every time of just, it frustrates me to no end, because I think that the improper teaching of this has done so much damage to students for literal decades by making them not enjoy literature,
Yep.
and by making them have negative memories and connotations with something of incredible significance and incredible enjoyability, because you're literally teaching it wrong.
Yup.
Shakespeare wrote plays, not books.
Yup. Come in stage right, pursued by bear.
Iambic
Right?
pentameter is miserable to read.
There is one. I want to say, so the Sherlock Holmes BBC I'm referencing is from 1984.
Oh yeah, original,
Original
yeah.
VHS Sherlock Holmes. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes from 1984 to 1985. That one did really well on touching on all of those topics while still understanding Sherlock as a character. I like that. I have heavy nostalgia on that one. But hold on. Would you be able to repeat what you last said?
But anyways, my thing on Shakespeare is they're play scripts. They're not meant to be read. That reading iambic pentameter is miserable. But as soon as you hear iambic pentameter spoken, it's so easy to understand. That a few of my classes, the way that we read the book was that we were not assigned to read the book, is that we would literally read it aloud in class, and it was like, okay,
Yep.
Sally, you're gonna play Ophelia, Jimmy, you're gonna play such and such, and that, it would rotate by scene and whatnot, but that it would be read aloud, and that it was always so much more enjoyable and just understandable because that's how it was written. It was supposed to be performed, not read. But the fact that so many students for literal decades at this point have been assigned reading for Shakespeare for what is not logical or easy to read. And
it was not designed to be consumed that way. It's a play.
And it makes people dislike Shakespeare. It makes them consider this stuff, either pretentious, which Giga Draymond mentions in the chat. It's meant to have mass market appeal, and it does if it's consumed as a play. But also that then sort of drags down that people have negative memories of their English class because they were forced to read this thing that literally was not designed to be read. It hurts just so many things because then people carry that with them, and that it contributes to them reading less or enjoying their classes less, and that if they actually had Shakespeare implemented properly, show either the movies or take the class to see a play, or at the very least do what a couple of my teachers were smart enough to do, not all of them, where you have the students read it through in class, and at the end of each scene say, okay, do you understand this, that, the other, and that it's so much easier to grok, and that everybody enjoyed that much more. Yeah, not everyone's gonna love performing in class, but it's you're not having to put on a whole damn play. Then when everybody's forced to read a couple lines, it's much easier to just put up with it. Nobody's being singled out. Everybody in class eventually has to read it.
Oh
And
yeah.
that was always some of the most fun, frankly, because you would get a couple folks who could actually get into it. And that, yes, Shakespeare was actually written really well. And these characters can be really funny if you just read it, but if you read it aloud. But if you're reading it as a book, you're just gonna miss the jokes.
Yo, my favorite joke was, look for me tomorrow and you'll find me a grave, man. I want that on my tombstone. From Romeo and Juliet.
Yes.
So my teacher didn't make us watch this, but my mom found it, was like, oh, this is interesting. There is a 2010 movie of Macbeth by Sir Patrick Stewart, and it takes place in Soviet Russia. They changed the scene. None of the words are changed at all. It's read in Shakespearean, right?
Isn't the
But they
96 Romeo and
changed-
Juliet in New York?
There is a Leonardo DiCaprio Romeo
Yeah,
and
that one.
Juliet. Yeah. That one was just kind of funny to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll admit I haven't seen that
That
one,
was just
but
enjoyable.
I think that one was in
was-
New York. Am I completely wrong on that?
So it was somewhere. They had accents and Hawaiian shirts. I'm not sure where. But it was, yeah, like modern day America. Modern day America for the time in like the 90s. Hold on, let me see. Romeo and
it's
Juliet.
Verona Beach.
Yeah, Verona Beach. Was it in Florida then?
It's upstate New York. It is upstate New York.
Upstate New York. Okay.
So it's not New York City. It's not like gangs in New York or anything, but it's a different
was
locale, like you were
gangs.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
It was
two
a gang
rival
war. Yeah,
gangs.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a gang war. And I think the Soviet Russia sidestep actually really catches the proper tone and meaning, right? Because it's they displayed the exact same power struggle in something that is more digestible for the modern audience, because people know about Lenin and the power struggle of the USSR at the time, right?
And
so it's a lot easier for a modern audience to fit in.
Same thing with the Romeo and Juliet, that the idea of two great houses, that we don't have nobility, we don't quite understand the concept of, okay, so these two families are like really rich and powerful and they control a lot of stuff, that it doesn't scan to modern understanding, because that's just not how society functions. But the idea of, okay, it's two crime families. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So I completely understand that the daughter and son of the two mafia bosses falling in love, holy cow, that can't end well.
Yup. That's essentially how it was. It's the difference between like white collar crime, right? That's kind of how they ran it, right? There were essentially like two large either businessmen or bankers, whether they were nobility or whether they gained their power through like the uprise in the banking families. In Italy at the time, that was a huge thing that happened, was the nouveau riche of these bankers, right? There's many ways that they could have attained that power, which can easily translate to like secret behind the scenes business deals and gang violence at the very low end, or if you want to go more white collar crime where it's assassinations against other large corporations in gray areas, right? Like there's a lot of ways that you can adapt that to make it more digestible to the modern audience without necessarily changing the language. And I would say for like a modern New York, you would have to change the language because it would pull people out so bad, but it fit really well in the Soviet Macbeth because it was in like the 60s. Right? The 50s or 60s was when the movie was supposed to take place, right? In the Cold War kind of era back then. So even though that's not how people talked back then, the way that the movie is shot and where it's placed, it doesn't make the old English feel out of place. If you're still trying to get people to understand.
Old-timey to an extent.
Yeah.
Merging two different types of old-timey is going to scan a bit easier than merging modern and one type of old-timey.
Mm-hmm. Up here, Lorebot said, another media that could be used, kind of like, The Hunger Games was the Hobbit movie.
Oh,
Have you
yeah.
seen the Hobbit movie, and have you read The Hobbit?
Well, I guess I should specify. Are we talking the Hobbit trilogy by Peter Jackson, or are we talking the animated one from farther back?
No, not the animated one. The, 3 movies that could have been 2?
Yeah. And
actually,
how the Battle of Five Armies was literally 2 pages because Bilbo passes out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The whole, like, they totally changed the book. Mom and Neil has a lot of gripes with the movie, because they invented a female character that didn't exist so that they could have a love interest. And the love interest is the one sexy dwarf in the group, the one dwarf that looks the most, he's just a short human. Like, they just invented a character that was not in the book so that there could be a romantic plot. She has gripes with that in The Lord of the Rings as well, where Aragorn and Éowyn, I believe her name is, did not have that kind of relationship in the books. They definitely lent into the romantic drama there, at least earlier on, quite heavily. That was not very present in the books. Same with The Hobbit. That whole romantic subplot did not exist.
Also, the real
She's
Lorebot,
like, who
thank
is
you.
this lady?
The real Lorebot, thank you for the correction. I was correct that Bilbo was not conscious for the Battle of Five Armies, but it wasn't Bilbo passes out. For some reason, I thought he was like knocked out really early in the battle, but no, it was Bilbo talks himself about how insane the war is, and then goes to sleep because he doesn't want to be part of it.
Yep,
Or wait,
that's a very Bilbo
I assume
thing
you
to
mean
do.
because he doesn't want to be part of it.
Yeah, he wants no part in it.
Yeah.
That's a very Bilbo thing to do. The other thing she mentioned
yeah.
was The Hobbit was very... The Hobbit is more of a kid's book. It is written with a lot more whimsy. Again, the Chronicles of
It's a young
Narnia
adult
and I
novel.
believe the Tolkien books were written at the same time. And The Hobbit itself, he wanted to write... I believe he wanted to write Lord of the Rings, but they wanted him to write The Hobbit first. And the way it was designed to be consumed was you read it to your kid at night. The Adventures of Bilbo Baggins, right? That's where the little animated shorts came out, right? The little animated stuff was, these are the tales of Bilbo Baggins. This is, you would open up your book and you would read the next tale of, their bedtime stories for his children. They were meant to be read that way. You read like a chapter or part of a chapter and follow the journey of Bilbo Baggins. So it was a very light-hearted kind of atmosphere that they didn't capture in the movie. And then The Lord of the Rings was a lot more of an epic that he wanted to tell. So it is still light-hearted in many areas, but they do touch on darker themes as you go on, right? Because characters die, right? But a lot of that got missed, and I think part of the issue is media consumption and how is it intended to be consumed? Because the people who made the Hobbit movie probably made the Hobbit because they watched The Lord of the Rings. If you read The Lord of the Rings, you might have had some opinions on the movies, but generally, Mama Neil, as someone who loved the series, she liked The Lord of the Rings. She thought the movie was nice. She had some nitpicks, but she thought it was an enjoyable movie, right? She didn't like The Hobbit. So my best guess is the people who made The Hobbit watched The Lord of the Rings and then used the book as reference material, but they wanted to make it more along the lines of The Lord of the Rings, especially the last one where all the wars happen and all that cool stuff.
They very clearly designed the Hobbit trilogy to just be Lord of the Rings Part 2, the prequel.
Yep. The prequel sequel.
Yeah.
Yep. And so you can tell that they lost so much of the whimsy and the love and the fun because they didn't engage with the media in the way it was intended to be engaged in, which can change the message, which is another interesting thing. Like, I should have been in English. It's another really, really, really interesting thing of like how you consume a media will change your opinions on the media greatly. Again, with like the Bakano, how you said you have to watch it within like a week-ish, right? So that all the details are fresh in your head. I'm sure a lot of people consume that week to week, and that changed how they viewed it. So if I get to binge it in one go, it's gonna give me a little bit of different feeling than someone who watched it week to week, because they're designed to watch week to week initially, and then you want to buy the DVD and watch it again to see all those little crumbs that were left behind, right? They weren't necessarily made to engage with binged the first time.
Well, the source material is books, so it's something that was not necessarily designed to be consumed over an extended period of time anyways. That probably sort of has to do with why I think that it's something, because generally speaking, if you're going to read a book, it's going to be, even if not necessarily within a week, it's going to be something that you will read in a more consistent manner than 30 minutes a week.
Yeah.
And that you might just binge the book, you might not, but that it's probably going to be a shorter amount of time than a 12-week period.
Yeah. And I wonder, because the anime would have had to have designed itself around that. I wonder what the difference is between the people who consumed it initially versus the people who consumed it post-release are, because that would be so interesting.
I haven't read the novels, and this comes to another thing of, people sometimes say, oh, read the manga, don't watch the anime. I don't read a lot of manga because I'm someone who really, really enjoys music and how that enhances media. So for me, being able to see something in motion with music, in color is, and with performance is a big deal for me, especially because I'm the type of person who usually does not reconsume media. If I'm rewatching something or rereading something, it is an all-time favorite for me. There are many series that I think very, very highly of that I have not watched more than once. And to watch more than twice means it's really special. That more likely than not, if I'm rewatching something, it's because I am watching something with somebody else and it's their first time watching it, that I'm there enjoying it, facilitating it, but that for me to, on my own, sit down and rewatch something is very rare. Because there's so much stuff that the reveal, the twists, those types of things for me are really big, that I live for a good twist. And you can only really experience a good twist the first time, because once you know it's coming, it's coming. And if something is written well enough that certain mysteries I'll go back and rewatch because I want to see, all right, these are the crumbs. But at that point in time, I'm watching it with that specific intent in mind because I want to catch certain details. But for a normal action or drama that isn't necessarily going to have concealed elements or otherwise, if not concealed, elements that aren't meant to be obvious, that I'm not likely to rewatch that because there's so much other stuff to watch and read and see that, I'd rather spend that time watching something new. So,
I am going to blow your mind.
Read much manga because, all right, if I'm going to get the twist, and I only get the big twist of this thing once, I want it to be in motion, with color, with music, so I will wait for the anime.
Okay. I'm going to blow your mind. When I was a kid, I was a media overconsumer. Mom Neil gave me Elton John's best hits because I loved Elton John's episode on the Muppet TV show. And Opa and O'Manil recorded it for me on VHS, so whenever I went to their house, I could pop it in and watch it because he played the Crocodile Rock. So she got me a CD of his greatest hits, and Opa and O'Manil found me a nice old stereo that I could have in my room, and it had all these, it had like, I think, was it Norma Jean or Billie Jean? It had Yellow Brick Road, it had Rocket Man, like, it had a lot of good stuff on there, and the only song I would listen to was Crocodile Rock on repeat for hours while I was playing with
my
Playmobil.
little sister she loved the Lindsay Lohan Freaky Friday movie. And she would have that video basically on loop. There was a good 6 months where that movie was playing basically nonstop.
I did that with a very, very old. I don't even know if I can find the movie anymore. The Pied Piper of Hamelin. Let me see. We had a disc of it. The Pied Piper of Hamelin movie. I think we bought it as a DVD. Yeah, it's a really old play. 1957. The movie. You can watch it in its completion on YouTube for free. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm gonna cause Mom and Neil some trouble. I watched that a lot, and if she didn't get a hold on what was going on the TV, I would pop in the Pied Piper of Hamelin. And she took away the DVD.
Oh, she got sick of it.
She got sick of it. She took away my Elton John CD. She took away my Pied Piper of Hamelin. Because it was the only thing I wanted to watch.
Well, except for the times that you were watching something that she didn't want you to watch and getting away with it for a decade. Because you mentioned to me that there was a series that she did not want you to watch. Or play. And that one way or another you got your hands on it, and that you watched the series and you played this series for some 10 plus years, sometimes with her in the same room.
Yo.
That you would have your Game Boy and would be playing a game, and obviously she doesn't know games based on sound. Even I don't know if the sound was on or off, but
sound was off. I was super careful.
She was not looking at the screen. She never knew that you were a Pokemon fan until you were playing. You said it was Legends Arceus, which came out in 21. So this is a relatively recent discovery for her.
Yes.
that you went possibly half your life almost with this secret hidden under your mother's nose. What was the first piece of Pokemon media that you got away with?
When I was 12. I have another story about this, but I dated someone for 3 days because when they asked me to be their girlfriend, I thought that was a formal invitation to friendship because my mom had referred to her friends as girlfriends, so I thought he was just asking if I wanted to be his friend. He gave me an old copy of Pokemon Pearl, and then after 3 days, when I realized we were not on the same page, it ended.
Well, at least it was only 3 days. At least it wasn't like, this went on for a year and a half until I finally realized that he thought...
No, he was overly touchy and wanted to hold hands, and I was like, what are you doing?
What's this about? When did this happen? What are we...
Yup. So when I figured it out, I was like, oh, no, I'm sorry. And then I said I could keep the game. So I got it when I was 12 years old.
Pokemon Pearl? I see this as an absolute win.
Yep. Absolute win. And it was a big no-no game, but I wanted to play it because I was a rebel and I didn't think it was that bad because I had friends who played it and I knew it wasn't that bad. So I wanted to play it, so I had it on my DS. And I would sometimes play it in the living room right beside her. I would make sure to angle myself so there was no reflection on the window, right? So that she couldn't see what was on my DS screen. I would angle away from her, usually in like a way where it's like, I'm relaxing on the couch. I got my drink right next to me.
Over, lounging about, relaxing, playing my game.
Yeah, playing Pokemon. And then I convinced, my parents were separated, so I convinced my dad to get me Black and White. I convinced for Black and White, and then, when did X and Y? I think I saved up for X and Y. I think I saved up for that. When did that one come out? That one came out in 2013. Yeah, I think I saved up for that. Because I think I might have had a part-time job.
It's at that weird point for me where I can't decide if I hear... Oh, X and Y came out in 2013, so 11 years ago. I can't tell if I react to that and say, oh my god, it's been 11 years, or, oh, okay, it's only been 11 years. Because some of the Pokemon series, I hear, it's been X years, and it's like, oh my god, I feel so old. And others I hear, and it's like, oh, okay, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. And I think XY just falls in the middle.
It's on the cusp
of, ooh, that's 11 years. So that's been a while, but at the same time, it doesn't actually feel that recent, so it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Something, hearing, Sword and Shield is going on 5-6 years old feels far more jarring to me than hearing that Red, Blue, Yellow are 30 years old.
Yeah. Well, games have come so far since then.
Yeah.
And, like, the art style hasn't changed too much for Pokemon, so that's how, like, the newer games feel so weird that it's like, oh my god, that's 6 years old? Like, the graphics really haven't changed.
Yeah, we've
so
definitely
it's like
flattened out in terms of the rate of improvement, because between generations 1 and 2, massive upscaling. Generations 2, 3, huge. Generations 3, 4, going into DS era, that was like, whoa!
Huge. And then the semi 3D of 5 with Unova, where they had like those, you had 3D worlds that you would climb in 2D.
Yeah.
Like I remember a stair. It was a bridge that you had to climb up. It was you climbed up a circular staircase and you went across the bridge. The bridge was 3D.
Mm-hmm.
The bridge was 3D. It was like, what? So you got all these really cool camera angles. But I played it in front of her for literally like 10, 12 years. And then I even the worst part is I even played it on stream and she didn't notice. It wasn't until she caught me, I had come home all excited, I was not being careful, because I had assumed that she knew I was playing, because I had streamed Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah, because
so
the thing that I'm curious
knew.
about, the part that I'm curious about at this point is what gave it away for her, because, like we were saying, the series has gone through so many iterations, and as I'm assuming your mom was not actively following Pokemon throughout all this, so she might not even necessarily recognize a game as Pokemon today. So that suggests that there has to have been something particularly telling. And
logo.
My guess is that it was either a Pikachu on screen or...
Nope, it is even better than that. I assumed that she had, because I streamed Diamond and Pearl.
Oh, you were at the point where you
remakes.
just thought she knew and that you
I
mentioned
thought
it
she
in
knew
conversation.
because I streamed
you
it.
outed yourself.
No, I didn't mention it. I thought she knew because I was streaming it. She doesn't watch my streams, but she knows that I stream. And we lived in the same house. We still do. She's here 50-50, right? But, I had assumed that she just knew because I was streaming it and playing it. I never played it in front of her, right? And I still kind of hid the case, but I had assumed that she wasn't dumb and that she was just letting it slide because I wasn't an adult.
At some point, and okay, my adult daughter is playing this game. Whatever, I'm not going to care anymore.
I had assumed that too. She didn't know what it was until I was sitting on the couch. Okay. I had gotten the pre-order, okay, for Arceus, so I had a really big poster, I had the game with Pokemon all over it, right, the logo, because she knows nothing about Pokemon. I bring it into the house, and she gives me a look, and I go upstairs, and she's like, are you playing Pokemon? And I was like, oh my god, she doesn't know. She didn't know. It wasn't until she saw the logo that it clicked. I was like, yeah, I thought you knew. And she's like, no, when did you play this? I'm like, why are you playing this? I'm like, oh, you know Harry Potter and how that wasn't that bad? She didn't want us to watch Harry Potter because witchcraft and wizardry. And then we finally showed her Harry Potter and she's like, oh, it's a kid's movie. And we're like, yeah. And she's like, oh, that's fun. When you want to watch the next one? Like, so it was one of those moments. So I was like, yeah, you know Harry Potter? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, it's kind of like that. And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, it's a zoology game. And she's like, what? So I booted open. Arceus is the perfect perfect game for this. Any other game, this would not have flown, okay?
Because there's so
Arceus
much
was the
less
perfect
combat
game.
in Arceus.
You are categorizing, it is the Pokédex filling game. You are categorizing these Pokemon, okay? You have a Pokédex, you have to capture them a certain amount of times, see them in a certain amount of locations, right? Catch them at a certain weight or above, right? So I show her the Pokédex, and she's like, oh my god, it's a zoology game! I'm like, yeah, we're going around, and we're just,
we're cataloging, we're
cataloging these animals, and I gotta catch them in these certain places, in like certain weights and stuff. And she's like, oh my god, it was a zoology game? I'm like, yeah, Pokemon's a zoology game. And she's like, oh, that's so cute.
Azure Shot mentions possibly the only one that might have been comparable or better would have been Pokemon Snap.
Pokemon Snap.
But to be fair, that's even less
Snap,
of a Pokemon game at that point.
I think Snap came out after Arceus.
They were close,
I think.
Not sure.
Switch.
So
Let's
I
see.
adored Arceus. That was the only time that I've ever actually completed the Pokedex, and obviously there's a much grander reward in the final fight with Arceus than you normally get for completing the Pokedex in any of the mainline games. But I'm very excited for Legends ZA. I'm very, very excited.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I really love, like, Cynthia is such a recurring character that I think the best thing that they did with that was like the absolute horror that they instilled in people with the opening of the fight.
Piano notes that have scarred a generation. Oh, I've watched compilations, Vanille, of streamers getting to that fight and just reacting one to the music and realizing, wait a minute, that's Spiritomb. This is a
Yup.
And
the
then
best part of that.
And then the reaction of the next phases.
Yep.
Because
the next phase.
It is the phases. It is the longest fight in Pokemon history. It is the only instance.
Longest uninterrupted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 3 uninterrupted phases where you were in one continuous battle.
Mm-hmm.
And the people were expecting the second one. They're surprised, but they're like excited surprised, okay?
Yeah.
And then that
the
ends,
next one
and you
is
hit the third
fear.
one, and they're like, oh my god.
The compilations I've watched, I watch more. The one I watch the most is from the second to third phase. Just the what?
The one
what do you
that I watched
mean
the
we're
most.
not done? Oh, I'm just dead here. I have to restart this whole thing now.
Yup. The one that I watched the most is actually the first, because it's in the programming of the game. That first piano trill is separated from the rest of the music.
Yes, it is.
So when you watch it,
A.
yeah, you have to press A to start the battle. So you hear the infamous piano trill, okay? And then dead silence. Just the wind. You're staring at the other person. And you're like, what was that? You walked into this battle confident. All your confidence is gone immediately. No. They just ripped it from you. And then it's quiet. And you're waiting. You're waiting, and then the anticipation just builds because nothing's happening. You have to press A to start the battle. You press A, the first Mon comes out, you're like, oh shit, and then the music starts and you're like, oh god. And it's the first full 6 fight in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else is 3. That's the first full 6-team fight in the game. Everyone else caps out at 3.
I think there was a 4 prior to that.
Oh my god.
I think Commander Komodo had 4, and I remember getting to the late game and being like, wow, I think there was a 4. Was there even a 5? But I know there hasn't been a 6 yet. Wow, that's kind of odd. And then getting there, and that's a good mystery reveal they had there of just.
Oh yeah.
I'll admit,
masterclass.
I started to suspect at the late point when they're basically starting to have the mask off moment of that they start hinting pretty heavily near the end game that this isn't quite right, or that this character isn't entirely who they seem to be. But even so, the conversation that happens immediately prior to that fight and realizing the degree to which there has been deception and the degree to which the events of the game have not been for the reasons you initially thought are actually, oh,
yeah.
Oh, I don't like you.
Yup.
You're dangerous. And then realizing everything in this sheer scale that there is no other character in Pokemon canon that is anywhere near Cynthia in terms of the respect that the player base has for them. That there are other champions who are good, who are fun, who are interesting, that have some good battles. There is nobody that instills the level of respect and fear that Cynthia does. It's not close.
And Cynthia has been the strongest, like, bar none. She has been the hardest champion fight in every game she's been in. And each game she's been in, she's gotten better and she's gotten harder.
One of the
fun thing.
Yeah, and that in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, one of the big complaints I've heard from folks is that the difference between the Cynthia fight and every other fight, that the Elite Four has pretty strong teams, that they do actually get into almost competitive territory with the Elite Four. But then with Cynthia, they go full competitive build, and that it's just so sharp that it is a Nuzlocker's nightmare, the actual difference between every other fight in that one, because it's Cynthia.
They changed a couple of moves to make her stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And she now has items on every character.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of them. So she's actually worse than the original Cynthia. She is straight up more horrifying in her little bean chibi form. You will have the fear of God instilled to you.
At least you see her in her proper form when you're actually in the battle, and she has, like the fantastic hair flip. Like, she knows she's a badass and that she's going to actually give you the fight of your life. That some of these other ones are just like, oh, there's the playful champion, or there's the super serious champion. Cynthia's just here and she's like, I'm the strongest Pokemon trainer in the world. Fight me.
Oh, man.
And she does it while on vacation, too. Because
I remember
the other time that nothing is scarier than hearing that piano riff when you aren't expecting it. And the fact that Arceus isn't the first time that it's happened is really funny to me, because they've never done anything remotely like that, because they know nobody else will instill the fear and commands the respect that Cynthia does. But just, all right, I'm in this beachside town, and as you do in every given town, you walk into every house because you want to see what's there. There might be an item if you talk to a person. There might be a trade. There might just be bits and pieces of lore. But, general game consumption, especially in an RPG, you go into every house. You just do. It's protocol. Walk in, piano hits. Oh, there's something in your eyes. It's not even a, would you like to fight me? Are you prepared? Usually, sometimes when you hit these other fights with other characters, they're like, hey, are you ready? Are you good to go? You need to stop by the Pokemon Center first. It's, oh, hello there. There's something about you. Let's battle now. Fights in.
I was
no
actually
option to run.
excited on seeing her because I was a fool. And I was like, oh my God, it's Cynthia! Hi! I was so excited to talk to her.
Oh, yeah.
Out of a
seems
combat
like it could just,
setting.
Initially, it could be, oh, this is meant to be a cutscene that we ran into Cynthia. That's so cool. Maybe she's going to drop some lore on us because, for every instance of seeing Cynthia in Diamond and Pearl prior to the Champions Room, you encounter her, and you are then brought into a conversation that you can't get out of, and then she leaves. And
she's
you could see this
archaeology.
initially and think that it's, all right, we're going to talk lore, but the thing for me when I walked in was like, oh no, this isn't just a conversation. It was because they were playing the piano. That they were not playing.
That didn't click. That didn't click for me. I got jebaited so bad. I was so excited to see her be like, oh my God, why are you here? I was so ready to see what her text, like her dialogue was. And then the battle opened and I was like, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this.
I didn't sign up for this.
That one scared the hell out of me.
I almost worry the fact that there, like I've been saying, isn't anybody else like Cynthia, I fear her being overused. That they need to either reinforce some existing character to, even if you can't get to Cynthia's level, that there will always be a number one, I acknowledge that, but the fact that there really isn't even an obvious number two, I think is a problem for the series. I think they need to reinforce some prior rival or champion to elevate them to at least command something of similar levels of respect so they can use that, because it's such a fun, cool thing to do. The fact that we're talking about this means that it is a success, but there's a limited number of times you can do that before it gets old.
Yup.
Who would you
I
say
have two options.
I was gonna say, who would you put up as number two? Who would assume that you were able to do something in the next couple of games to reinforce them and build them up a little bit? It's not just what they have now, but who do you think is perhaps the closest that they could be primed and then with a bit of boosting really command the fear and respect, at least similar to Cynthia?
I think Red was
fair.
replaced by Cynthia.
That's fair. I would
think
agree
they
with
could
that.
bring back Red, and old players would know stuff's up, but new players will not. So they
Okay.
will learn the fear. They will learn the fear. Something new. But Cynthia's been too used too recently. I think one that will get absolutely everyone is Leaf. You never see
nobody knows
Leaf
Leaf.
Green.
Yeah.
You never see her in any of the games.
Mm-hmm.
She can be a sleeper because older Pokemon fans will know
Well,
she is the missing part of the trio that is never shown anywhere
Okay.
outside of the manga. She's only in one game, right? So old fans will be like, oh, what a cool cameo. And then they can just have it be essentially Red's team is the iconic Pikachu, right? And then his Charizard, because that's Red's pick, right? Then you can have her with her Venusaur.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can have her own... it could be Eevee, right? It could be some kind of evolution. You meet her along the way with her Eevee, and then she'll get an evolution, maybe introduce a new evolution. Or I think Leafeon would be hilarious because Leaf.
Leaf. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you can give her another kind of iconic partner. It could be from the base set, because that's where she's from.
I mean, you sort of have that with Blue, though, and in Yellow, he takes an Eevee and he gets an evolution. That's actually how it goes. And I would definitely
think
agree.
they could do that for Leaf, because not a lot of people know about her. So she's prime, and the old people who do know about her are not going to expect her to have a champion-level team, right?
That's
so
an
you
interesting
could pull
one.
that exact same thing, except no one would expect it because she would just look like an old cameo reference.
Another trainer. That's
Just
an
another
interesting
trainer.
approach. And I would definitely agree that Red was usurped by Cynthia, frankly, because goodness knows, the closest thing that you have to a Cynthia fear moment is in Gen 2 when you're exploring Mount Silver. You walk in and you see... There's something particularly special, actually, about the Mount Silver fight, in my opinion, because it did something that has never been done since, and it's partially reliant on the fact that you are using a player character. Actually, I would say it's entirely reliant on it. That the difference is, for anyone who played Gen 1, and now you've gone through Gen 2 and you've completed not only Johto, but gone back to Kanto, and you've tread the path that you once tread when you were playing Gen 1 and seen the changed world that you've seen, all right, Lavender Tower is now also Radio Tower, and these different things have happened. Janine has taken over for Koga, and this is the world that has changed since the time of Red, Blue, Yellow. And then to walk in, there is something unique in not only I know who I am seeing, I know this person is a champion, but that to walk in and you see yourself. That
there's
you
nothing
realize
I think that can beat
that's
that.
me. I did that. I got there. Oh, shit.
Panic! Yeah, I think Leaf would be an absolutely great sleeper because it would be an homage that old fans would love.
Yeah.
It's not red or blue, right? So new
What
fans
makes
will have no idea who she is and won't expect it, and then she can just come out of the gates swinging.
what makes her interesting is that she can be just a total jump scare because there's no precedent. That, like you
Yep.
said, Leaf has never been used in the games, and that while old fans might recognize her and be like, oh, this is someone of significance, but even they might not necessarily expect, all right, this person's about to just stomp me if I am not prepared.
Yup.
It would definitely catch newer players completely off guard. The idea of just this innocuous, really nondescript trainer appearing and being champion level and, likely beating them on that first encounter could be a fun little jump scare, and that from there, you have a very clearly established reputation of, oh, okay, Leaf is someone to take seriously. I hadn't actually thought of it from that angle because I was more thinking, all right, what existing characters do we have that are closest to Cynthia in levels of respect? Can we just sort of elevate? But I don't dislike your idea of maybe we need someone who doesn't have the precedent to walk in and be set their initial precedent of this is someone to fear. This is someone who is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, someone who's been hanging out on the rafters has so much potential. The other funny one you could do is pull a first tier gym leader. I think Brock would be like the best one. Because what we know is that gym leaders, we only go and do them in a certain order in our games because that's how the games work. But in their world, they will change their team based on who they're fighting and how many badges they have. So you could walk up and see Brock, and Brock can see you and be like, oh,
I don't need to hold back against you.
Cool. Yeah, now you get to see Brock at full force.
Omega Paladin brings
Brock
up the
if he
thing
was elite.
that in the original Professor Oak was supposed to be the final boss.
Ooh.
That there is a programmed fight that Professor Oak has the third starter that you and Blue do not take, fully evolved, and that he has just very powerful champion plus level team that Oak was almost in Gen 1 what Red was in Gen 2, but development, they didn't finish it, so it was never actually implemented. Despite it being, like Omega Paladin says, fully programmed, it's kind of a mystery, and we might get a documentary someday, but we don't know at this point in time why this fight was actually fully programmed. He has the full team built out, but that it was never actually made something that you could do. So
I wonder if it was a file space restriction, like they wanted to put it in there, but the way for it to get it to make sense in the world, they would have had to have added extra stuff that would have taken up extra space that they didn't have. So they had to can the fight despite the fact that they had it. Perhaps it could have been text chats that just like went over the memory limit, or whether it had to phase something so that he would only be there after a certain point. It could have just taken up space.
Yeah. I can believe that, because especially back in the day for original Pokemon, that, yes, Iwata Sorcery made so many things possible that really should not have been possible.
Video game developers, please do not underestimate.
Another character I think could potentially command that respect, because I think a lot of people do already hold a lot of respect for them, and that canonically they interact with legendaries, that them being Cynthia level powerful would make sense, and that's N.
N would be so good.
Bring back N, and whether or not he has Reshiram or Zekrom, the concept of if you see N walk up to you in a Pokemon game, you know you're in for a fight.
Yeah. He usually scales it, like in the game, he scales his fight to you because he's trying to understand you as a person, right? So he doesn't put out any further than you do because he's trying to understand you and your walk through the world, right? And he doesn't want to discourage that. So he'll only ever fight you at a level you can take until the end, when you can take it. Right? When this is truly the ultimate battle between truth and ideals. Yeah. Right? Now that you've been prepared and you've had your journey, face me fully and we'll go and see what truly is the right of the world, right?
Yeah.
That would be so good. Like, I think he should have a Kyurem actually.
Ooh, okay, yeah, because it's the blend. Yep.
It's the blend.
It is not black nor white, but gray. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I think that after the events of Black and White, I think that him having a more gray take, having learned from his time there and understanding a more nuanced world, having him have Kyurem on his team would be the best.
What's kind of ironic to all of this conjecture is that all of these characters that we're thinking of are not champions. Cynthia still stands alone as that Cynthia's the only champion that even off the top of our heads we're like, oh yeah, they could walk up and that you would know to respect them. That think about it now, I almost feel like you could take just about any rival character or any player character. That I feel like player characters are easy because it's the red idea of you are about to fight yourself and that you know that this is a champion level person. And that for most rivals, because they are meant to scale to you, do eventually get to the point where you could even have Wally. There would be something uniquely terrifying about Wally walking up to you and knowing, oh, it's that kid. It's that kid. I'm in for a bad time.
Yup, but you won't get that bait and switch of that comfort of like, oh, it's just a cameo. Wait a minute.
But I don't even know if there are any other champions that N is like a half champion, sort of. But I'm actually looking at Bulbapedia right now just to remind myself of all the champions to think, are there any that, really feel like you could bring them back? And the only one that gets close,
Iris,
Lance, partially because, he was the first, but also he's too... I don't know. There's something about Lance and the way that they used him in Gen 2 that cheapened him a bit for me. Because he was just... I think it was too many Dragonites, frankly.
3 too many.
The only one that gets particularly close for me would be Steven. Because he was given a secret boss fight in Emerald. He is the red in Emerald, where, you meet him in a cave, unsurprisingly for him, after you've beaten all of the gyms, after beating the Elite Four, and that he has that final boss fight. But also just thematically and in terms of character, that he's that cool guy that has the power to back up his cool.
I think Iris actually from Black and White and Black and White 2 would actually be that. Because she's so young. She grows from the dragon gym into the champion at such a young age.
Yeah.
Imagine how much room for growth there is as she grows up and understands her Pokemon better.
Yeah, that was what I was getting at with Wally, because he's so young, so to see him later on. So I could absolutely see Iris there.
Yeah. She has so much room to grow because she's so young. She can change up her team a little bit. She can change up her moveset a little bit. Like maybe you incorporate a couple Pokemon from the region that you're having her in, because she's fun and about exploration and trying new things. Like she's a very young, peppy character. So you could kind of bring in a new battle with her, because it would make sense for her to try out new Pokemon because she loves Pokemon. Right? And still have part of her team.
The prospect of a character Cynthia's age approaching you and talking and then saying, by the way, my name's Iris, it's nice to meet you. The idea of Iris at Cynthia's age is staggering.
Yup. Right? Like, you might not recognize her on first pass, right? But then you walk up and talk to her, and maybe they have, like, a little sort of change diddle of her, like, her themes, right? To match whatever area she's in. So you feel like something's off. Like, isn't that always a nice tune? Yeah. Maybe she's at the beach, so it's got a little more marimba.
I've heard this before.
Right? And then it's like, oh.
And then realizing, okay, yes, the youngest champion ever, now literally twice the age that she was when she first became a champion.
Yep, she wasn't satisfied being champion in her own region. Now she's going to other regions.
Well, because, technically Blue was champion at 10, and so was Red, but that they're very much portrayed as teens, that they've... well, actually, no. They were only 10 in the anime. They weren't 10 in the games.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I think
Iris, I definitely, talking through that now, I definitely see it, but now I also just want to see Iris at Cynthia's age. I think that
yeah,
would be
right?
because that's how
Seeing them
you
grow up.
do that type of shock bait and switch. The fact that it's not only, all right, you run into this character that you're not expecting to see, but the idea of you don't recognize them.
Yeah, there's so few characters you can pull that off with. Again, like with Leaf, some people might recognize her, most people won't,
Mhm.
right? So it is just those two I think are the perfect ones. I do think Leaf would hit stronger, though I do love the adult Iris. I think you could also catch a lot of people off guard with that. In terms of they don't know who Iris is. But when most people see a Leaf, they're probably only going to expect her to be like a cameo at best, right? Because she's kind of
Yeah,
a
you wouldn't expect her to
forgotten, left
actually
by the
fight.
wayside character, right? They wouldn't expect for a fully developed champion level Pokemon team. So I'm here for Leaf. I'm a Leaf stan. I want to see more Leaf.
Mhm. Yes, I'm in on this.
Hmm.
That'd be
Oh yeah.
it's so exciting that, Pokemon's had its ups and downs, and yes, there are many gripes that people have with Scarlet Violet. I'm very excited to see where it goes because there's so much potential, and that, will
Yes.
everything be perfect? Pokemon is a very big company, slow to move, and we know what their sensibilities are. I think that there will still be many good things. I am cautiously optimistic that they heard enough from Scarlet Violet to correct course a fair bit.
For me, it's mostly the graphics. I think that the XY Sun Moon graphic style, like even Sword and Shield, though it could be patched up in some places, that art style was better than the sort of textured stuff. Like the hair did not match the body, and the draw distances kind of made like there's some tech things that need to be improved, but I think they really hammered down a solid art style. And they need to stick to it because it is
Mhm.
very identifiably the Pokemon art style.
Yeah.
But one I'm also excited for it because one thing Nintendo has a history of in many of their series, it's happened twice with Legend of Zelda. Thrice. Oh my god, they've done it so much. It's one of their things. When they get a new system, they'll make a game. You get the N64, you'll make Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time is a test zone, right? They're making this cool new open world-ish Zelda game, right? And they're testing out all the features. But they have to make all of the assets because it's a new game for a new system in 3D. They do not have a backlog of assets that they can just use, right? So Ocarina of Time is great, but Majora's Mask is amazing. All the assets are already made. Now they can focus on making a really good game. And like the dungeon design, the difference between like the world itself is smaller, but there's so much more in it, right? And the dungeon design is so much better. It actually makes you think of the world in a 3D space far more than Ocarina of Time, right? And it wants you to actually actively engage with the world. And even with all the limitations it had, I still think Majora's Mask is superior to Ocarina of Time as a game as a whole because they could focus on a stronger narrative. They have stronger themes, right? The dungeons are just way better. And they did that again with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild, they had to make all of the assets for it. It's a good game. Tears of the Kingdom is so much more fun because now that they've made all the assets, the world exists. They can make some changes to it, but now they can focus on making a really fun game. And like they added so many cool mechanics, and instead of like shying away from people like cheesing their shrines, they went full ham. They gave you
They
all
said,
the
okay,
tools.
here's literally cheese it. Just
Go.
the point of it now. That there is a logical way to do it, but now you see the videos of people doing the cheese is such a good term for it, of just, okay, that's
Yeah.
obviously not how it was designed to do, to repeat this one thing over and over and over again. But yeah, it allows it. You can do that you are allowed to just do those types of things, and that it's very different, and I know that some folks really didn't like that system in Zelda because it was a pretty significant divergence from what you see in the other games. It usually,
Oh, yeah.
in a Zelda game, you are given a tool, and your goal is to accomplish specific tasks or solve specific puzzles using this specific tool, and that each
Yo.
dungeon has its tool, and that maybe in the last dungeon you will see sort of the synthesis of, all right, you use all these different things and it brings it full circle. But in
Get MacGuffin.
but in Tears of the Kingdom,
Go to dungeon.
and
Get MacGuffin. Enter dungeon. Get dungeon MacGuffin. Fight boss. Get MacGuffin. Go to next dungeon.
and I liked that Breath of the Wild broke that and gave you your slate, literally and figuratively, of MacGuffins at the start. And it's, okay, everything from here has to use these MacGuffins, and that some of them are meant to be used pretty specifically, others are a bit more flexible, but that they all have pretty understandable and logical limits. The introduction of crafting, or rather, I don't know if, like, crafting is the proper term.
Engineering.
Yeah, engineering, yes. The concept of the engineering and the synthesis of these different mechanical parts is so vastly different from the sheer scope of tools that we have ever been given in Zelda. And I understand why some folks don't care for it, because they look and say, no, I don't want to be able to cheese the dungeons or the shrines that way. I want there to be something perhaps more elegant or something more challenging, that the knowledge that I can cheese things for some will cheapen things, and some people really enjoy it. I fall pretty much in the middle for it, but I understand why Tears can be a hit or miss game for people.
I prefer the old school. Again, the Link's Awakening, not Link's, Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, like the quote-unquote traditional Zelda as we know it now.
Get MacGuffin, do thing.
But that is my favorite kind of Zelda. But I did enjoy Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like especially Tears of the Kingdom with like, wow, you can just do things. It was a nice departure, but I loved Echoes of Wisdom as like a return to form. It was very nice.
I haven't played Echoes yet, and I've avoided a lot of streams, but the fact that people seem to really be enjoying it, and I have heard that it's very return to form, is very exciting.
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah. It's return to form, but it's still new and fresh because they brought in a new mechanic with how you play the game. So it's like not quite a complete return. Have you played a Link Between Worlds?
I played Link to the Past, but not Between Worlds.
Okay. Have you played the past? Okay, so you have played the past. So Link Between Worlds is essentially a remake of A Link to the Past.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Same dungeons. There's a bit different mechanics because you can turn into a hieroglyph and walk on the walls, right? You can enter the painting world, essentially. But one of the things that they changed in that game is you can you can rent all your tools up front. If you have the money, you can just rent any tool and do the dungeons in an order, right? So you have a lot more freedom of access to the game itself. That's a little more akin to how Echoes of Wisdom is in a similar engineering bit. Like, they've been very open with the trailers about how the game works, right? But there's a lot of ways, and even when I was playing it, people would comment on like, that's not how I solved that, right? Or like, we did this so different, because the sheer volume of like, you'll have your favorite tools, but the sheer volume of tools they give you makes the puzzles infinitely more interesting to solve, because you have multiple ways you can solve the same problem. You can see, this is your standard, I need to light a torch. But now you have several ways that you can light this torch, and how you do it is up to you, if you make it really hard or really easy.
Yeah.
Right?
And that, like I said, I fall sort of in the middle of opinions for Tears of the Kingdom, because there are some things that I look at and say, okay, I as a player am not going to choose to cheese certain things, that I do want to find, quote unquote, the more proper method. I don't begrudge folks who enjoy cheesing it, because there's certainly a level of enjoyment in that. If that's what you enjoy as a player, sure, I'm not going to be upset that you have that path. I might not choose it myself. and that it certainly gives you a different style of problem solving and thinking, because in a traditional Zelda game, you go into something sort of knowing that there is a solution, that there is a right solution, that there is something specific that you are supposed to do, and that generally speaking, other things just won't work.
Yeah,
Whereas
they do have
Tears
that.
and Breath, you enter into knowing there's a quote-unquote proper way to do it, but that's not the only way to do it. And that,
Mhm.
like you said, you can take the easy path, the hard path, the cheesy path. You might end up accidentally not trying to cheese it, but that you take some very overly complex route to what was actually a really simple puzzle. You just missed something along the
Yup.
way. It feels very D&D in that case of, the classic thing of, all right, the DM, they just wanted you to pick up that object on the ground. It wasn't cursed. You didn't need to go through and cast Detect Magic and do a whole bunch of tests and poking and prodding on it to make sure that, yes, indeed, it was just a rock.
Yup. It's nice. The dungeons are longer, akin to more Zelda, like the older style Zelda dungeons. They are longer, they do have the puzzles, and they do typically have a core mechanic like they did in the past, right?
Yeah.
And they will typically give you what you need. If you haven't explored the outer world, they'll give you everything you need to finish the dungeon inside the dungeon itself.
Yeah.
So it's very similar in that regard, which I appreciate, because it's like, I don't know what to do, what enemies were around me, what items are around me. This is going to give me a hint to kind of like, what do I need to do? But I still have the freedom to be like, oh, what if I do this? Even if it's really, really dumb and definitely not the way that they thought of it, it can still work. Sometimes you do something really stupid and you're like, oh my god, this would have been so much easier if I just did this.
And it even extends to the bosses to a certain extent that I have to say, so I have not actually finished Tears of the Kingdom. And remember, you said you hadn't either, I think?
I have not either yet.
Yeah, because you and I both wound up in the same place, that we both adored the game. We were having a ton of fun, and I got busy with things and never actually got back to it. My logic and justification is I enjoyed it so much, I know I will get to it someday. It's one of those, sometimes you put something on the back burner and say, oh, I'll get to it, but you don't actually necessarily have the drive to get to it. I have that on the back burner and I say, I'm kind of saving it for a rainy day. I know I will finish it that day. If I wanted to, I could finish it this weekend. But that, there are other things that I almost fear that I will lose interest in if I don't watch them or play them more recently. But I know that Tears is always going to be there for me to finish, and I'm going to have a great time with it. But I got pretty far. Did you beat the Sky Dungeon?
The Sky Dungeon. Let me see. Is that the Caldera one?
Yes.
Okay, with the bird sage that lets you go through the air, go whoosh whoosh. Yes.
Okay, cool. So I can talk spoilers on that one. That is one of, if not my favorite dungeon of all time. Like across all Zelda games, there's something about the approach, having to climb up into the sky, the music and the way the music and environment thins out, and that you can feel how high up in the sky you're getting, and that it's the tension of, okay, I need to make sure to not fall. Getting to that dungeon feels more dangerous than approaching any other dungeon I've played across Zelda. Once you get on there, it's solid dungeon design, but that is also arriving at that dungeon of just seeing the giant ship amidst these dozens of other smaller ships circling around in the air, in the eye of a storm. I have never felt awe at the outside of a dungeon that wasn't Hyrule Castle like that before. Because others just, okay, we got to, it's a dungeon. It's a cave, or, okay, maybe it's kind of a shrine, and, it might be a kind of cool-looking shrine, but there was something awe-inspiring for me of arriving at the ship. And then you have the Caldera fight, which, just Caldera as a monster, very big, very grand, very epic, and the fact that it's in the air.
Music.
And the music. Like I said, I am a sucker for music, and that it was already a very intense one, but the Dragon Roost Island hit
Yo,
that you get in the
that
final phase, that there was a couple of things that went through me when I first heard that riff. One, it's so beautifully dissonant that it's not even necessarily menacing, it's sad. It's
Oh,
pained.
yeah.
And that there was a chill that went through me, and that I was thinking about, it sounds pained and sad, not scary. It's hitting me in a different way. And then I had this sort of epiphany moment of, there's something that Caldera does and occupies canonically that is very different from just about every other boss in Zelda, save for Ganon. I had the realization, I was like, this is the thing that killed all the Rito. This is the last thing that a bunch of Ritos saw.
Oh.
This is the reason that the current Rito village is desolate, covered in ice, and that so many are gone. This is why this entire region is devoid of living beings that aren't monsters. This thing has killed countless people. Most of these dungeon bosses are these big, spooky, scary things that are occupying their dungeon, and that people do not go to the dungeon because they know a monster is there, and the monster will eat you if you go into their territory. That they are occupying a space. They might be guarding a treasure, but those dungeon creatures have not canonically gone out and wiped out villages. This thing wiped out villages and is now just sort of circling around and still not only occupying a space, but actively choking it to death with ice.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, that hits harder now. Oh.
And the sadness and the dissonance of the Rito village hit in that fight made that hit me of just, oh, there's a lot of dead Rito right now.
Yeah. Oh, I just appreciated the reference. I didn't think too deeply into that. That gives me a newfound appreciation of that. Oh.
And I get to that, so, all right, there's this very meaningful boss, and that it also has one of the things that you mentioned earlier of there's different ways to beat Caldera. That, yes, you have to break the ice spots on it, but that when I first fought Caldera, I used arrows. It didn't click with me that, oh, I can dive through those. I watched a playthrough later, and folks were diving through. I was like, oh yeah, you could have done that. And I was running low on arrows by the end of this fight because I was waiting for it to fly past me in a certain position, make sure all right, pulling the bow back and slowing down time, and it's these targets you need to hit, and that you need to hit it a couple times. It never occurred to me of the obvious of just fall.
Dang! Yeah, I never thought about that.
And that most Zelda bosses don't have that option of, how am I going to do the thing? It's usually, okay, you use specific tool to disarm them, and now you go up and you swing your sword a bunch of times.
Oh, true.
And especially in the older games, like the final boss, the Shadow and the Windfish, the whole thing is, all right, it is trial and error. You have to find the very specific weapon that is supposed to be used on that form for the Windfish to beat Link's Awakening. And that there's no flexibility in that fight. It's figure out, or just, like I said, trial and error. Whereas this one, anything that would cause damage, conceivably, you could have thrown bombs at it. That would probably be incredibly difficult, but you would probably do that. You could probably just throw your weapons at it.
True, yeah, because they hit like projectiles.
That you can beat Caldera in all those other ways. So, yes, this has been my TED Talk on why the Wind Dungeon, Caldera Dungeon in Tears of the Kingdom is the best Zelda dungeon from approach through implementation to the boss fight.
I did appreciate how Tears of the Kingdom had longer dungeons, as in, like, the dungeons weren't longer, too much longer, but, like, even getting to the dungeons was part of the dungeon itself.
Yes, that there was a
right?
journey.
And, yeah, so it wasn't, like, as fast as it was in Breath of the Wild.
Mm-hmm.
The Breath of the Wild, they felt very, very quick.
Well, because apart from Hyrule Castle, there really weren't any dungeons. Well,
Yeah, it was just the
there
4.
were. There was the 4 that, yeah, the fact that I wasn't even consciously remembering, that I remember the Blight fights and everything, but that those dungeons didn't even, like, fully register in my mind as dungeons, that I really only considered Hyrule Castle. And the Hyrule
don't
Castle
have
dungeon
unique enemies,
in
they're
Breath was
all a blight.
amazing. I loved that one, though. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
They only have blights. They don't have unique enemies, which kind of makes them a little more forgettable as well.
Yeah.
And the dungeons are criminally short.
Yeah.
Criminally short.
The first time I saw a Blight, I was like, whoa, that's such a cool boss. Oh, I love that design. Get to the second one, wait, I already faced you.
Yup.
And then by the time it was the third, it was just a disappointment. It was like, oh no, it's just copy-paste every time.
Yup.
I mean, there were variations to the fight, but I was pretty disappointed that they couldn't, like, I sort of understand the concept of, okay, he sent these 4 shadows and why they don't have fully unique designs. I wish they had just made 4 unique designs.
Yeah. They could have just made 4 unique designs. Water Blight could have been a slime, like. There's this very easy. Though I mean, having a magma slime would be pretty scary.
Yeah.
Play with the idea of what a water blight is and what a lightning blight would be. Like
to actually lean in and have them be elementals.
Yo. That, yeah. Oh.
You actually mentioned to me that one of your first memories was of Zelda.
Yes,
like
actually.
Actual first sentient memories being of Zelda. And that, I don't know if I can pinpoint my own real first memories. For me, it's somewhere around age 3, and I don't know if I can pinpoint anything. But the fact that you can not only recall, but also that it's for a video game, that I'm envious. I'm legitimately envious that I can't say, oh, my first memory is playing one of these amazing video games.
It's a core memory. I just remember, like, I don't remember playing the rest of the game, but I do remember I was fighting Ganon in the final boss fight, because I remember the room so vividly, right? And I did not get to play it again until way later. Like, I think it wasn't until I got the Switch Family Pass that I was able to play it again. So I remembered the Ganon boss fight, and my dad wanted to help me because I was having trouble, and I was like, no, I can do it by myself. And I must have been around, it was before kindergarten, so I was between 3 and 4, and it's like a core memory. That's the earliest thing I can remember, because I just remember.
Fighting Ganon. Which game was this? Which one?
This was A Link to the Past on the SNES. And so I did not have access to that game again until I was an adult. So that's how I know the about time frame that it was. Because when I was in it was in a place where we lived in for a very specifically short amount of time, in a very specific time in my life. And I probably would have been on the older side of that time. So I would have been about 3 to 4. So I know for a fact about when that time was, and that is the earliest memory that I can remember, because the next one is kindergarten. I didn't want to wear sweatpants to school because I thought they were uncool. I wanted to wear jeans to kindergarten because they were cooler, and Mama Neil is like, yeah, but you're going to run around and play in the playground, and jeans are uncomfy for that. And I was like,
Do you have a favorite Ganon? Do you have a favorite Ganon fight? Is it just Link to the Past? Because obviously that has very
that is a
significant
core
memories.
memory. But a favorite, I think, well, okay. In terms of story, my favorite Ganon fight is Wind Waker.
I was That was what I was going to guess. Specifically when you said because of story. That
Yep.
I've heard
The
multiple
last
folks say that.
parting lines. Like, Puppet Ganon is such a unique idea, and I did like the fight, but the very end, the last thing he says, I can feel the wind. Right? Because the entirety of Hyrule underneath the waters is stale. Right? It's been held under a dome of water. There's no air movement.
There's no wind.
And finally, when he dies, I can feel the wind. That hits so hard. And it was best Ganon bar none. I'm going through Twilight Princess, and he seems pretty cool. I haven't beaten it yet.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me that. Because
I am just getting to the end. I have all the mirror shards. I'm just going to collect the pose and then go.
Let me know when you do that, Vanille, because Twilight Princess is my favorite Ganondorf fight.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Noted.
I'm doing it.
I can't tell you why it's my favorite Ganondorf fight.
Okay. All right. I'll be excited. I'm doing it tomorrow.
I'm very excited that to set expectations, I will say that the lore for the Ganondorf fight in Wind Waker is definitely stronger than the lore for Twilight Princess's Ganondorf fight. Twilight Princess's Ganondorf fight is my favorite because of the phases. I'm not going to say how many phases, but saying that the Ganondorf fight has phases is not a spoiler.
Yeah, not a spoiler. At least 2 to 3.
That the way they do the phases and the uniqueness of the phases and the execution of the final phase, for me, are the most epic of all of the Ganondorf fights that we've gotten.
Ooh, I'm excited now. Ooh. Okay. I know the lore behind him from, him being sent to the Dark World, the Twilight Realm.
Yeah, there's
pretty
an amount
rad.
of lore. It's not quite
rad
Wind
as
Waker,
hell.
but yeah. Mm.
It's cool, but it's not as, impactful. Like, that one last line, just oh.
I will say that... I'll say that his death is definitely impactful.
Literally or figuratively?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
Those of you in chat who know that fight know what I just did.
Oh, no.
That was... Oh, I'm kind of proud of myself on how beautifully vague that is, because even if you get half the joke, it doesn't matter if you don't know.
I'm guessing that he'd do a smack on a surface
that's
at some point in time.
Inevitably, there is always a last hit on Ganondorf.
There's always a last hit.
There's always a last hit.
Always the last hit.
There's always the last hit.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I am very, very, very vamped up.
I'm very excited. Yes. So, well, like I said, yeah, I can't say anything else on that one.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm jazzed now. I'm not gonna collect all the heart pieces. I am going to try and collect all the pose because I'm so close. And I've got all the mirror shards. I don't know how long the ending sequence is gonna be, but I stream for a minimum of 4 hours anyways. So I'm sure I can get the pose and then do that, and I'll be okay. Maybe. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. All right, 8-hour stream tomorrow. Let's go.
Well, it depends. So, how many poses do you have left?
I think I have about 5.
Okay, that should be fine. So,
Yeah.
Also, dang it, there's another question I need to ask, and I worry that it's a spoiler.
Ask it in the most vaguest way if possible.
Have you fought? No, because you fight him multiple times. Shoot.
Multiple times. Okay. I fought a Boblin multiple times. I have not done the Pit of 100 Trials, which I should probably do.
That's not relevant.
Okay.
If you want to do Pit of 100 Trials, it is a good challenge, and I think that it is probably the best iteration of Cave of 100 Trials as well.
Okay, I'll be sure to do that then.
It's a fun challenge, and the last one is really tough. It's very simple but very tough.
Okay. I'll come stocked then, because that's the other thing that's on the docket. I have to do that, and I have to do some pose, and then I may or may not do the bugs because I've only halfway got the bugs. So.
I don't think I ever completed all the bugs. My tip for Cave of 100 Trials is for especially a lot of the early ones and even later ones, the way the cave works is you start up on a ledge in every level and that you drop down. Stay on the ledge as long, stay on the ledge as much as you can, and remember that there are weapons that are ranged that don't have ammo restrictions.
Steel ball.
The steel ball is good, but the problem with the steel ball is its range is very limited. The grappling shot is a very powerful tool in the Cave of 100 Trials because it replicates a weak arrow hit with unlimited hits. There are certain parts that you won't be able to reach with it, but it reaches very far.
Okay. All right. Conserve your ammo. Good thing I got the biggest quiver. Restock on all of those and all the bombs too.
Yes, definitely.
Just come in prepared. Prepared. Apologies if you heard my cat.
Well, I didn't hear the cat, and even if I did, it would not be the first time that a fuzzy friend had a cameo on Vtuber Talk.
She's so cute, but there hits a certain point where she's like, "Give me attention."
So I'm realizing we've gotten diverted on many, many things, and I'm still good to keep going if you are, but I sort of want to do a check-in. Okay, cool. Because you mentioned, you usually go 4 hours. We're already at 5 Vanille.
Oh, are we? Oh! I go for a minimum of 4.
Okay, cool. Great. Awesome. Yeah, I'm good to keep going because you gave me some really cool things that we haven't been able to get to yet.
Oh, yeah, true.
So I want to actually go on and show off a couple of things of yours. We have some art and, multiple forms of art. So, Wacha. So, as mentioned, that you are an artist. You have commissions that are not currently open because you were working on some projects at the time, but that you've also done a lot of physical art, and that you have here a card. So this is obviously Vanille. This is a thank you card, and you actually gave me a couple. So are cards things that you have made for folks for a while, or was that something that you did very specifically in this one instance?
My family scrapbooks, I have all this stuff to do it. I make cards for my family. And when I sent out keychains, it's like, if I'm gonna mail you a little keychain of me, I'm gonna give you a little card, right? So that's kind of where this is, where it's like, here you go. Here's a doodle I made, and here's a keychain. Here you go. I have opened up and messaged friends and even to viewers, like, if you want a card for your birthday, let me know. I like making cards. So I make them for my family, I make them for my friends, I like making cards.
Do you recall what this one was for?
This one? I believe this one was for... Was it for Giga? Might have been for Giga. This one I sent to a viewer, and I believe it came with a keychain. And I never just want to send just the keychain. And it's like, thank you for watching, and thank you for always being at my streams. And like, they have personalized messages inside, right, that I don't take pictures of. So, and then a little itty bitty doodle on the back. I like one of the secret things I like to do is draw a little me peeping off like the bottom of the screen, like a peek emote. just a little dude like popping out like this from the back, on the back of the card, just so like if you look there, it'll be like, haha, you didn't expect this, did you? So This one I do believe was for a viewer
Mm-mm.
who wanted
you made
a
cards,
keychain.
Even prior to streaming and doing things, that this was something that you sort of grew up doing with your family, you mentioned.
Yeah, I have Christmas card parties where, like, in November or early December, I have my friends who all want to make cards for their family because I have all the tools. I just bring them upstairs to my dining room table and we chat, we have some snacks, and we make cards for our families. So I've been doing that for a few years. I never took pictures of them. I never took pictures, so this is the one that's like, I took a picture of it.
Yeah. Now, this next one, because of who is on it, has to be from this year.
Yes. Yes, it is. I got to go. Yeah, I got to go to an anime convention where Doki Bird had a VIP meet and greet, and I'm friends with someone who was staff at the convention, and they asked if I would like to go. And so, I have a mobility aid. So we use the you have to wheel me in here. 2 for 1. 2 for 1 because I have a mobility aid when I go there, right? We both got to go in for the price of one. They were the staff. They had it registered under my name. But because they were the staff and they were the one wheeling me, and they're like, oh yeah, go say hi. So I got to say hi for like 2 minutes, and I made a card in advance. This is just the front of the card. I even decorated the envelope as well, with really cute gel pens and whatnot. So it was very personalized. And then I wrote a message on the inside, and so I don't know if she's received it yet. Hopefully she has, because it's been a few months. I would hope they sent it out. But Staff Guy is really rad. Really rad. So I actually got to show it to her, and then put it in an envelope and then give it to staff so that they could mail it out to her at the end of the convention. So
Oh, that's fantastic.
And this one was kind of a rush thing because she had debuted that outfit not too long before the convention. So it's like, oh, I know what I must do.
It hadn't even clicked with me that that's not her default outfit. So yeah,
Yeah, so I got a bunch of fun stickers at the convention as well. So you can see some of them, they had like a gradient pattern, and then you lift it off and there's all like these hearts and stars and ribbons and whatnot. So I put a lot of them on there. I kind of want to remake this card, actually, now that I have some better technique. I kind of want to remake the card, which would be pretty interesting. But hopefully she has it. Hopefully she gets it. And hopefully I wrote a nice message in there, and I hope it makes her happy. It was something akin to, we're rooting for you and all your endeavors. I hope that everything brings you happiness, kind of thing, right? And that we're excited for your brand new future, and I hope you're excited too.
Oh.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that she'll be going to a good number of conventions, so hopefully you'll have a chance to make version 2.0 and have that.
Yeah. I also made one for Demon Dice, actually. She was supposed to be in concert in the previous year, and she got sick. And so she couldn't make it, had to call out, rebooked for the next year. I got sick.
Oh no!
I missed the concert night because I was feeling ill and had to go home early. But I was feeling sorry. I'm speaking too fast for my body to catch up. But I did get to go to the meet and greet and talk to her and be like, hey! So I have a signed poster from her, and I gave her the card personally. The staff made an exception because it was a card and not like a large item. So I was like, can I give this card to her since she's here? And she's like, yeah, sure, why not? So I gave her the card, and then I decorated the envelope as well, so it's all cute. So I didn't take a picture of that card, though. I did not take a picture of that card, but it was still cute. I drew a chibi demon dice and made a really cool Gamblers theme because I liked her music video, ARKHAND.
Yeah,
Some
well,
of
the
her earlier,
oldies.
yeah,
Oldie but a
the
goodie.
oldies.
Mhm.
That's how I found her because I'm super into like electro swing, and that's a really nice crossover. So
Mhm.
it's like, oh, this is my jam.
Yeah, I played trombone throughout middle, high school, and college, so I'm a sucker for brass. And the first time I heard electro swing, I was like, wait a minute. You're telling me that we can have like sort of jazzy brass band along with just electro swing hit very perfectly for me.
Oh yeah, my Mom and Neil made me grow up with like a lot of older music. Uh, there we go. I'm catching up. And so I listened to a lot of like Simon and Garfunkel and like music from the 60s, music from the 50s. So I have a wide variety of music that I listen to. And so electro swing is something that I enjoy because I like sharing it with her. She genuinely enjoys it. And so it's like something we can connect on. So I think she would like Demon Dice very much.
Yeah, so do you go to a lot of conventions?
I do every year. I can only go to one, but I like to go to more because it's just more feasible for me to get to. Just because it takes like an hour to get there. The other one would take me about 4 hours to get to, so 4 or 5 hours. So we got to just one. But soon I'd like to attend virtually. I wanted to like do those meet and greets that everybody do. That'd be rad. Or host a How to VTuber panel. How to OBS. That'd be really cool. I've been to Animathon and I've been to Anime Revolution in Vancouver, which was a fun trip because I got to meet all of my streamer friends from Vancouver.
I've been to a lot of cons over the years, never any in Canada though. I do want to get to at least a couple that Revo, North, Otakuthon. Those are the three that I know of in particular to be a bit bigger in Canada, but yeah.
I don't know any Eastern Canada ones, but on the West Coast, there's Anime Revolution, which is pretty big, pretty cool. Animathon is pretty big and pretty cool, and they get a lot of really good guests every year, and they have dedicated VTuber areas now. For the past few years, I've gone to a onigiri cooking panel before, which was super fun. And Sylvie, I actually got to sit front row in Sylvie's concert stream that she streamed on Twitch. I was live tweeting it from the front row. In person. And then Otakon, I believe, as well. I have not had the chance to go to it, but I have had friends who got to go to it.
I went to Otakon a couple times back in the day. Haven't been recently, just circumstance. I definitely want to go.
Money.
Funny enough, I grew up on the East Coast, now no longer live on the East Coast, so Otakon was one that was much easier to go to back in the day, but now it's just farther away, and that circumstances, for whatever reason, really haven't brought me back there quite yet.
Yeah, travel is honestly the biggest expense that makes it really hard to go to conventions. Super hard. Most of your money gets sucked up by hotel fees and flight fees or gas fees or... Yep.
The badge price is not the actual cost of a convention. It's everything else. But that's why most folks go to cons that are closer to them.
Oh yeah. And it's still like, if I go there, I'm going for the whole day, but it's still within, normal North American driving range. Like, if it was 2 hours away, I'd still go, like, I'd still go. But 4 hours, that's a little too much. So, gotta book a hotel stay with a friend.
Yeah. Still, it's been very fun to see anime cons over the past couple years sort of have the realization of how big VTubers are. Because, at first, it's, all right, this is a little bit different. Virtual guest that ends up being a bit of a different tech situation potentially for the convention, first and foremost, of, all right, so we need to set up kind of a Zoom call of a sort for a panel. That's not inherently going to be difficult if it's just a panel, but if it's going to be a concert, that's a whole nother level of production. And then also just, all right, we don't have a precedent for this. There's this thing called HoloLive, and it seems like they've got big numbers on YouTube. Will that translate to conventions? They try and, oh yes, those numbers do translate to conventions.
Yes.
And these cons, a good number of them are caught on the back foot that they don't realize how big HoloLive is. They don't realize how big VTubers are. And then you get a couple experimenting, okay, what if we bring in some not HoloLive VTubers? Do we still get that kind of impact, or is it really just, you need a brand name and nobody else is going to do it? Cons are now realizing that VTubers, period, are a drawing factor. They are realizing, if you bring in HoloLive v Shoujo, you're going to get what you pay for, goodness knows, that they will bring in the big numbers for just 1, 2, 3 talents. You don't need to bring in a full slate, but at the same time, if you bring in medium-sized slate of some of the top indies, or if you bring in just a ton of smaller folks, that they do add up and that people will come to see them, and that the biggest problems that some cons are seeing is they're realizing the lines are too big, or that they're selling out of the meet and greet tickets faster than some of the anime voice actors. And that this isn't a slight at the anime voice actors, that they're still selling them out. It's just that the VTubers are selling at nigh absurd rates. And everything from social media post reach and interactions, that you can go to these conventions' social media pages and see, oh, the one announcing the VTuber has 90 comments. All of these other announcements have 30 comments.
Oh, yeah. I know that, people will literally fly cross-country. I know this is, again, a thing...
crazy for their Oshis.
Oh, yeah. I know this is a similar thing with Love Live, but, people will fly to North America from Japan because their HoloLive EN Oshi is making an appearance. They will cross the Great Sea because there is an appearance. Oh my goodness. And I know Love Live fans are the same. A lot of it is Japanese fans, because it's a lot of FOMO. You'll get exclusive light sticks and some exclusive merch. I know there's one. I have an exclusive light stick that someone resold of the Aqua
concert at AX a couple years back, probably. Yeah.
Yes, I have one of their limited edition sticks. And someone resold it at a fair price, actually. It was the same price as the other light sticks. Oh, dear.
You say resold exclusive merch. This has the potential to be, okay, if you're diehard Love Live fan, you can't make it. You might pay those markups, but glad you were able to find something at a reasonable cost.
Yeah, it was 80 Canadian, and the light sticks were selling for 60, right? So it is, you can,
it's a markup, but that's not an absurd amount.
Yeah, it was a normal amount. It's I have to get this now. I will never get any other opportunity to get this, and if I do, it will cost so much. So I got the light stick. But yeah, people will fly from all over the world, especially for concerts. Concerts. Just be able to get a chance to see it. Just be able to get a chance, because again, lots of exclusive merch. Sometimes it's just karaoke even, but just being there in person feels so different. It feels so different.
Yeah, just the difference is the crowd. Being there and being able to cheer, chant, and just, applaud. Something simple as that. The crowd does make a difference.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I had that with karaoke, actually. I really want to perform on stage again, because that's something you feel when you're in theater, right? When the crowd applauds when you've done your piece and you leave, right? But it's something absolutely different, and you can only really experience it by going karaokeing with people who are just as nuts as you about, idol stuff. I went with my friends in Vancouver to karaoke, and we all had light sticks, and we changed it to each other's colors.
Oh, that's
right?
So cool.
And we did fan chants for the songs.
That's so good.
And it feels amazing. You do not know the high that absolutely runs through you. And that's just with 5 people in a room.
Yeah, much
Imagine
less
a whole
1,000
crowd.
people in a theater, or 1,000 people in giant panel room auditorium hall.
Oh yeah, and they've got your light sticks changed to your color, and they're doing the fan chants, and like, oh my god, I haven't ridden that high since musical theater.
Yeah. And you mentioned musical theater. You and I are both the theater kids, as was brought up earlier. But you mentioned that you had some fun theater stories. The one thing I always love to hear from other theater kids is I love the backstage stories or the on-stage stories of what went wrong that you were able to play off. That I don't like the stories of, the show was upended because lead actor twisted their ankle and fell and we had to cancel the performance or like we had to hold them off stage. No. I love the ones of, okay, this thing broke or this line was missed and we recovered it this way.
Oh yeah, I have a few of those. For the one that's like, we recovered, I was doing Dracula. I was an invented character. I was Lucy's little sister because, in a class of 20, 30 kids and there's only 5 speaking roles. You invent some roles so that people get a chance, right? So I got to sing Pie Jesu at the funeral, and that was my moment. Number one, when Mama Neil has this kind of music on the computer, right? So I was I'll just go and practice Pie Jesu at home with the monks, right? I didn't realize that it was like 3 keys higher, the one that the guy, I could do it. I'm a light soprano, but like me coming in with like Jesu, right? And then I come into class and it's like 3 keys up and then it's like Jesu, and then you have to go to the keytolis and it's like at like the high end of the range, and it's like I had to transpose that in my head on the spot and be like, hi, I practiced to the wrong track, sir. I might need like a day or 2 to give me that track and I'll have it down. But it wasn't something that I found out live on stage, thankfully. It was something when we were doing our first full runs, right?
So
like
it was
no costumes or anything.
Into the rehearsal process that, this wasn't
deep
week
into the
1
practice.
of the production, that you're now actually staging stuff. But it's not happening live. It's not, we open tomorrow. But it's
it's kind of that one was solved early. But there was more, you see. For the guy who played Dracula also played like a werewolf for a little bit in the woods, did the whole woo, right? The beasts.
Wait a minute,
in
so
the
you're
wilderness.
just telling me this was Twilight?
No. Twilight, but like in the 1800s. Yes. Are you Team Jonathan or are you Team Dracula? There's a whole song about how many Oliver suitors, Lucy suitors. You could have a whole like, which team are you on? There was a doctor. Like, he's a pretty good pick. But he did a whole like the Beasts of the Night kind of thing, right? So they had a faux werewolf head that they had made and put on him, and it was too tall because he was coming out of like the side stage in front of the curtains, right? So there was a built staircase that curved upwards so that he could be like perched on a rock and be like, oh, woo, kind of thing, right? He knocked his head on the roof and got a bloody nose.
Oh no.
And this is Dracula. And the nose is bleeding, okay? But it hasn't started dripping out yet because it's busted inside the nose. And so when he goes to have his scene with Jonathan, right?
Okay, so, and since this happens when he's wearing the mask for the wolf scene, audience does not see that he has a bloody nose at this point in time. They may have seen, did they see him bonk his head?
They did not see him bonk his head. That was behind stage. Some people might have heard it, but nobody saw it.
Okay.
Right? So there's no indication that something went wrong, right? So now you get the scene, right, where I think it's on, where he hovers close to Jonathan's neck to take a bite, but doesn't quite, right? He's bleeding on Jonathan.
Oops.
He's nosebleeding on Jonathan. He wipes away the blood in a dramatic fashion, so it looks off, and then you just see this blood stain coming down Jonathan from his bloody nose. And people thought that was practical effects, and it was
it technically was a practical effect. whoever was running the costume department was probably very, very upset.
Yep.
But they were probably like, that's really cool, but dang it, now I need to wash out a blood stain.
Yep, it was so good. He managed it so well, and the other, like, everyone was really good about, like, just doing these things, right? So he just rolled with it. He didn't freak out. He just rolled with it on stage.
Okay, we're doing this now.
Yep. So that was, like, super duper cool. But from behind the scenes, okay, I know everyone's, like, really particular about, like, not changing in front of people and having a sense of shame. You lose that in drama and musical theater because you don't have time to go back to the change rooms to change, okay? So I had some mic problems. And so Van Helsing just lifted my skirt in front of everybody, and I had bright pink undies on. And nobody cared.
Yeah, it's just like
everyone just went around their day.
It's business right now. Chop chop.
It's business, right? She fixed my mic, and I was so embarrassed, and I looked around and nobody cared. And after that I was like, no one cares. And I lost my sense of shame. So that was fun. And then another fun thing, we had this stone tomb, okay? It was this we had to wheel it out on stage, okay? And part of the effect was it was going to, with Dracula's presence, it was going to just spew blood down it. This was something we had planned, right? And we can't afford, like, we have no budget. We can't afford, like, an automated pump, like a generator with a pump or whatever. We did get a smoke machine, and that was where the budget went. So guess who had to crawl into this suitcase-sized area?
Oh boy.
underneath the grave with a little hand pump to just go at the right time so that the blood would just flow off. That was me, because I was the smallest person, so I fit into the gravestone in, like, it was the size of a suitcase, and I just had to sit there in, like, the fetal position and then wait for my cue and then be like while I quickly hand pump the blood on.
Yep, that'll do it.
It was so good. People loved it. They thought it was amazing. And it's like, that's the behind the stage secret. The smoke was so that you couldn't tell that the grave was on wheels.
Ooh, yes. I love the multi-step practical effects of, okay, we're going to do this thing, but to make this thing look good, we're going to have to do another thing to cover it up.
Yo.
So, two of my biggest...
Speaking of vampires. Just one last thing. We do the lighting checks, and part of being in class is you learn about lighting from the technical end, right? So I am the lightest kid in the class. I am very pale because I am a witch that lives indoors. And then they had the darkest skinned person in the class come, and they wanted to show the effect of different colors of lights on people and how you have to adjust the lights for how the skin tone of the person is, right? And how that can change the mood, right? So he put on, like, this bright, like, bluish white light, and it's like, look how it makes them look very ghostly, how it kind of drains all the color from their skin, right? And whatnot. And, like, she's reflecting in the light almost like a vampire. And then they put on the yellow tone that's supposed to, like, bring out the peachy undertones, right? And bring vibrance, and, like, look how alive he looks. Like, the warm tones on his skin. This is like a bright summer day. And then he goes to me and it's like, and you still look like a vampire. So that goes to show how much makeup helps.
Good recovery.
Good recovery. But I was too pale. And had to use darker foundation for the lighting. So I wouldn't look like a ghost the whole time.
Gosh.
Yeah. Too pale.
Oh gosh, and this is making me realize, so I have a couple of my own stories that are sort of, obviously not the same, but parallel in concept. So the first one you mentioned was the singing issue. So I didn't get into theater until high school, but at that point in time, I had already been in band for a couple years, so I knew how to read music on a bass level. I was playing trombone, so I was using bass clef, but I understood relative transposition, sort of. But I had also started learning music a bit later, that I picked up trombone in 7th grade, which most folks were bringing it up in 4th, 5th grade, so I was a little bit behind there, but I'd picked it up just fine and was proficient enough for band. It wasn't a problem. I had not taken any chorus classes since elementary school, and that in elementary school, everything we did was by ear, that we didn't have sheet music, we were not taught to read choral music, that it would be, the elementary chorus teacher would sing the thing and, this is how it should sound, and that it was very basic, that we would have maybe up to chunked harmonies, but nothing really significant. But I was always really good at getting it by ear, that if I hear a tone, I can probably replicate it, and that I was proficient enough at that. So we get into, first for auditions, we have to sing a song for one of the auditions. And so what I did, I got the soundtrack to the musical, the song that I'm going to be auditioning with, I know what it is. I just listen to it over and over and over and over again. And at the very least, I can read the sheet music to understand the timing of all the notes. And I can see the notes to understand, all right, it's going up by a half step, a whole step. It's going up a little bit. This is the speed and timing of everything. Even if I don't know necessarily, oh yeah, that's a G or that's an A. But my memory, I listen to that song over and over again, and I'm at the point I don't even need the sheet music because I know how it's supposed to sound. So I'm able to do that. I have my audition, freshman audition. I get into the show. I don't get any particular parts, but I'm able to do that. And that over the years, I was continuously in the shows, and it wasn't until my senior year that I was just talking with the choral director, who was naturally also the chorus teacher at the school, who I had never been in his class, but I had been working with him for 4 years now via the theater department. And that there was some technical thing that he mentioned offhand when working with me on something. And I said, sorry, yeah, I don't know that since I don't know how to read choral music. And he sort of blinked for me and was like, what do you mean you don't know how to read choral music? I said, well, I've never been in any of your classes. I never got taught to read choral music. I've been doing all this by ear for 4 years. And he was, you've been, what? I faked it for 4 years, baby. It was great.
I have a similar story.
Yeah. Because, anytime that there was something that needed to be adjusted, even in high school, that the choral director would usually be like, okay, it goes like da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. I hear it. I can replicate it. Easy. Done. And that even till then, I was just listening to the soundtrack of whatever musical we were doing, committing it to memory, so I know what we're doing anyways, and it's fine. And he was able to adjust whatever he was saying for that specific thing. It resolved itself. But sort of the realization that I had been unintentionally had this secret of, oh yeah, I'm faking it this whole time. And it was sort of a fun moment for me to spring on him of, yeah, I don't know how to read choral music. Not properly, at least.
I had that. I was taking singing and piano lessons, and she would play the music once for me, and I would have it memorized, and I could parakeet it back to her.
Yep.
And I figured out pretty quick, I just needed to get her to play it for me once. I didn't have to go home and practice anything. I would just come back the next week and play it for her. And she figured that out, that I wasn't actually reading the music, that I was literally just parakeeting what I was hearing. An exceptional skill, but not a useful one in this regard. This is to my detriment. So she stops playing the music for me, and suddenly I can't play piano anymore. So I have to trick her into playing the music for me by saying, oh, I'm having trouble with this one part. And then in order to get to the part... Yeah, I'm just having a little bit of trouble with this one part. And so in order to get to the part, she has to play the whole song she can't just do that, right? So she has to get to the song and then be like, yeah, okay, so that's this part. And then she'll do it. And then it's like, you just played the song for me. And then I did that to my mom, too. It would take her a little longer because she's sight reading the music, trying to help me with my piano lessons. And then I've tricked her into playing it for me. So now I've heard it somewhere.
Beautiful.
And now I can play it. I never got past Royal Conservatory 1 because I cannot sight read. And that is something they test for.
Still very crafty. Very good.
Yup,
Um,
just a little,
for
yeah.
set things, in one of the shows, I had to, during one scene, very quickly sneak out and around into the pit so I could then pop up later. The pit that we had at our school, there was no like backstage way to get to it, that you had to actually go through just the sides on the front stage. So
Okay.
I had to very quickly sprint during a scene change and get under, and I got pretty good at it. And then would pop up, basically actually hoist myself up. There wasn't a
Ooh.
trap door or anything, that it was actually, I had to position myself on a stool, make sure that I wasn't in the way of the pit orchestra that was playing at the time, and hoist myself up so I could have a little pop-up. And that wasn't terribly technical. But the technical nightmare that we had one year, the show that we were doing, the concept of the entire set was built around scaffolding. That we had this metal scaffolding, which was set up, and that the different parts of the set were built into this standing scaffolding. The concept was going to be, all right, we're also going to be able to have a couple folks standing on the upper levels of the scaffolding for a couple scenes and maybe a bit of dancing. Shows a week out, we bring in the fire marshal, as you do, just via protocol, to look through everything. And we enter in expecting, all right, there's a chance the fire marshal might say, you can't dance on that scaffolding. And if that's the case, okay, we'll deal with it. That's not a big deal. That would be unfortunate, but we can move those folks down. But, we should still be able to have folks up there to talk, and we'll deal with that if we have to cross that bridge. Fire marshal comes in, looks at the scaffolding. Yeah, this is going to need to come down. Pardon, what? Yeah, there were certain aspects of the scaffolding that, on a base level, were not approvable at all. It wasn't even that we couldn't go up onto it. It was that we could not use it for our set at all.
Oh no.
We are a week out from opening. Our entire set has just been deleted.
Oh.
Technical director and the heads of all the tech crews basically have what amounts to, like, imagine war room emergency meeting.
Yeah.
Of, it is Saturday, it is Saturday afternoon, we have all day rehearsal, and we're about to enter into our final tech week to open on Friday. So we're really 6 days out. And they are redesigning the set from the ground up. All right, how do we do this? We need to make something kind of bare bones that's still not going to look terrible, that we can stand up in a week. And they do it, and that me and, obviously everyone is now all hands on deck trying to paint, build, get this set in a week. And that me and a couple others, that there were certain classes that at this point in time, because it was spring, so we were starting to get to the point where it was prep for exams. And that I had a good enough standing in some of my classes that, if we had active learning, I knew I couldn't skip out. But there were a couple where it was project presentations, or it was recap for the exams. And that I asked a couple of my teachers, like, hey, this happened. Is it okay if I spend the period, can I go to the theater and help them paint? And so throughout that week, it wasn't a case where, all right, there's like 30, 50 people in there constantly, but throughout the day that there would be 5 to 10 folks probably just shuffling in and out on whatever classes they could get out of. And it wasn't always the same folks, but there was not any other instance during my time in high school where people asked to get out of class to make sure that the set was done in time. We did it that one time, and we did it, and it worked. But oh my gosh, that was that afternoon of word getting around. They said we had to take down the scaffolding. They what? Like, is there anything that we can adjust on it? Is there anything that if we were to redo it and they come back tomorrow that they can prove? No, they just said it has to go. And it was like fear.
Fear, pain incarnate, pain incarnate. Oh my god.
The on-stage story I have, which is much more fun and silly, we were doing a performance of Charlotte's Web.
Oh.
And that the way, Charlotte has the different words in the web, that it's some pig, terrific, and, shoot, what's the other one? I'm trying to remember.
Special or something like that.
I think might have been Radiant.
Oh.
But anyways, so, there was different words in the web. And the way that we did this was we had made 3 different webs for the 3 different sets of words. And that, lights go down because it's that evening and Charlotte is spinning the web, and that she would then hook up the web. It was basically rolled up, and that she would unroll it, hook it onto the barn, lights go up, and the web is there. And that we had each of these 3 webs marked with colored tape to make sure that at a glance, Charlotte would be able to know which was the correct one. And that throughout rehearsals, always had it. Never had an issue of accidentally putting up the wrong web. Night 1, we're great. Right, webs are up. Night 2, lights come up. The first web is supposed to say some pig. Says terrific. There are so many lines in that show referencing the specific word in the web. There's a line where one of the characters spells it out, and different jokes that are sort of made based on the word in the web. This has implications that probably hits some 24 or more lines. And it's a lot, and we all have this realization, and it was another sort of all hands on deck that everyone backstage. Terrific is up in the web. Terrific is up in the web. If you have any lines that are related to the web, it is not some pig. It is terrific. And so we have to do that. And backstage, I'm guessing at your school as well, that you have the monitor, that you have the speaker somewhere backstage where you can hear what's going on stage, because that's how actors are able to know when their cues and scenes are coming up. And usually backstage, at least at my high school, I'm not sure what yours is like, but usually, there's an amount of chatter in the makeup room or wherever, assuming that it's airlocked and that, you're not going to be loud or anything, but that folks are going about their business. They're listening in to, make sure they know what's going on in the show, but they're not all quiet, hang on every word, because you can hear and when your scene and lines are coming up. It was dead silent in the makeup room that night because everyone was listening in, hearing, all right, when it gets to the next line that matters, do they get it? We hit every single line that night. Every instance that was supposed to be SOMEPIG, it was TERRIFFIC, or 1F, or however you spell terrific. And that, because not only does it mean that that first one is wrong, it means that the second one is wrong as well, because you now have what was supposed to be terrific has to say some pig. We made sure that the third web was the actual third web, but it meant that 2/3 of the show were altered. And just everyone, sort of backstage reminding of hey, this is the word in the web, this is the word in the web, do you have any lines for that? And folks, even me, sort of going through my scenes and thinking, okay, does this impact me? Because by the time you're show ready, you really know your role like the back of your hand. You just know how it goes, and it's almost automatic. You're not necessarily thinking about every single instance of a particular word. But now everyone's doing mental inventory. Do I have a word from the web? If so, is there anything about it? Because, all right, is the instance of my word in the web a joke? Because if so, now I need to rewrite the joke. There were some instances where it's just, all right, copy paste, replace the word in the sentence because you are just referring to it. Oh, they saw the word terrific in the web last night. It just becomes, oh, they saw the word some pig in the web last night. That's an easy one. But if someone's making a pun, if someone's doing a rhyme, somebody's doing any sort of, active use that isn't just reference to the word in the web, now you actually have to do something. And whether it was, all right, I've thought of a new joke, or, hey, I have this line, does anybody have an idea of what I can do here? That we rewrote 2/3 of that show over, obviously, it was completely an innocent mistake by Charlotte.
Yeah.
That even with the colored bits of tape, it's still dark backstage, and that things
Yo.
get knocked, and you think that, oh, that blue is green, that green is blue. Oops.
Oopsie doopsie. Oh, pain.
But that was such a unique rush of everyone is having to think in a different way, and everyone is paying attention to the show in ways that we normally aren't. And it was to get to the end of the show and be like, we actually hit everything. Nobody accidentally said terrific when it was supposed to be some pig. If you're in the audience and didn't see the show the night before, you don't know that the wrong web went up.
Yup.
And that's the biggest success of, if the audience doesn't know something went wrong, nothing went wrong.
Right? Nothing went wrong. Play through it. You play through. Don't stop and fix it. You play through it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't have any stories like that, but I do have a goofy story. I went to a Christian school for junior high for 2 years, yeah? And they have a little more stricter rules on what you can do behind the scenes, right? And unfortunately, this is one of the rules, this was one of the rules that was enforced with laughs by the teachers, because they thought it was really dumb. My brain's just catching up with my body here. We were gambling. We were playing poker with gummy bears while we were, like getting ready for everyone to filter in. You're not always active on duty.
Yeah.
We were getting ready for people to filter in, so we were playing poker downstairs with like Sour Patch Kids and gummy bears and whatnot. And the teachers had to come down, and with a laugh, they told us we had to stop placing bets because this is a Christian school and we're not allowed to.
Yes.
We're not allowed to gamble here, but they were laughing so hard.
Yeah, because obviously, all right, the students aren't gambling money; it's flipping candy. Of just okay, that adds to the strategy and whatnot of a game, because otherwise, poker's just you deal the cards and see who won.
Yup. It's I'm gonna do the good ol'.
Oh, we need to do a little reset to wake Vanille up.
Yep. Yeah. I went to bed. My brain froze. My brain froze. Of today of all days. For me to get a brain freeze. I drink too much Slurpee. There we go.
Yeah, I didn't end up doing any theater in college because, well, one, I wasn't a theater major, and then I tried to get involved in one of the theater clubs because there were a couple, but then I quickly realized that the theater clubs were where all the theater majors that didn't get into the main stage productions went. And I like to think I'm a fairly passable actor. The problem is that naturally and understandingly, that part of the audition is also submitting a resume and, showing, what shows you've been in. And whereas I only had up through high school, a lot of these other folks were like, I was in the second stage production, or I was in these productions that were part of this class, but they were more recent productions, and that naturally, even a class production in college was going to carry much more than a high school theater even need, potentially. And so after trying out for 2 shows, I quickly realized, non-theater majors aren't able to really actually do that. Which was a little sad, but I got involved in other things, and it was still very fine and fun. I don't know about you, that have you been able to continue doing theater in any capacity past high school?
This is my capacity.
That's fair.
VTubing. I went for
absolutely
chemistry.
Ooh.
I did not have the time, unfortunately. I went into a very intense chemistry program. I did
Mm.
not have the time for extracurriculars. I would show up sometimes to the anime club at school. Um, but I really did not have the time to hang out and do stuff. So even when I was at anime club, I was doing my
Gosh.
homework.
Ugh. So I was in the
So,
business school, and we had our fair share of homework, but I will definitely say that the stereotype of the students in the sciences having much greater course loads than the business students is 100% founded. That I think that the
yeah.
amount of work that I had was entirely reasonable and fair. I think that it's just the students in the sciences have more than they should have. I don't
I
like
think
that there are so many science students and engineering students that are like, I don't get to have a life, or I don't get to do extracurriculars. I think that's not how it should be. And
it's dumb,
ugh,
but it's kind of understandable if you think about it this way. Half of my homework is pre-work.
yeah,
I'm not allowed to go into a lab unless I have my safety done.
mm-hmm,
And in my logbook, I have all my tables filled.
yep,
Like I'm gonna be filling them in as I get the data when I'm in the lab, but I have to have them already drawn out. If
yeah,
they see that I don't have my safety, no. If they see that I haven't made any of my tables, no. That means I haven't read the lab. I don't know what I'm doing, right? So half of the homework is the pre-work for the next day, and then the other half of the homework is processing the data that you got, and then you have your theory homework.
like I had
So,
math majors as roommates. Like I for my junior and senior year, I was in a quad, and that I was able to coordinate with others and choose roommates, and uh that me and two of the others were together for the full 2 years, and then one of the slots sort of rotated. I think we had three folks there over the 4 semesters, just because one guy moved in with his girlfriend, another got another group that with friends he was closer with. Fortunately, no actual drama, but that it rotated a bit.
hmm,
But at any given point in time, the two constants were math majors, and that for two of the three other rotating roommates, that they were math major as well, and that they would have their problem sets. And every so often, naturally, since they have similar classes, that they would do homework together. And I would see the three of them huddled up at the table doing their problem sets, and I would just sort of occasionally glance over at their papers. Yeah, I'm glad
it's
I'm not a
nuts.
math major. Walks away.
Yeah,
Just I see there's like, you have fun with that, I guess. That
a little
stuff was
bit of
scary.
A little bit of what my homework looked like is the first page is all the safety. You have to outline what you're doing in the lab. You have to outline all your safety and hazards as like an acknowledgement. Then you write down your empty tables for the data you're going to be collecting. So when you're in the lab, you can just write it down as it comes instead of slowing yourself down by having to make the tables there and then, right? That's the pre-work that goes into the lab. The post-work, especially in like the second year where it amps up, you get massive printouts from chromatographs. You know how like when you see those science things where like the numbers, what do they mean? And they have like papers flying out, and it's all one giant sheet of paper that he has to like find a thing on. That's what I had. Really long sheets of like graphs. I do 20 injections and I get 20 printouts on this really, really long paper. And then I have to go in and it's like this little graph. It's a peak chart, right? Where you have like your baseline is like there's nothing here, and then you get like a sharp peak when a certain substance passes by. I have to go through all of these and I have to label what these peaks are. So I have to make it all nice and then scan it into a PDF because they don't want us handing in the physical work because that's a lot. That's a lot of paper. They don't have a lot of space. Can you please give it to me as a PDF? Right? So then I have to go to the library and scan all this stuff, compile it into one PDF
Nightmare, nightmare,
so that I can.
nightmare.
And then you have the actual write-up where you have to show your results, right? Which means I have an Excel spreadsheet where I have to put all of this information into a table. And because we're trying to be as accurate as possible, I use cell referencing so that I can, without rounding at any point, go through these calculations. You can automate it a bit with macros once you do the first one. But then you have to go and do all that with your tables all nice. And then you have on a separate sheet, you're going to have your graph, which shows your standards and how accurately you can plot these things. So it's a little graph that tells me about how accurate my unknowns are going to be based off of like how off was I with my standards. And then a second graph that shows what results I got, where they fall kind of on that map. So I can be like, this was 42% salt, like that kind of thing. And then I have to compile all these things into the website and be like, okay, here's my PDF of all of my graphs. Here's my Excel spreadsheet. Here's the handwritten document with the 2 graphs stapled on there because it needs something to physically hand into, I guess, that has a couple questions about the lab. And
The best and worst
a lot
part
of
about
work.
business school is that there is no actual practical way to do any of the work. Everything is theory. That in the sciences, you can do experiments. In engineering, you can do experiments. In math, you can do actual problems. In finance, to a degree, and in accounting to a degree, you can do simulations and that they can be representative because the formulas you're going to use for returns on finances are going to be pretty standard of, it projected on 8% or whatever percent you have, it does that, and that accounting is the most one-for-one of just, all right, you have this and that, based on laws and policies, and that this is how much you have for depreciation and whatnot, that what the answer should be.
Yeah.
It gets much more hypothetical when it comes to management. It's much more hypothetical when it comes to marketing. It's relatively hypothetical even when it comes to stuff like creating business systems and databases because, well, you're not going to have $1 million to run a startup company and then pay for whatever amount of marketing budget with said marketing mix and then see what the actual returns are and product manufacturing and all this. You just can't do that. So it becomes much more theoretical of, all right, given this budget, that, you would do research and say that I would go to these providers, buy this type of thing manufactured here, use this type of system. I would have this much money for marketing mix and spend it, that much on radio, that much on print media, that much on digital advertisements, yada, yada. But that there's a certain limit to the actual amount of work and proof and analysis that can actually be done. And the good and the bad of that is I realized that in some ways, certain aspects of business, they have to be taught somehow. That you have to teach to whatever degree you can, but that to a certain extent, certain aspects of business have very, very stark limits in what can be taught in the classroom, and that certain things do just need to be learned on the job or through real experience. And that was an interesting type of thing to discover, whereas compared to, like I said, the sciences, where you can very clearly do that. If you're studying law, you know what the law is and that you can do different case studies, but you're going to be always applying the law and etc. So that was interesting for me, but it also came with the realization of, okay, internships and other things matter a lot. Because that's where you get your experience. And that for me, the partial benefit of all this with, like I said, business classwork not requiring quite as many hours, it wasn't easy. I'm not going to say, oh, go to business school and you'll have no homework. Absolutely not the case. But it's certainly not to the extent that science and engineering have, and that I was fortunate enough to be able to be part of a lot of different student groups and things, and that got lots of fun, cool memories and experiences there.
Nice. We were all in it together because it was rough, so we had a really
I know
strong
the
communal bond
engineers.
as a class.
Oh yeah, I had a lot of engineering friends. That I had like 2 friends in the business school. Everybody else, just because of, ironically enough, the band was mostly engineers. That the band I was in, because I was in marching band, that you didn't have to be a music major to be in the marching band. I was one of maybe 5 business school students in the marching band. I know the majority was in engineering of some variety. And that was sort of an interesting thing, but it also meant I just made a lot of engineer friends. And the communal commiseration over their coursework was, I suppose, in a way heartening to see, of just like, oh yeah, y'all are working together. That's nice. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. Bye!
Bye! We were all in it together. I remember that, like, we would all just ask each other questions, even in labs. And the teachers, like, during the test, where it's like, we are evaluating you for your skill and ability. You are not allowed to communicate with other people during this lab. They leave the room. It's like, okay, what did you just do?
Am I supposed to put this in first or that?
Yeah, no, like, we were all in it together.
Good.
Because it's strong. No rats. It was great. We were so together. I did, however, have a crappy lab partner.
Oh,
We'll call
no.
Bobbert tried his best, but Bobbert was not very smart.
Oh, no.
You may think, oh no. Some of these things, you're gonna be like, why? He's one of those things where you're like, you know how someone's like, how did you make it alive here to this day, right here, right now? What steps did you take and what bullets did you dodge? Like, that was Bobbert. Bobbert, he was special. And I was able to commiserate with my friends at the anime club. I remember I would go down and they would see this look on my face and they'd be like, oh, Nelly, what did Bobbert do this time? Like, Bobbert tried to stick his hands in minus 40 degrees Celsius methanol, which you may know is the meeting point of Celsius and Fahrenheit. So that is also minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, because he dropped a beaker in there, which rightfully should have shattered, but by a miracle didn't. Probably because Bobbert was present. He went with, we have these little rubber finger thimbles so that we can grab warm stuff, not hot stuff, right? But warm stuff, because sometimes you have to heat something up to 60 degrees. It's not boiling,
and
but
then
it's too
try
hot.
to pull the thing out of the negative 40 degrees.
Yes. And I was like, Bobbert, that's not going to cut it. So he's like, oh, okay. He grabs a latex glove and then tries again. And I'm like, Bobbert, the teacher told us exactly what to do. Do you remember what the teacher said? And he's like, no. And I was like, Bobbert, you have to use the tongs. You have to use the tongs so that you don't burn your fingers off with freezer burn.
Yeah.
That's minus 40, sir. We're approaching minus 60. So
Bobbert,
he pulls it up.
You just saved Bobbert's hand.
I did. It was, I saved Bobbert's hand. So there was that. And then it was, it's boiling over because this is methanol with, what do you call it? It's the ice that melts at room temperature. The ghosty ice. Yeah, dry ice. We were using dry ice to get it. We were testing aviation fuel, so we have to get it to like minus 80 degrees Celsius. So, like, you really do not want to put your hand in there. He wanted to scoop some out because it was boiling over, quote unquote, at minus 60. It was boiling over because there's too much methanol. So he grabbed a warm glass and was like, I'm gonna scoop some out. And I was like, Bobbert.
No.
Bobbert, no. Bobbert, no. He had so many close misses of, like, we did a thing where we were analyzing crystallized benzoic acid. You hear the word acid and you're like, oh my god, it's gonna eat his hands off. Benzoic acid is in most foods. It's in your cheeseburgers. Like, there's a small amount of benzoic acid in most foods. But we were dealing with pure crystallized benzoic acid. Worst, if he ingested it, he was gonna get a real stomach ache. Like a real stomach ache. We had to clean up our area. And in front of me and the teacher, he just grabs his bare hand and starts scooping it into his bare hand off the table to get the dust off. And the teacher and I look at him in shock. And the teacher's like, Bobbert, when has it ever been appropriate to touch any of the chemicals with your bare hands? And he's like, oh. He was very lucky. He was very lucky that all it would have given him was probably a really bad tummy ache, and he probably would have thrown up. Like if he brushed it off and didn't rinse off his hands and then went to eat something, he probably would have like at worst maybe thrown up. Cuz it's in foods, but but this was
still
pure. This is pure crystallized.
Can't tell if he's extremely lucky or just fortunate to always have people around him who know what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. There were so many stories of that where it's like, oh, the one I actually ended up going to my lab counselor over this was, sometimes, when you slap dirt and you're like, this bad boy, you know how you get that like urge to do that when you're in like the hardware store, slap some dirt, slap some sand. I did that with a hot plate. I was explaining the lab to him because at this point I realized I'm not his partner, I'm his teacher. So I was explaining what we were doing and I had forgotten that we were preheating the hot plates. So I smacked it with my hand being like, this bad boy's gonna do this. And it burned my hand and it took me a second to realize it. And I was like, ow! So I stuck it in the bucket of ice that was right next to us that we needed for this thing. And without thinking, he just stuck his hand in the bucket of ice on his side. And I looked at him and I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, I don't know. I'm like, I just burned my hand. Why is your hand in the ice? And then he slowly pulls it out. He's like, I don't know.
Initially, I thought the way this was going to go is that your concern for the counselor was, okay, I'm having to teach him, and that, I sort of had this realization of how much I was having to teach him because I had this small mental slippage. No, the actual concerning moment wasn't even that. It was the fact that
he just parakeets whatever I did.
Yeah.
Whatever I did, he'd just do it. And it's like, what are you doing? Not a good, like he had all his safety done. He was permitted to enter the lab, but like when he was in the lab, the brain just shut off. When he was in the lab, the brain shut off, and that is not a good place to be.
No. Oh my gosh.
Certified Bobbert moment. Yeah. For the second semester, they gave me a different partner, and my grades just went up. Like,
wonderful.
Yep. No, I was 1 hour late to every lab. Like, we were in there from the beginning, and we ran an hour late, and in the last week, one of the teachers is like, okay, you're done. Like, I'm not staying here.
Yeah.
Sit down, you're done. So I got all my stuff done, but he was partway through his because I was having to walk him through what was going on. And, yeah. And she's like, I can't do this. So we lost marks on professionalism because they're marking you on your professional. How tidy is your station? How is your timeliness, right? You're losing marks for this every lab.
Well, that's just not fair.
I did speak with the counselors and I did get an exception. The reason why it took us a little longer is I would make the standards because I was more accurate, right? And that's what we used to do our calculations from, right? And then we would separate during the unknown. So we would each get a separate unknown, and then we would be able to show our individual skills in the unknown preparation, right? So then we were marked individually from that point, right? So, I had all my stuff done. I was good, right? But I had to help him along the way. But it's easy for me to do my stuff and then help him when he needs something. He was too afraid to ask the teacher or something. I don't know. He just waited for me to tell him. So he ran really late, and yeah. And then the second, I was the first one out. Me and my partner were the first one out every single lab. It felt so great. Like, we were done. We had great marks. We were cleaned up. It was great. And even like he had some medical issues he was dealing with, so he was going to the doctor frequently. Even on the days when it was literally just me, I finished on time. He would tell me in advance that I would not
How wonderful
have him
it
as
is
a
to not
partner.
be actively inhibited. Like, you were literally working with a handicap. It was actual, like, Rock Lee weights around the ankles, and then as soon as you don't have those anymore, look at you go.
Look at me go. Yeah, I finished on time. My skin was clear. My marks were great. The teachers would check in on me and make sure that, like, I know it's just you today, but I wanted to see how everything was going. It's like, yeah, it's going good. I got the auto injector going. I'm just, filling this in right now, getting my pre-calcs done with the ones that I have. And they're like, oh, good, nice, good job.
Mm.
I had it
Carry
under
on.
control. Yeah. So,
So how do we
they
end up? Oh, sorry, you finished. Yeah.
Oh, Higa said at a certain point I would have requested to work on my own. It was not possible with the style of labs we were doing. It is because you do on a rotation, and we're working with a different instrument each. We're learning a different principle, right, and doing a different kind of examination each week. You can't be split and do separate. There's not enough space. And that would double the amount of time. If we both make separate standards, that now doubles the amount of time we have to do with standard prep and injections. And that makes it even longer. So they could only split it in half in the unknown analysis. So the preparation part we had to do together still, and I was responsible for that because I was the more accurate one. And then after that, we would separate. So we'd still take time, but we wouldn't take as much time. Because again, they don't want to stay 2 hours late, right? They have lives. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
So how do we end up going from chemistry to cakes?
Cakes? That's what I did in between, actually. I worked as a cake decorator at a very popular fast food and ice cream joint called Snow Princess.
We don't have that in the States, but I love the name. That sounds adorable.
Oh, you have it in the States. You have it in the States.
Oh, not in regions I live in.
Yes. Lactose Royals.
Oh.
They're very famous for their snow princesses.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's
yes.
snowstorms.
Sorry,
Yep.
did not realize it first. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, part of being a supervisor there is learning how to do cake decoration, and that was my favorite part. I loved it. I had some fun cakes and fun days. One day the KitchenAid broke for mixing the buttercream, so my job the whole day was to, in the back, hand whip all the buttercream.
Oh no.
From liquid. My arm hurt.
Oh no.
But we got the cakes done. But I have the cake decorator on the side, and then there's just me with the big bowl being like, whipping
it's
as
like
much buttercream as possible.
the blood pumping again.
Yeah. Safe to say, I can beat an egg very well. I have no need for a milk frother. I can just froth my milk with a fork. I am skilled.
Impressive.
So if you ever need someone to beat the eggs or beat the buttercream, I am your gal.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the gumption for it. But I got to do so many fun cakes, and I never get to show that on stream.
Now
I've done a couple cookie decorating, but never cake decorating.
So whose birth cake is this?
Mine.
Nice. Yes. Good.
I made it. I made a double chocolate, all chocolate double center. And I made it like a garden. So I took the second center that has like the cookie crumble and the fudge. I put it fudge side down and just crumbled it over the top of the cake to make it look like dirt.
Garden,
and then I piped flowers on top. But you can see how the flowers are kind of crunchy. That is from older buttercream that has been sitting out in the air for too long. So you can see how the flowers look a little bit off. And then I did this really cool thing with the piping bag where you put in 3 colors kind of in a triangle on the inside, and then you squish down the buttercream so you get like this really nice sort of gradient that comes out. And it's good. It's good. So I made those roses and daisies myself. It was nice. And I ran out of room for happy birthday, so I just put birth. So imagine my mom when I come home and it's like, it's my birthday, here's my cake. And she's like, birth. Birth.
My father, for a time, got into cake decorating, and they looked really good. And the cakes were fine. Weren't anything to really write home about. They looked fine, but we eventually realized that the family just didn't care for cake. We like brownies a lot. Like, we like, you know, if we're served cake, we'll eat cake. It's not that we don't like cake, but we realized that while he made fine cake, good, very good-looking cakes and fine-tasting cakes, not bad certainly, that he made the best brownies.
Oh.
Rather, I should say he makes the best brownies. And that eventually you realize, okay, there's no point in putting all these hours into the cakes if it's not actually what everyone's going to be as he could eat. So at the very least, he's able to, cook desserts much quicker nowadays. But one time he made this super immaculate computer cake for my uncle's birthday because he's a computer engineer by trade. And so, it was a multi-layered thing that he had the monitor, made a keyboard as just, sort of a pancake, and then put on a bunch of M&Ms for the keys and whatnot.
Oh.
The day, and it's done about 2 days before the party. Day before the party, the dog knocks it over.
No.
He had to remake most of the cake in a day.
Oh. Pain. Oh my God. No.
Yeah.
I was on the other end of that. I was the dog, trademark. A couple had called in for a wedding cake. They wanted they didn't specify it was a wedding cake. They didn't tell me it was a wedding cake. They wanted a water-themed cake. Okay, so it's like, okay, yeah, I got this nice water theme here. It's got coral. We've got some little plastic stick-ons for like seahorses and stuff. Draw the anemones. It'll be great. They come in and they're like, this is a wedding cake. And I'm like,
well, that's not your fault.
Didn't you tell me that?
Okay, no, that's very different from the dog scenario. That I thought you were going to say, a couple calls in for this really nice cake, and that, I'm going to put something away and I accidentally knock the cake over and have to remake it in a scramble. No.
I had to remake it in a scramble.
Well, even if you had to remake it in a scramble, if they didn't specify in their order, that's their own darn fault.
I don't know why they would have come to a snow princess for a wedding cake, but they did.
Why are you getting your snow princess? Wait, why are you getting a wedding cake from the... That doesn't make sense. I've never seen a wedding cake from a snow princess.
Yeah, we just did a generic, really, really big scalloped shell with their name on it, and congratulations on the wedding. But it was like, oh, we made this really nice under the sea themed cake, and it's like, oh, this is so
wait a minute, did you
not
get to
what
then
they
have
wanted.
that cake?
So what you do with that is you scrape it, for like you take the name off of it, and then
put it in the freezer.
You can, re-airbrush the top for like the nice blue gradient for the water, and then you just put it out in the customer freezer on discount for someone else to buy and write someone else's name on it.
That makes sense. That's fair.
Yeah, shotgun wedding cake maybe. To be fair, I only really like ice cream cakes, so I probably wouldn't even enjoy my own wedding cake because I do not like fondant, and those things are made with a lot of fondant. So I would probably want an ice cream cake, but I realized that like they're not gonna have any designs that I want, so I'm better off buying a blank cake from them and decorating it myself.
You sent me one other cake, and
I did.
Was this one that you made for yourself? Was this for somebody else?
For somebody else.
Okay.
This was for someone else.
And I think that their name is on this cake.
Their name, it's fine. It's totally fine.
Just making sure, because when your name is August, but you're born in October, wah.
That was the cake that was ordered. I had so much fun making all the roses.
Waluigi. Incredible.
Yo, so I had really fun like making that. I had to cut out a little stencil, because you see how there's like alternating, like I wanted to make it like the whole meme.
Yeah.
So I had an airbrush purple, so I had to make like this sort of mask for the top of the cake with wax paper that I had cut out into the bars so that I could airbrush it one layer with purple and then take it off and go again with purple, so the darker purple would get darker and then the light purple would stay light, right? So to get those nice bars, and then I just filled that thing up with roses all over the place. Like, I wanted to draw the rose in his mouth, but it was so hard with the piping bag.
Oh yeah, no, at that point it's gonna be so tiny. That would be very difficult, but just
Yep, dabbing Waluigi
with the rose is immaculate. So good. So good.
So good. I hope they loved it. I tried my hardest. That is one of the few cakes that I'm like super proud of. I put so much effort into that.
Also, that, whereas the birth cake, you ran out of room that did, this one looks very good. Yeah, you sort of had to squeeze the ears a bit, but overall, this came out really nicely for the text.
Oh yeah, this one was a lot better. Again, I usually don't have cakes that like take up that much space. And when you're out of practice, you just take a piece of wax paper and then you just kind of write a little bit to get yourself back in the groove. But there was no way. My piping tips were too huge. I could not write any smaller for birth.
Do you remember what type of cake it was?
This one was a regular ice cream cake, so I just took one of the blanks from the freezer and was able to just go ham. But this was amazing. Another great request I got was a RuneScape gnome. There was a guy, and I have a coworker who, she speaks English, but not very well, right? She's an older lady as well. And this guy is just on the phone trying to describe something to her, and she's not getting it. And she's like, what? It's like, can I give you to my coworker, please? And he's like, yes. So then I hop on the phone and I was like, hello, Snow Princess, Nelly speaking. How may I help you? And he's like, do you know the guy with the little green hat? I'm like, from a game? And he's like, yeah, from a game. And I'm like, Link? And he's like, no, it's just a small man with like a green hat, a very pointy green hat, and he's just describing this to me, and I'm like, what kind of has this green hat? He's like a little dwarf with a green hat, and I'm like, do you want the RuneScape gnome? And he's like, yes.
I would never have gotten it from that, and I played RuneScape in the day. I would not. I'm genuinely impressed that you clocked that.
Yeah, he described a little with like he has like this blank look on his face, and he's got like a long green pointy hat, and it doesn't curve or it's just like a triangle on his head, and that's where I'm like,
okay,
is this the RuneScape? No. And he was so excited. He's like, yeah, you're the RuneScape. No, I'm like, oh yeah, I can do the RuneScape.
Why didn't you say so sooner?
Yeah.
That honestly, at that point in time, I feel like it's easier to say, I'm looking for a thing from this game called RuneScape, and that it doesn't matter if they've heard of it, that they can look that up and
I don't
get
think he
the
remembered.
visual for what
It was
you
for
need.
his son. It was for his son, and he didn't quite
so
remember.
He doesn't know what
so
the
as
name
soon
is
as I
either.
said RuneScape gnome, he's like, yeah! Woo! I was like, yeah, I got this. What do you want on there? He's like, can you have this? And can the piping be this? I'm like, oh yeah, I got you. He was so excited when I showed him the cake. He's like, it's perfect. Like, because it's a very pixelated image, I did my best to make it look like very hard-lined pixels and everything. And he loved it. He loved it. It was so good. It was so good. And then there was one does not simply celebrate your birthday. They brought over a food printing. There's like these edible paper. They brought over their own printed edible paper for us to put on
impressive.
of Boromir onto the cake. And
that
I
was very
like,
thoughtful of
this
them
is great.
to not make you have to draw Boromir.
Yeah, it's like, I can do this for, yeah, let me just put that on there real quick. It was great. I had the pleasure of assembling that. It was wonderful. And then there's the times when people want like bad words on the cake, and you know the store policy says I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to do that. But if you're the one holding the piping bag, that's not my problem. So people be like, oh, can you put like happy birthday B word on there? And I'm like, well, I can't really write that. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like,
I can put happy birthday, the letter B, and then if I were to place the buttercream pipe down and someone else were to pick it up, well, there's nothing I could do about that.
Yep. If you cross the T, if I wrote birch. If you change that up a little, that's a you problem.
Okay,
like,
yeah.
And they're like,
you're
okay.
even more there, because you're getting there. At that point, it's just the extra little bit, so that's very nice. Mm-hmm.
I wrote birch. I don't know what they wanted, but I wrote birch.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was another person who wanted a giant phallus on a sheet cake. And I'm like, sir, no can do. However, I'm going to walk back up here with flesh-toned gel. I'm going to go to the back for a minute. Have fun. So he got his cake. He paid for it. I gave him the blank cake, and it's like, there you go. I gotta go do some restocking. I'll be back in a bit. I was the fun cake decorator.
Yes, good. Mm-hmm.
I was the fun one.
It's always good when you can find someone like that, even just as a customer. Those are the interactions that you remember.
Oh, yeah. When someone goes the extra mile for you, it goes so nicely. And it's just so fun to do yourself, right? Because you're bored on a Tuesday night. It's like, hell yeah, I'll put Boromir on a cake.
Oh, oops.
Like, RuneScape, no man made my life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is one of the stories I absolutely treasure from working there.
Now, in some ways this is similar, but it's also different. You mentioned earlier, related to the cards and everything, that, physical crafting is something that you and your family have done, but also specifically scrapbooking.
Yes. Yes, Mama Neil's a big scrapbooker.
As someone who has really never scrapbooked, it's something that I think about, and I probably drastically underestimate the, I don't want to say that I underestimate the work or artistry of it, but that I don't know enough about scrapbooking to know how much work I'm sure it is.
It depends. So Mama Neil and I do a very arts and crafty scrapbooking. So you can buy pre-made pages where they have spaces for you to put photos in, right? And sometimes they'll have lines for you to fill things in. And then Mama Neil will go, I unfortunately couldn't share the completely unique pictures that Mama Neil made because it has all of us in there. And like Rumpelstiltskin, if you say my name 3 times fast, I'll die. So I have to keep the ancient runic secret. But it's a lot more arts, it's like the cards, how there's a lot of elements on there. Like if you go to the Doki Bird card, you'll notice I use 3 different kinds of paper. I have a blue base paper, and then I have 2 pattern papers, plus a circular sketchbook that I cut out of a drawing, and then I have stickers on there with fancy writing. This is more akin to what Mama Neil's scrapbooks look like. She starts with a blank white page. She has a bunch of pictures, and then she'll have photos and photo cutters. So she can cut her photos in the shape of an oval, a star, a diamond, a heart. She can cut the photos to be certain shapes, and then she can cut paper to be like that for a frame. Sometimes she'll offset it. Sometimes it'll be directly in the center. And then she has beautiful handwriting in cursive, and she just writes on the side a little blurb about what that photo was about. Where were we? What were we doing? Right? So it's a lot more like this in terms. I believe I sent one scrapbook photo of a baby me.
Yes.
That has my face on it.
Yes.
My beautiful face.
Neil's beautiful face.
So this is a mix of, there's stickers that she put on there, and you can see the frames for some of the photos that she cut out from different papers to make cute little photo frames for the little pictures. And then she has the beautiful handwritten, just describing wonderful little baby girl, beautiful child, would never eat a man. All of those cute things. This is the style of scrapbooking that Mama Neil does. Modern scrapbooking, sometimes you get kits that you can build pages where they have all of these things pre-cut out for you with happy birthday and a color palette and all these balloons and stuff pre-arranged. She made all this stuff by herself, which is nice. And I bring it to a different level because I draw, so I can draw in the ribbons and the framing myself, which is really nice. So it's a really mixed media kind of thing.
So did you or she draw the ribbons and the swing and the things on here?
No. That one was part of a page that she purchased, but she put flower stickers on there.
Yeah, I can tell the blue rattle sticker in the upper right is definitely the way it's slightly lifted off the page, because I'm looking at a bigger version than what is currently projected on screen, but I can tell that isn't part of it. So that was added. Some of the hearts were. The stars definitely were. The little feet near the bottom are definitely as well. But that I see what you mean. There's the little blurbs of what a smile, who's the funny man with the camera, and our beautiful baby girl.
Yup. So she does like this whole mixed media thing, and then again with the cute little frames. Sometimes she'll do these, lots of times she'll do them on their own. It's just the ones she does them on their own. They all have like a lot of stuff in there. It's like, I can't show 90% of this page.
Yeah. But you did a good job putting your face over your face here. I also appreciate the one, the upper left photo. You even actually got the curve of your arm to cover that part of the face. That you didn't just slap the sticker on. That you did the detail work here.
Yeah, I did. I worked pretty hard on that, actually. I worked pretty hard on that. That's one thing. And I wanted the photos to all fit in frame, so I made sure that they were erased at the right point.
Yeah. No, it looks very clean.
Yeah. This is the kind. I also have my own. One thing we started when I was in grade 4, I have my own photo album, and I'm planning to save up a little bit and buy another photo album in this style because I take pictures at conventions, right? And I've been taking empty pictures that I can draw myself into or put my model into,
that's
right?
so smart.
I want to make a VTuber scrapbook where I can make it on stream and show everything and be like, this is something that I do and I love.
Because something that we see already a fair bit is folks taking pictures of, standees or plushies that they're holding out in front of the camera. But the idea of, all right, I'm going to take a picture that is deliberately left with a vacant spot where I will now put something in. That's really cool.
I didn't think to send it to you. Would you like me to send it to you? Because I do actually have photos like that, where I put my model in. Here we go. This is me with my backpack, and I'm tired. I'm tired at the convention.
Oh, that's such a mood at the end of a convention.
Yup. So there's just one of them that I edited in, and then I have one where I'm sitting behind a table with a hot dog. My hot dog. So I take the empty photo and then a photo with me there, so I know how to kind of position myself. And then and then I do some post-processing to put me in there.
Yes, here we have tired Vanille.
Yup. Tired
and also
Nelly,
I think
tired
I
squid.
see, and you have a light stick here.
That is the light stick I was talking about.
Yeah, I was like, I think that's the Aqua's light stick.
That is the Aqua light stick.
So
And
I guess there was a concert at this particular convention as well?
yes, I was waiting outline for the Yowie panel for that year. It's an R18 panel, and I hadn't had the chance to go, and I wanted to see what it was like. It was like Tumblr, but in person. I left halfway through, but I'm so glad I went, because it was they opened up with the homoerotic subtext of El Dorado, and they had like a thesis, and it felt like being in Tumblr in person. I'm so glad I went, because like that is not something you experience very often in your life.
Yeah, there are some... I feel like we don't get as many of them nowadays because most panel programming at conventions, to be fair, they've upped their game. That you're now going to see a lot more panels that are either with guests or, are more curated and I suppose a little bit higher class, for lack of a better term. But you will still get every so often nowadays, especially at the late night panels. The late night panels are where you get the good comedy. And that
The late night.
And those are the ones that I'm glad that have been retained, because what you would get back in the day sometimes during the day hours, you would get things like, all right, they were sort of almost role play panels that, the classic Italia Meet a Nation type of thing.
Yeah, I remember those. Oh my god!
It was
Meet
just
the
like,
trolls from Homestuck. Like,
and that some of them, that they would vary wildly from convention to convention. Sometimes you get
Yo.
folks who are really on point with their comedy, and sometimes you get folks that just really weren't.
yup.
But I feel
This
like the
one-
late night ones, I think there's like 90% plus success rate for the late night comedy panels. So
Oh,
those are
yeah.
almost always some of the best fun that you're gonna have.
Oh yeah, so the Yaoi panel changed hands actually. They had a year off for COVID, so no conventions, right? And so the next time I went to a convention there, the Yaoi panel was handled by different people, and it is a blast. Like it is actually edutational. It's entertaining and educational. They hand out art from Sakimi-chan, a very prolific artist. They get donated art to the Yaoi panel specifically to hand out, and they obviously bring like stuff that it's safe to walk around with, right? And if it's not safe, it's in a tube, right? So they're not letting people just walk around with R18 stuff, but you can get like I won a grand prize where I got a really nice a poster from a Chinese manhwa that people freak out over a lot. And I got the first book to BL called Given, which is safe for work. Obviously, it's the first book. They're not going to do anything.
Adapted into an anime. I haven't seen it,
It
but I know it
has.
happened, and I have a friend who really likes it.
It's good. It's good. It is like it's good. It's a good romantic drama. Like very very much a good romantic drama. I loved it. And they basically give you like the history of it in Japan, how it kind of started from fanzines to becoming its own like big thing, and then they give you classic recommendations, this season's recommendations.
Ooh.
And then they have some games afterward where it's like pick your fighter, essentially like pick your partner, choose your daddy kind of thing, where you have to fight for like whichever character they put on the screen, and you have to defend the guy, and like this guy is going to be the best partner. Someone had to defend Sephiroth once. Just random anime characters. Half of the time people don't even know what the characters are, and so you get to ask the audience, and the audience gets to tell you like one or two sentences about them before they get cut off, and then they have to go off of that and just be like, yeah, this is your man.
Oh, I love that. I love, like I was saying, the
so
late night
good.
comedy ones, that if you have folks who know how to format it, or just, sometimes I've seen late night comedy panels where there's effectively zero audience interaction because the folks on stage are just so good at what they do. I've seen others that are 100% audience interaction where it's all right. It's all going to be like either in character Q&A or ask me about this thing, and that all the responses are going to be funny. Some are a mix, but just when you get the folks that know what they're doing, and usually if they go for the late night comedy panels, if they're trying for that, they know what they're doing. That there's very few who you don't just accidentally fall into that type of panel.
Yeah, I went because I wanted to check it out, and I'm going there every single time. I've gone, I think, 2 or 3 years in a row now to that panel, and I will continue to go every year to that panel. It's so good. Like, genuinely, it's such a fun panel to be in. Those late night panels are just gold. That's why you gotta stay to conventions till the very end, guys. You gotta stay. You gotta stay. That's when all the good stuff happens. All the good stuff. Late night parties. Oh, all the weird stuff too. I do have some safe to tell, not safe for work stories. Safe to tell though. Safe to tell. There was, in my second year going, I had a friend. I was in junior high at the time. So Mom Vanille was coming to pick me up, and my friend Clementine, her mom was coming to pick her up. And we were this was when the convention was smaller, and it was held outside of a university, right? Just in their conference rooms. And we were waiting outside after the concert to be picked up, and some of the college kids had ordered a stripper bus. A mobile stripper bus. And so it pulls in past her mom, and they pick up some people, and then her mom looks at me. She's like, Nelly, is this normal? And I'm like, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Even I haven't seen that before, and I've been to many conventions.
Yeah. And thankfully, she was allowed to come again for the next years. But it's like, of all the times for
Like,
anything to
that's a-
happen, it had to be right in front of her mom.
I was like, all right, that's actually now a legitimate question from the mother.
Yep, very legitimate. What is this? I have no idea. I swear I haven't seen anything like this before.
Like, I've seen plenty of weird stuff at conventions. That feels like something that is very unique to. You mentioned that this was specifically a very small, held at a college convention. I feel like
Yup.
that level of
Very
absurd,
small.
that's only gonna happen there.
Yep. Haven't had anything like that at bigger conventions, but I mean, that's kind of part of the fun of the small conventions
Yeah.
is you get weird stuff like that. Like, I accidentally mistook some poor random college student as a light cosplayer from Death Note. The guy just looked like him.
Well, if you have the khaki pants, the white shirt, and red tie, that's all it takes.
Yeah, he was
the
just
reason
in
that everyone
business
cosplayed
attire.
as Light wasn't because, well, part of it was because Death Note wasn't his very big series, but also because it was one of the easiest closet cosplays possible.
Yep. I said he had such a cool cosplay, and he gave me this look like, thanks. Because again, we're at a college, we're at a university campus, right? This is in the cafeteria area where they've got all the food joints. So it's like, most people there are in cosplay, but evidently this guy was just, getting a snack at the Timmy's. Poor guy.
That ends up being one of the other fun things of, you don't see that specific scenario, but even at bigger conventions, if anything, more so at bigger conventions, the civilians having to see a bunch of nerds, and in some cases, like I've said in certain instances that cities get laid siege to by nerds when you get to the bigger conventions where it's 20, 30,000 people. Goodness knows, Anime Expo, if that's not a siege by the nerds on downtown Los Angeles, I don't know what is. And that you can, for the most part, tell who is and is not there for the convention. And half the fun for me is just sort of seeing the reactions of folks. It's some folks, if they've lived in the city and the convention has been around for a while and they know, okay, it's that weekend of the year, that it's not going to be as jarring. But if it's a new venue for the first time, so either that area hasn't seen it before, that's when you can get it. But the other one is when it's a new venue and the nearby restaurants.
Yeah, they don't know what to do.
That sometimes the convention center or the convention itself will reach out to different restaurants nearby and be like, hey, so we're going to have 25,000 people this weekend. You might want to be double staffed. You might want to make sure that you have extra food stocked, because if you do, you'll get a lot of business this weekend. That doesn't always happen.
Yep.
There are plenty of times that I have seen these poor food workers caught like a deer in headlights when on a Friday afternoon that's by all means for them a Friday afternoon like any other, and they have a line out the door and they only have 3 people working this line, and they're like, I don't know what to do. And then in other cases, I've seen places that have had to close up shop at 11 a.m. on Saturday because they're out of food.
Oh my god.
That the Friday and the morning rush on Saturday alone, I've seen just like a Subway wiped out.
Damn.
Just proper closed the rest of the weekend. We don't get our food shipments until Tuesdays.
Oh no. Oh, that's pain. Oh,
and
that's
usually
pain,
by the
Pecco.
second year, they know and they recognize,
Yeah.
okay, hey, we don't want that to happen again, so now we're going to have more staff. We're going to make sure we have enough food. But yeah, that first year, that's when it's most likely to happen. Or if it's a new restaurant in town, if, it used to be a Subway and is now a Chipotle or whatever. And that
they don't know.
They didn't get the notes, they didn't get the memo, that you
don't
see
know a
them
storm's
just like,
coming.
uh-oh.
They don't know storms
And
are
it
coming.
happens less often nowadays because usually the conventions that are that scale have been in their venues long enough and that they're known enough even to the normies of, hey,
Yeah.
Anime Expo's in town, you're going to want to staff up. So
And
you
even
don't,
then, they'll be in convention centers, so they already know to keep privy to the convention center schedule,
yeah,
right? Keep an eye on the website to know when there's going to be events.
yeah. But sometimes you would see that, and it was fun and funny, but I also always felt really bad for the poor folks there. Just like, oh, if anything, at the very least, hey, usually the convention attendees are nice and easy to work with. And hey, well, if we wiped out your food, you got Sunday off.
Yeah!
You're welcome, maybe, I don't know, because you probably still don't get paid for that, so I don't feel great about that, but you got the day off.
Yay. Hey, I mean, they would have made so much money if they cleared out all their food that fast. They would have made so much money.
Well,
If I
the
was
restaurant
boss, I'd
makes
have
it,
just
but if
paid them
it's-
out. Yeah, I'd have just paid them out for the extra day. I'd be like, congrats. I didn't expect that.
I would hope that the restaurant owners would do it. I do not necessarily expect that they did.
Yeah, they won't do that.
Especially if it's not,
They won't.
if it's a corporate one, no. If it was
No.
a individually owned restaurant, maybe, but even then, I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe. That's when the owner at like the family-run restaurant is like, okay, I'm going to the Costco Business Center. We're restocking.
Yup.
we're doing a halved menu.
Yeah, that would be smart. But honestly,
Yep.
that's also just the play. If you're attending a convention, just go to a Costco beforehand and bring it all to a hotel room. When I'm at conventions, I will go out maybe once a day with folks, but in general, I try and just be efficient. That I don't like convention center hot dogs. I have a problem spending.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess that hot dog in that picture. It's Canadian dollars, so I'm probably gonna be offset. What year was this? Was this a recent photo?
This was 2 years ago.
Okay, 2 years ago. I'm gonna spitball that was $8 Canadian.
Yeah, pretty like $7 or $8 Canadian.
Yeah.
Yep,
I
way
just can't
overpriced.
do it. I cannot pay that amount of money for something that's probably not going to fill me up. So I usually
you could buy the whole bag of hot dogs for $8 Canadian.
Yeah,
Cook them yourself.
I like protein shakes that I'll go to whatever 7-Eleven convenience store that's nearby and get like muscle milk or whatever random thing of just all right, it's a chocolate vanilla or whatever shake with 40 grams of protein and different vitamins and whatnot, and it's like going to be $4 or $5, but it's going to actually be a proper meal in terms of nutrition and protein and filling, as opposed to paying $7, $8 for something that's not even necessarily going to be filling or stick with you throughout the day.
Yup. Actually, I have a good story about my first time going to a convention. I got $45 for the weekend pass, and Mom and Neil gave me $20 for food. Guess who didn't buy food? Yeah, I went straight to Artist Alley. However,
it wasn't even that, $20 isn't... My initial thought was $20 for food in a convention center for a weekend isn't enough because convention center food is stupid expensive. But it wasn't. It was just, oh no, that's going straight to Artist Alley.
Yep. No, this was back when it was in a university. And, so they have like it's still jacked up prices for a university cafeteria, right?
But I'll take a university
straight to Artist Alley.
cafeteria over a convention center cafeteria every day of the week.
Yeah.
At least university cafeterias usually have, if it's not, sometimes they'll have just, proper restaurants, fast food places built in there. But, most college cafeterias, even if it's not actually restaurant stuff, is passable. It's not bad.
Yep.
Convention center
Maybe
stuff
not
is always
sandwiches.
half-assed. Convention center food is just what is the lowest quality stuff we can get at the highest possible price because they run on a monopoly there, and it's just you can't bring outside food or drink. So if you're gonna get anything, it's gonna be this, and you're gonna pay our prices.
Yeah.
No.
I started a tradition because of that. I knew going in I was not going to spend that $20 on food. I packed a Nutella sandwich.
Yeah.
And that was all I ate for the whole day.
Ooh, well,
was a
can't necessarily
singular
say that I
Nutella
regret
sandwich.
that. no. I would pack
No.
like,
2.
multiple of those protein drinks or just, protein bars, buy
I do that now.
a box of 20 grams of protein bars, and just stuff a couple in your bag.
Yep. I carry a box of like Nutri-Grain bars,
Yeah.
or I really like those yogurt Quaker bars where they have like the yogurt and then the oatmeal things. I get those because they're nice. And I pack 2 Nutella sandwiches.
Now we're living in luxury. 2 Nutella sandwiches.
Yeah, 2. So I still have a very minimal food. There's one restaurant that I will go to every year. Not the same restaurant, but like I will budget to go out and eat and be like hang out with friends. That's the hang out with friends budget for the food, but otherwise it's like I got my sandwich. I got my oat bars. Like I got water. I brought pop from home. Like I am. Do you like the apple snacks? I love apple snacks. Like fruit leathers and stuff. Those are good. Those hold really well too. So that's another good one to bring. I might bring protein shakes next time because they are a little more filling. They are a little more filling.
Yeah, that's the big problem I had with the Nutri-Grain bars. I really enjoy the taste, but they aren't actually filling. That they're just it's carbs and sugar, and not like I'll have one of those and definitely enjoy it. But when I go to conventions, I try to have efficiency of okay, I don't want to be getting hungry and I don't want to be like running on empty because all I'm able to eat is not good stuff. So those protein shakes, if you can find the ones, some of them will just have protein, others will have like 20-25% daily value of like a bunch of different vitamins. And if you can get those, especially if you are able to buy them and just smuggle them into the convention center with your backpack, that those end up being just a couple bucks per bottle and end up being just really, really good. That or just beef jerky or other protein things, or
Mama Neil hunt so I can get that sweet jerky fresh. Yeah, I get that sweet deer jerky. I get that sweet deer jerky fresh, baby. And they even asked me how I want it prepared, which is so nice because some people like it like a really leathery. I like mine soft. So
all jerky is good jerky for me.
All jerky good jerky, but I like the soft
eat like fresh homemade jerky very often at all. That's such a treat.
It is. It's so good. She's actually getting ready to go next month. Yep, ice fishing and hunting. It's a big thing in November because that's when the season starts, baby. So I don't hunt though, so I'm gonna be at home. I shall enjoy the fruits of her labor.
But you do enjoy cooking.
I do.
And that you are also a pastry witch. So which came first, the pastries or the cooking?
Cooking. I was born to a mother who is like a Michelin star chef. She's not a chef by trade, but we enjoy very flavorful food. And I only found this out recently. I went to a Michelin star restaurant that served German food, and I ate the food, and I was like, this just tastes normal.
Spoiled. You're spoiled.
Spoiled. So spoiled. I didn't realize how good I had it in life. Like the Blaukraut and everything. Like they had a really nice mushroom sauce, and I was like, yeah, good. That's good.
This is solid.
Yeah, really good, really solid. And it was like I did not realize how good whenever I brought food to school, everybody wanted to try it, and so I was like, yeah, Mama Neil cooks good, but I didn't realize how good she cooked. We're a team, you see. I have a really good palate and taste buds. So she would get me to taste the sauce and tell her what it was missing. So together we would make a really good sauce because she tastes it, she doesn't know what it's missing. I taste it and I'm like, it needs some more undertones, or it's missing that zip, and then she knows what to add. I don't know what to add, but I can tell her like what would complete
You're able
the sauce.
to give commentary enough that she's able to figure out what's missing.
Yep. So we're a tag team duo, and I've been eating like 5-star food my entire life.
Knowing it.
Without knowing it. So cooking's really good. A taste bud judge for the ages. I love butter chicken, and I have a recipe for it that's been modified. Cause like one time I accidentally put vanilla yogurt in there instead of Baltic yogurt, and it still worked.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, that's probably gonna be a bit sweeter than you anticipate, but
It still worked.
I've had types of chickens with like sweet apricot preservatives. Was something that my family has made in the past, and that you can make a sweet chicken and that it won't be bad. So
Oh yeah.
that's very interesting.
Yeah, it wasn't like Oikos where it's like a vanilla flavored one, right? Where it's
Yeah.
like a really sweet one, but it was like a Greek vanilla yogurt. So it has that
Mhm.
mild vanilla
Okay.
flavoring. So what it actually did is I like mine spicy, right? So I put in a lot of Hungarian paprika, which is a mix of paprika, smoked paprika, and cayenne pepper. And you put in a lot of that, so it's nice and spicy. And what the vanilla does is it actually mellows out the spice a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so between the yogurt and like the bit of vanilla flavorant in there, it actually mellows the spice out and makes an interesting flavor. But normally I would recommend plain Baltic yogurt for that kind of thing. We change it because they're like you have to use whipping cream and whatnot, or like these high-fat milks, and it's like, okay, but what if I use yogurt instead? What if I use yogurt instead? And we make all these little changes where it's like, okay, we could use whipped cream, or we could use sour cream. And it says paprika, but what if I use my cayenne paprika mix? Like, all these little things are just a little modified to our own taste buds. It's so rich, it's so creamy, and like gorgeous. Especially when you marinate the chicken in there and then let it slow cook for like an hour, so it's nice and tender. Yeah, I've been blessed with very good food my whole life.
My parents are both perfectly passable cooks. Nothing crazy to write home about, but there's a couple of family recipes that we do particularly well. My family has a corned beef recipe. I mentioned the apricot preserves that I've seen used in chicken. The reason that they use it on chicken is because apricot preserves is what they use for this corned beef. And this corned beef is like candy. It is so incredible, so like tender, just melt in your mouth. Amazing. I've never had anything like it. And then, they make a bunch of other things perfectly passably. They aren't necessarily super creative intense with a bunch of different spices and whatnot. They know to add different spices and the basics and whatnot, that we have a spice rack. It's not like it's just plain stuff or just salt and pepper, but that my palate is not refined enough, nor are theirs of knowledge of, different undertones or different things to the creativity that your mom probably is able to do. My uncle, on the other hand, though, is a gourmet chef by... no, so my dad made the cakes and did the decorations. My uncle is a gourmet chef by hobby. It's not what he's done for his day job, but that he has taught culinary classes at like actual culinary schools, and that he is very, very good and able to. He's the one that would be able to know different undertones and whatnot, and like different subtleties. And we go to that uncle's place for Thanksgiving, and oh boy, Thanksgivings are good.
Oh yeah. I bet your uncle also probably is similar. We don't have a spice cabinet. Like, we don't have a spice rack. We have a spice cabinet, and by spice cabinet, I mean we have a floor to ceiling, like the size of your closet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the spice cabinet. That's the spice cabinet. It's tall. It's full of spices.
I am very simple.
I've got everything.
I use Old Bay on things, and that's I'm not very creative.
I actually stopped using Chinese five spice because I have all the individual spices for Chinese five spice. So like when I make wonton soup, yeah,
you can just mix them in yourself.
Yep. So when I'm making like wontons, I might put some inside the wontons because it's already pre-ground up and nice. But when I make the broth, I can put the Chinese five spice in the broth in all of its individual forms and control it. So if I want more Szechuan peppercorn, I could put more in, right? So when I spend like 10 to 12 hours to make like a nice broth, it is like a whole day event making broth, okay? I make a good broth.
For someone like me who is super basic and not very knowledgeable about spices, is there 1, 2, or 3 spices that you would suggest for a relative beginner like me that just, okay, you can get this at most grocery stores and whatnot, and that, add to taste, but it's something that is going to be more complex than the most basic of basic spices that don't necessarily need expert level knowledge to use, but is
Okay.
perhaps a bit off the beaten path of the layman might not think to buy this particular spice?
Okay. Well, Chinese spice is a really good one to have because it adds a lot of the earthy tones. It's made from cinnamon, star anise, Szechuan peppercorns, I think a bit of nutmeg maybe, and what's the last one? What's the last one? It's made from like separate ones that you can buy individually, but it's still okay crushed. Like I put it inside the wontons, right? So it has time to like boil and get into the meat itself. That one, you don't have to buy the ingredients individually. It works just as fine in the pre-made mix. If you want to make your own Hungarian paprika, it's literally smoked paprika and cayenne pepper mixed together. So if you buy those two, you can mix them in the ratio that you like depending on your spice taste. I put that on eggs. Like when I make my eggs sunny side up, I'll just sprinkle a little bit on that. A little bit of that on there, and like it adds such a richness to it. And nutmeg. Nutmeg is a really good one. It adds a bit of an earthy flavor to it. When people are talking undertones, that's one of them that they're talking about, right? It's a very mellow flavor. And it's good. It's good. Those would be the 3 that like I use most commonly. Those are the ones that are like I don't consider salt and pepper a spice. They're just expected.
Yeah.
Those ones are like very close. Like they're in pretty much everything I make. One of them is like for German food, my Hungarian paprika, which is the cayenne paprika mix. Everything. It adds a bit of kick. It's real nice. And then nutmeg can add that nice sort of deepness to it. And Chinese spice makes for a really nice, well-rounded broth. So if you use like a beef stock or a pork stock, adding Chinese spice to it makes for really good like wonton soups or fuzz or stuff like that. It really enhances like the brothy kind of flavor there if you're going for soups.
So I mentioned Old Bay spice earlier, and I realized that's a very regional thing. Are you familiar with Old Bay? Does that mean anything to you? Okay,
I am not.
Old Bay seasoning is a spice blend that is mostly known in the Mid-Atlantic, so like Maryland, to some degrees other areas, but it is usually associated with seafood. But it's something that can be used on basically anything, and the folks that know and love Old Bay, it is a stereotype. It is a meme of putting Old Bay on literally everything.
That's dill here. I have a strong Ukrainian population. Everything has dill in it.
Obviously, being a spice blend, the exact recipe isn't something that is fully printed, but just reading off the Wikipedia, a mix of celery salt, spices including red pepper and black pepper, paprika, also has a couple different things, says mustard seed, but it's just...
Yeah, that's a really solid blend.
Sort of this... It's basically an all-use spice, and that certainly goes great on seafood, but I'm the type of person that I will mix it into soups for things of just, even if I'm getting a store-bought soup, that I'll mix a little bit in there, and that it gives it a bit of an extra kick that if you get it super fresh, it can be a bit spicier. If you have an older tin, it can actually end up becoming a bit more mellow, but still having a good taste to it. It's comparable to certain Cajun spices, but it still has a distinctness to it. So I know at least in the US that it's sold nowadays in most major grocery stores and even like department stores. Like if you were to go to a Walmart or a Target or something, you can find Old Bay spice that it's in a yellow and blue tin, pretty easy to spot if you know what you're looking for. I would suggest, trying it sometime. That
Yeah, if I can find some.
It's probably admittedly on the simpler side compared to the things that you use, but I very much enjoy it, and obviously a lot of other folks do, that it is a regional
It's
thing
like
that
Chinese
I think
spice,
shouldn't
yeah.
be, but yeah, I could
It's a
actually end up
solid
seeing it
all-rounder.
being, yeah, that it's probably pretty similar to Chinese 5 spice ending up like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Covers a lot of bases. Speaking of like something that you can add to soups and stuff, Maggi, M-A-G-G-I. It is a fermented wheat sauce, kind of like soy sauce, but made with wheat. I use that in soup. Soup. It is every soup works great. Works great. It's bad for you because it's high in salt, but sometimes I put it on bread and eat it. Guilty pleasure, but that's another solid one. You want to add a little bit of saltiness, but also flavor to your soup, because just adding salt makes it saltier, right?
Yeah.
You want to add a little bit of flavor to your soup? Maggi. Maggi. Yep. Use it in all the soups. Even my wonton soup, I'll put Maggi in there. So that is more of a European thing because it's a wheat-based fermented sauce, like soy sauce is. So it is a very, very European thing. You might have to find it at an import store. I know we have a very strong German and Ukrainian population where I am, so everywhere here has Maggi. But you might be able to find some. Again, it depends. It depends on who's where, who's what, where, when.
Now, pivoting a little bit, you mentioned been to a lot of anime conventions. You mentioned another type of convention that you've been to that I have not been to. That's model train shows. When you initially said model train shows, at first I was like, wait, you were talking like a TV show about trains? No, these are model... Yep, basically.
The original Thomas the Tank Engine was like practical.
It was a model train show, technically. Yeah. But there are conventions for model trains. And that's not a surprising thing to me, but I certainly never been to one, and that's really cool.
It is. It's so cool. I love them. My dad, when I was a kid, had a little itty bitty model train set. I got to paint a little house for it. So I've always loved model trains. That's kind of transferred into, like, I have a couple Warhammer models that I paint. I'm not super into Warhammer. I just really like painting the miniatures. But model trains is where it's at. I love them. There's so much work that goes into them. And at the conventions, like, they had people, they were showing how you make those little trees there. Like, they could make those. It's literally just like twine and string. They shape twine into like little forks, right? And then they dip it in glue or spray it with adhesives, and then they just dip it in little confettied gift wrap. And that's how they make the leaves on the little trees. And then because it's made of wire, they can just tie it to the underside of the thing. They can poke it through a hole and then flatten out the bottom of the wire so that it stays in place. And it's so cool. They had so many different things like that, where it's like someone was showing off the circuitry of how they get like the train lines to move, because they have to be able to shift the train line. Sometimes you just have to manually move it. And then sometimes you have like a circuit board underneath where on the remote control, you can control the speed the train is going. You can control the different lines and when they switch. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool. And then they had Lego train sets there too. There was a whole huge Lego display where they had like Lego Hogwarts. They had a fair and a forest and like a really nice sort of British, like in London kind of those houses. Kind of like where Sherlock Holmes lives, right? With those styles of little apartments.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had just this Lego train that went all the way around it, and it was so cool. Made entirely out of Legos. And like operational and working, and it was so cool, and I love it.
So do they have anything similar to an artist alley or marketplace here that, is there going to be a vendor that, they specialize in trees, or that they have tracks, or that these have engines? And I guess, what is the split of marketplace versus exhibition, that, these are just folks that have bought these tables specifically to show off their cool stuff? They're not selling their cool stuff. This is their cool stuff, but they made the cool stuff.
Yeah. It is, I would say 10% is marketplace, variable marketplace, and 90% is exhibition. So there was someone there who was selling. They didn't make the train stuff, but they're train adjacent, right? They made little train track theme, like they made little wooden trains with like wood burning, and then they made cribbage boards that were train tracks. So you would climb up the tracks up a hill to a lighthouse, and they were made with a mix of wood burning, and epoxy for the lakes, so they can make little blue lakes in there. And it was so cool. Like, I want to get one for my oppa, because he likes cribbage. And yeah, you move your pegs up the tracks as you go through the game of cribbage. And that was like super cool. That was train adjacent. And then yeah, they have people who sell like the actual models of like the train stations and the buildings and the trains, because these things typically come you can buy them painted, or you can buy them flat unpainted. And it's nice. It's cool. I actually spotted a train station out by Clementine's place. They have like all of them are like categorized. They were made in certain builds, right? So I found the same make of a train station, because Clementine lives way out in the boonies where they still have those. I was like, oh my god, it's the train station.
Is there anything similar to anime convention panel programming? Is there, okay, here is how you set up, trees, or this is the best way to lay tracks, or, you have a guest who happens to be a very accomplished creator that might go through some of the things on how they do their builds, or is it mostly just the exhibit hall?
It's mostly the exhibit hall, but I do think they had 2 timed events that were like, you have to show up at this time, and it was going to be on a main stage area. And they were going to go through like making the train set, like how does it get set up, kind of like a Q&A that you could ask and they would answer, and they have like the set in front of them for you to go through. I didn't get to go to those, unfortunately, because we arrived too late and had to leave too early. Which, yeah, a little sad. But they had 2 of those. It was mostly just an exhibition thing for all the local train fanatics to come over and be like, hey, look at this, look at what cool thing we've been working on. And it's so fun.
And I'm guessing the scale here is going to be probably a bit smaller. I'm guessing this is a one-day event. It's not all right, everyone's flying in from different places of the country, and that you have
one day
getting the hotel rooms for a night and everything that you have at anime conventions. But that it's neat that, model train enthusiasts are able to have those little gatherings. And now I'm just kind of imagining in my head, okay, what would, like, the massive model train expo look like? And just, all right, what is the panel programming going to be? We're going to have some of the big manufacturers from the different train companies come in and talk about that. And then we're going to have, somebody who's one of the leading foliage artists in the space talk about that. And, okay, how do we program 3 days of panels and demonstrations and whatnot on top of that? And that's just my business brain going something like, how do we make the anime con level for trains?
Yeah, it's mostly at the hobbyist level right now, but I really hope that they're able to get, because it was only like an afternoon, right? It was from like 10 or 11 until like 6 p.m. kind of thing. I want them to be able to have like a full day and have those kinds of things, because that would be so rad.
And imagine the crazy train after parties. It's just like, everybody's, like getting drunk, just like, no, the 1972 engine is the best engine. Just like, what are the things that those fans argue about? What are the controversies in model trains?
Historical accuracy, 10,000%. Because the pride and joy, which is, I have to be careful when I select a picture, right? The pride and joy of these people is their one-to-one recreations of places in Canada from times in the past when the railroad ran through there. So you'll have this city. There was one, I didn't have a full picture of it, but they had made the street from Cheers. Yeah, they had that running as their display, but like, they pride themselves on accuracy. I saw like, again, Clementine's town has a thing, and it was their train station back when it was in that day and age when the train was still running. Right? like, they pride themselves on historical accuracy. They can point to each building and tell you when they closed. Like, when they shut down, what moved in its place. Like, that is the big thing for these train nuts, is it is a recreation of the past, but in a living, breathing form. So you can take a glimpse into it. So it's like, this is what this place looked like at this time, and you're like, oh my god, I recognize that building. That's now McDonald's, kind of thing, right? That's because most train enthusiasts are older folks, retirees, a lot of them, because it's a hobby for them, right? And now they have the time to do their hobby. So historical accuracy is the big thing that I would see people fighting about. That kind of train didn't run during that time, excuse me. I'm
this
sorry.
track laying technique wasn't used for another 2 decades?
Yup. Pretty much. They had some fun ones there, though. They had a really huge display on the floor with a giant train. So each cart was, let's say, the size of your forearm, right? For the train, and it was for a local hospital, and people would toss in coins into the open carts to donate, which was really cool. And they had like this huge spread, and they put a whole bunch of movie references. There was the TARDIS, there was Snoopy and the Red Baron, like there was a car park full of a bunch of cars, and they had a very mini 7-inch screen playing the Cars movie.
That's
so
good.
The cars are watching Cars.
Yes,
they had someone getting arrested. They had because it's Canada. They had a Tim Hortons with a lineup of police cars. Like,
of course.
Of course, they had so many cute little references and stuff in there, and they gave you a little sheet to be like, can you spot all the references? And it's like, as you walk around, you're trying to spot all these things. It was so cute. It was so cute. They had Winnie the Pooh and all of his animals, and like Christopher Robin there. It's like, did you see them? Did you see Darth Vader? It was so fun. It was so cute and so fun. I loved it.
We've gotten some pretty niche hobby anime over the years. There's never been a model train anime, though. Maybe
no,
someday.
There hasn't. It's a shame. I need to anime community, please. I need a model train anime. You can have so much character drama over historical accuracy, and then you find out the reason why it's historically inaccurate is because they're saving up all of their money from their part-time job to try and fulfill their grandpa's dream of making a historically accurate train set, and the other person's like, well, why does it have to be accurate? It's just a silly train. And now you have like really good character drama because now you understand the character's motivations and why they want it to be like really, really accurate at the cost of everything.
You have no, it's a mystery. It's a mystery that there's something that somewhere along the line that there is this overarching thing about a missing link in the family tree, that the grandmother, we were never able, that, grandfather passed away and never told my father who his mother was, and that we've never known, and that the secret's in the train set, that grandpa had this train set, and that somebody comments, well, wait a minute, that building isn't right, or that was different, that's different offset, and they think, oh, it must have been just a mistake, and that they find out somewhere near the finale, it was like, wait a minute,
Grandpa was never wrong.
Grandpa wasn't wrong, that people remembering this wrong, that this was indeed that way, and the reason he remembers it so much is because that's where Grandma's family worked, and that they were able to then find the missing link in the family tree because of the train set, and that you go through all that, and you can have different things. We're writing this anime right here, right now, Vanille.
Oh yeah, it would start as like a nostalgic anime trip of like, kids just like exploring the world, being like, Grandpa had this train set, and I want to see the places where it was, and you slowly find out that there was actually like this whole story behiend it, and he built this train set because something happened, and he wanted to remember, and no one believed him.
There's a conspiracy. That he actually discovered, the mayor at the time was completely corrupt, and he wasn't able to prove it, or he knew that if he came forward that he'd be silent, so he left the evidence behind
in the train set. And Grandma was lying about where someone was or what position someone had during a period of time, and it doesn't match with the train set.
She was murdered.
Yeah. Yeah, so she goes, so the main character goes to the little town where Grandpa made the train set, and it's slowly starting to learn like the stories that their family was told wasn't right, because she's trying to match like what happened in the train set with what happens in real life so she can get closer to her grandpa. And she slowly finds out that like stories she's been told by her family are wrong, and she slowly starts seeing like these little details in the train set where it's like, that happened. That's what she told me at the diner.
And
like,
near the front of the station, there's a brick in the model that is, forward. And that it just seems like it's like displaced. And that, you go there, well, no, the wall's flat. Of course, bricks are laid flat. Why would Grandpa have this one particular brick poking out, and they realize, and they go, and that brick is actually loose, and that's where the evidence is hidden.
Yeah, there's something hidden. That would be such a good anime. The slow build into the mystery where it's like, something's not right. That would be so good. Oh, that'd be delicious. Oh my god.
Now, so do we have this be 2D, or do we get Studio Orange on this? Like, I'm trying to decide. Does 3D
anytime?
Okay.
Okay, it's a 2D anime. But anytime, kind of like, think about keep your hands off Aiko Zen. Okay, and how anytime they get into the anime, it gets like really experimental. Anytime they get into a train set, it turns into CG, because that'll be way easier with the train set. Yeah.
Yes.
So you know you're transitioning into the world of the past as Grandpa remembered it, because it goes from 2D to 3D. It's using the medium transition to tell you that we're going from what's currently happening to what happened. And then you get like the CG train and the 3D spaces, so you can do like these really cool camera angles and have like mixed 2D, so that the characters are still 2D animated in there, but they're in like this 3D world, so you can tell that like this is Grandpa's memory. And then it can zoom in on the brick, and it being in 3D will be a lot easier to like manipulate the camera angles to make it look like, oh, so you do like that mix. 2D, 3D. I think it would feature best with the train set itself, with like the moving train. That would be rad. That would be so, please, someone.
We need to find a funding committee for this right now.
Right now. I need my nostalgia train anime.
Someday.
There's so many good ways you could take it. You could do it like the whole Marin Gojo route of like a romance character drama, where it's unraveling like a character's, like, the person doesn't understand. Someone's new to the train club and they don't understand why this other person is just so uptight.
Of course.
And has to stick up their butt over why the train has to be the way it is. And as it slowly progresses, you find out like, this is their family's train. This is their family's heritage. This is why it means so much to them. And you find out
that engine company, and
maybe there was a problem in the past that got them to lose like all of the stuff that they had made, right? Like maybe they
got
train
bought out by some other company or something.
Yeah. And so this is why it's like super important, because it's the only connection they have left to their grandpa. And now you have this character who didn't understand. Now it's important to them, and now they understand why it's so important, and these two characters can now bond over a shared interest of like, this is something that's like super important, and you gain an understanding of the character, and maybe that makes them fall in love, right? If you want to make it a romance anime, right? Where it's like, I didn't realize this side of you was how much you really cared about your family, right? So there's so many good ways you could take the anime, so many good ways you could use this kind of thing.
This has also made me remember that Bakano, one of the major locales, is a train.
Let's go.
One of the three, like I said, that there's different time periods that different things happen, and it's also completely non-chronological, but that one of the locales and places that things happen is a transcontinental steamliner called, and I am not joking, it is called the Flying Pussyfoot.
That's like in Metal Gear Solid. I know it's a reference to Watergate, but like the person that calls you is Deep Throat, and they were not, that thing is not very subtle about its homoerotic tones.
No.
It's not subtle.
No.
So I can't take that call sign seriously at all. At all. Oh my god.
This also makes me realize we were talking about different detectives and whatnot, and in all this, we've neglected one of the great detectives of all time, and a detective who is perhaps most known for being on a train, and that is Hercule Poirot and Mystery on the Orient Express, or Murder on the Orient Express.
Yes. Oh, Hercule Poirot. Oh my god.
Have you seen the Kenneth Branagh Poirot films?
Hold on. I don't know the name of the actor. Who's the one that I watched?
You probably did. Branagh is the new one.
Okay, I've not seen the new one. I've only seen the old one. What's
probably David Suchet.
David Suchet? Yeah. Yeah, the longest running Poirot. Yeah, him. I love Poirot. I love Agatha Christie. She also did Miss Marple and Father Brown, which are like really good ones. I don't think she did Father Brown. She did Miss Marple though, and she did 10 Little Sailor Boys. And then there were none. That one has had name changes throughout the years for obvious reasons.
Yes, because the original name, no.
The original name is No.
And then
they
the second
modified
name
it.
was known, No too. So we're going to iterate a little bit more.
Yep, I think it's now called And Then There Were None, but I played a computer game version of it called 10 Little Sailor Boys. That was the poem in the game, was 10 Little Sailor Boys. But Agatha Christie is such a prolific mystery writer. I've seen so much of like her one-shots, so like Miss Marple, and obviously Poirot being one of her most famous. Like, I love Poirot.
I've seen several of David Suchet's performances as Poirot, and Kenneth Branagh being the most recent one. Branagh is actually... suppose I should back up. Do you know who I'm talking about when I say Kenneth Branagh, just the actor? Does that name mean anything to you?
No, I'm trying to look him up right now to see if I
he is
recognize
a very
him for
accomplished Shakespearean actor, one of the more mainstream. In the Harry Potter films, he was Gilderoy Lockhart.
Oh, okay. Yes, I've seen him then. I've seen him.
But Branagh is mostly known, he did a lot of Shakespeare. Very classically trained actor, and that he is not only Poirot in these new films, but he is also the director. That they are very much passion projects for them. That it's very clear that, Branagh, I forget his exact age, I'm pretty sure he's in his 60s now, but he's very accomplished and has a very deep network of actor contacts. And it basically feels like, he's at that point in his career where he can go to a studio and say, hey, I want to make a film. And they'll be like, okay, yeah, here, we're not going to give you like a AAA tentpole budget, but we're going to give you a significant budget. We think that you can do a lot of good things. And that he then just calls up all his buddies and like, hey, so I'm making a film. Want to come over for a little bit and do some murder mystery acting? And that all the folks are like, oh yeah, absolutely, Kenny, no doubt, I'll be right there.
That reminds me of a film.
That he has these just absolutely stacked casts for these films. There's been 3 so far. The first was Murder on the Orient Express. Actually, I shouldn't bring up the Branagh. That film had, so it was Branagh, Tom Bateman, Penelope Cruz, Willem Dafoe, Judi Dench, Josh Gad, Leslie Odom Jr., Michelle Pfeiffer, Daisy Ridley, and Johnny Depp.
Damn!
Like, absurd cast.
Oh, he's done a few movies of...
Yeah.
They
did Death on the Nile, and more recently they did, it was called A Haunting in Venice, which was a riff off of Halloween Party.
Okay. Ooh.
And I think that they are just great. That I know some folks, for most things like this, that your first Holmes or your first Poirot is probably going to be your favorite always. And I totally respect and understand that. I think he has done a fantastic job on these films, and I definitely recommend them.
Oh yeah, I'll probably view them as like a different, because each person brings their own life to the person, which is why I respect all the different incarnations of Sherlock Holmes. Having read the books, I do like the old BBC 80s one. the best in terms of like accurate adaptation, but in transformative adaptation, I do like seeing how people change these things. So getting to see how someone else adapts it is still very interesting.
And the thing is, Orient Express, for the most part, is a one-to-one adaptation that they switched like one of the characters, one of the minor characters. They did not change the ending in any significant manner. And they didn't change the major beats of the story, and the outcome are the same. That they didn't change too much there. A Haunting in Venice is a very big rework, though. That they changed a fair bit from the source material there, and I thought it worked just as well. But it's interesting the fact that they have done both in this same series, that some have been not exact one, but pretty darn close, versus one that was very clearly inspired. Yeah, transformative. Much more transformative than Orient Express, but that both were very, very good in their own ways.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna see. That's something like I should share that with Mama Neil, because she would absolutely love to watch those, and then we'll see. We'll see. I am a lot more for transformative works, though she did enjoy Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock. So she's definitely
she enjoyed that.
That is I so think far from Sherlock.
Yeah, I was going to say those are about as transformative as you can get. That if she was able to palette that level of transformative, even Haunting in Venice does not feel nearly as transformative as the Downey Jr. Holmes ones.
Yeah, the Downey Jr. was an action movie.
Yeah, that was an action movie that was masquerading as a mystery one. And to be fair, there was a fair amount of mystery in the first Downey Jr. Holmes movie. A Game of Shadows really had no mystery.
Yeah.
A Game of Shadows was basically just an action movie, and that I'll admit I really like the character of Moriarty. That Moriarty, he's one of the first literary instances, like historical literary instances, of a supervillain. And that
a recurring supervillain.
And that there's been a lot of really good portrayals of Moriarty. That I'm blanking on the guy's name. Last name's Scott. Andrew Scott, I think. For BBC Sherlock. Just he's a manic Moriarty. He's just like unhinged. But then you get other more suave Moriartys, or if you go back to the older ones on BBC, that you get the old but very not even suave, but just calm, collected, the elderly Professor Moriarty.
Yeah, the confident Moriarty,
yes,
I'll call it,
where the schemer
he's
Moriarty.
Yeah, he knows he can get away with it, so he's in complete comfort and confidence, right?
Mm-hmm. But
that's the vibe.
But the Moriarty that they had in Game of Shadows, it's not that the actor did a poor job. I felt the actor wasn't given anything to work with.
Yeah. See, that's when you remove it so far from the source material, that's where it's like, Sherlock Holmes is not acting like Sherlock Holmes. Watson is kind of acting. Watson acts the most like, but still not really. Because the whole point of their dynamic is that he's equally as much studying Holmes as he is studying the cases. He's using the cases to understand Holmes and vice versa, right? And you don't really get that. You end up having more, this is probably because it's a more Americanized take. You get the more interrelational drama between Watson and Holmes in those movies, because he's getting married and Holmes doesn't like it, and all of this kind of thing, where now you have some back and forth drama between the two of them. Mm-hmm. Time sure flies.
I warned you about this, Vanille. I said I could go.
Me too. Me too. It's one of those things where I feel like it's not a very good adaptation, but it is a good standalone movie. It's like the How to Train Your Dragon movies have very little to do with the books, like at all. Outside of the names, nothing, right? Like Hiccup is Hiccup, Fish Legs is Fish Legs.
Movies.
They're great movies. Nothing to do with the books. The books were a lot more, dragons were already accepted. Toothless was a common garden dragon, so he's like a rattlesnake. He's a common garden snake of a dragon. He's called Toothless because he actually just doesn't have teeth. They don't pop out, nothing. He just doesn't have teeth, so he bites people with his gums. And that's his primary attack, is he's just a little noodle that can sneak places and nip someone's butt, and cause them to panic, right? And each book is its own thing. They have their own overarching Moriarty, like, sort of recurring, I'll get you next time, get it, right? Of a Roman. He's a Roman guy. That always had, like, there's one where he gets thrown into a volcano and somehow he always makes it, right? Nothing like the movies are great. I love them. Nothing to do with the books.
And I agree that, you know, that the Downey Jr.'s, Robert Downey Jr. Holmes films were perfectly enjoyable. That if you're going in understanding, you know, this isn't gonna be normal Sherlock. I think expectation is everything when it comes to an adaptation of.
It's a decent action film.
Yeah, you know,
it's good to watch.
The chemistry between the characters is totally fine. Like Jude Law and Downey Jr., they're great together.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like it's good. It's not Sherlock Holmes. It's good. It's not Sherlock Holmes, but it's good. Right? That's why Mama Neil liked it. Was like, she likes Robert Downey Jr. There was good chemistry. Right? The movie was fun to watch, but at the end we're like,
yeah,
nothing to do with Sherlock Holmes.
But the Kenneth Branagh Poirot films are definitely, even the one that's more transformative, it's transformative in the specifics, but it is undoubtedly a mystery. That one, well, Haunting in Venice in particular, it strays into psychological horror territory, but it's literally, you know, based on Halloween, it is meant to be one of the scarier, spookier stories of you know, Christie's and of Poirot's, you know, literary canon. So it feels certainly transformative, but it's not even that it's, okay, we're changing it to be not a mystery and it is now a horror film. It is now a mystery film with horror elements.
Okay,
and that, you know, because naturally, the mystery is, why does it seem like something supernatural is happening?
Yeah.
Certainly something supernatural can't be happening. That shouldn't be happening. So why? But something seems off, and therefore we have these horror elements. And that it can be enjoyed with that, and that some of those horror elements were not necessarily present in the original, but that I think it is strictly additive, because they haven't...
elevates the viewing experience, because now you're watching it, you're consuming it in a different medium. You're consuming it as a movie instead of a book, so it adds a whole new layer to the experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm being scolded by Lorebot.
It's okay, Lorebot. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah, definitely recommend that, and like that, and I was saying earlier, Knives Out, and Vivi was in here briefly saying that she really was excited to see your reaction to Knives Out. So like maybe we set up a viewing party for something at some point.
A watch
that's
party
one
for
of those
Knives
films.
Out.
I have watched Knives Out many times, and I mentioned earlier that I don't rewatch media. I rewatch Knives Out.
Oh, okay. I'll see if I can find it.
I forget what I know, because Netflix got Glass Onion, which is the second in the series, but for some reason I think Amazon has Knives Out.
See, I guess it depends on where you live. I can rent it on Prime Video. I could pay to rent it.
Oh wait, it might also just be on Netflix. Nope.
Is it
not
called?
Country. So the first one is
called
just called Knives Out.
Glass Onion. The first one's called Knives Out. Okay.
The first one is Knives Out, and then the second one is Glass Onion: a Knives Out mystery. I don't like that naming convention. But basically, the problem they hit is, so this is it was an original thing, Knives Out, that they didn't expect to do well, and then it just went crazy in the box office. So they're like, okay, let's try making another. And second one did pretty good as well. The detective's name is Benoit Blanc.
Okay.
And that I thought they should have just made it, Knives Out, a Benoit Blanc mystery. But for whatever reason, I guess, understandably, since the brand name is Knives Out, that's what was on the first film, that they found it easier to put that as the series name. Yeah, but the first one is just Knives Out.
Okay. Yeah, that feels a lot like, what was it? Birds of Prey and the Misadventures of Harley Quinn, and how they had to, in the last bit, because people weren't watching the movie because they didn't know it was the Harley Quinn movie, they had to change their advertising so it was the Harley Quinn movie. Just because they didn't do well initially because nobody realized that's the Harley Quinn movie.
Yeah.
Oh.
From what I'm seeing, yeah, available on Prime Video, also on YouTube. Oh, it says the Roku channel? Maybe?
Roku? I have that downstairs. I don't know if I can connect that to my computer.
I'm not sure. Bottom line is, there are ways to get it. Definitely want to watch that with you sometime. Very good film. Yeah. Oh, Mock Grim says that they have it on Roku. Yeah.
Oh, nice. You can watch it on your PC. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to ask Mom and Neil what the Roku is, so I can sneak in there and do a watch party. Wait.
But admittedly, it has indeed been 7.5 hours.
It has, yeah. It has.
Congratulations,
we did talk about like everything.
I don't have like offhand a chart of all-time long episodes. I'm pretty sure you're in the top 10.
Yeah, baby, let's go. Breaking records.
I remember, I know off the top of my head that my longest episode was 9 hours, 15 minutes, and that the next longest was like 8:45-ish.
Damn.
I know the number that has gotten to 7 is very few. That I'm pretty confident this is top 10. There's a possibility this is top 5. I'd have to check the records on that, but this has been so much fun. And I knew going in, I was like, okay. I was like, there's a solid chance Vanille and I just sort of go to town on this one. We'll see how it goes. And then, I glanced down. Oh, we're already at 3 hours. Wow, that happened fast. Glanced down. It's like, what? Whoa. We passed 6. I didn't even see the clock at 6.
That happened to me last night. I was playing 7 Days to Die, and someone's like, we've been playing for 5 hours. And then another person was like, I've been digging a trench for 5 hours. I was homemaking. I was just making the base look good, like getting everything sorted and organized. 5 hours. 5 hours.
Well, I have just a couple of last questions that I ask all my guests. And the first is, do you have any goals for the rest of 2024? That we are now, basically we have 2 months left of the year. So nothing, but not a ton of time. Is there anything that you're hoping to accomplish, whether it be getting a certain project, finishing a certain game, any updates, anything you're hoping to be able to do before we hit 2025?
I had New Year's resolutions, and only one of them I've hit. I think I've collabed with at least 5 new people.
We got one tonight.
Got one tonight. I think if I haven't hit it, I'm really close. So yay me, I did one goal. So the most feasible out of all of my goals in this one is to learn 100 kanji in 2 months. That'll be my learning goal. Learn 100 kanji in 2 months, because I have been slacking. I know less than 20. I know my numbers. That's 10. That's 10.
Well, I guess so we're just gonna count to 100. That's the answer to this.
Yep. We're gonna learn.
That's how we cheese this one.
Yep. So I'm a little less than 20, but we're 1/5 of the way there. I just have to learn 80 more. 80 more kanji in 2 months. I learned in 1 month all 196 countries in the world. I can do this.
We did establish earlier that we have very good memories.
Yes. 15-minute long party trick, but yes. Which is nice, because now I can read world news and be like, oh, I know what that is. That's the most benefit I've found from that one. But for 2024 goals, I do want to continue collabing. I don't want it to be like, oh, I've hit 5 and I'm good. I want to surpass that. And then next year, I want to surpass that. In the last 2 months of this year, I want to really focus on getting my graphic design up and my art up. So I'm going to be doing studies on, I think the best step for me to take at this point is because I've been studying on my work mostly VTuber companies and how they do their graphic design. I think I need to start looking at Coca-Cola. I need to start looking at like other major brands and what they think their key points of advertising is, because I make like the graphics themselves, right? The images. I need to learn about like product placement, text placement, right? When they're announcing like the Olympics merch, right? How are they making their graphics to announce all the different things that they'll sell for the Vancouver 2012 Olympics? Like, how are they doing that? I think I should study not VTuber stuff to see how I can translate that over, because core business design is the same.
And also VTuber graphic sensibilities aren't actually commercial graphic sensibilities. That they are not. The VTuber logos and graphics, while certainly fun, like not knocking them, that's not conventional sensibilities, shall we say.
Yeah, and like the big part is like you need to understand the basics first and then you can work off of them. The basic of like product placement, sizing, where do you put which product, what are you trying to sell? You want to put that typically higher up on the thing. What are typically the resolutions of these images that they're doing? What is the framework that they're doing? Because you have like all these little plushies for I'm referencing like specifically the Vancouver Olympics because I remember these graphics in my head, right? What is the design motifs that they have on the outside, right? Because the center's kind of generally empty, so you can have the products placed there, right? And then you can take that and transform that with VTuber design. It's very much character design. So if you're gonna do stuff for a specific VTuber, you want to keep their character design in mind. And how can I if I want to make Vanille VT merch graphics, how can I advertise it in a way where I'm showcasing my brand as Vanille VT? Because our logos are reflective of us as characters, right? And so that's why they tend to be really bubbly and funky and look way weird compared to like your classic like iconic Pepsi design, right? It's more like with a VTuber logo, it's supposed to incite the memory of what the model looks like for you, not the other way around, right? Which is how like a Pepsi can is going to be the same as a Coke can, it's going to be the same as a Canada Dry can, and they're all going to have their logo and their text placements on there, right? But the logo is where the brand identity is. For a VTuber, the model is where the brand identity is, right? So the logo reflects the model's identity, and so their graphics must reflect their identity, right? So how do you take these core design principles for professional merchandising graphics and translate that to VTuber design, where I now have to incorporate the individual character representation, right? So taking it back to the real world and studying how these companies incorporate their own designs into, because I know minimalism has been a thing for the past while. How do they incorporate these designs when they're showcasing their stuff? And I can learn from that, and I can translate that into maybe sleeker and more readable designs for VTubers, right?
My 2 cents on the minimalism thing is that this happens primarily with brands that have already achieved public consciousness. This is not happening on brands that are just starting up. This is what's happening to brands that everybody knows have already been around, so they no longer need to necessarily have something that super pops. They can afford to have something that is a bit sleeker, a bit, frankly, less remarkable, and perhaps a bit more readable. And that I think what those designs are for, they're not meant to be memorable anymore because you already know the name, so it doesn't matter. It's meant to be readable. They just want to put
Coca-Cola in your brain.
Yep.
Because you know what Coke is.
Well, even Coke still has mostly the stylized, but there's been a lot of different companies and brands that have just super gone into the most basic fonts and like blue. I
have like over 200 to 300 fonts on my computer because I need the right font for the right thing. Because especially when it comes to character design with VTubers,
Yep.
the character of the font changes the character of the image, right? So you want to make sure you pick the right font. So for certain important information, I want it to maybe be in like a sans serif, easy to read. Depending on the character, it might be a more square or a more rounded font, but typically you pick those easy to read sans serif fonts for getting like the product information out. And then when it comes to like announcing like, oh, it's Vanille's merch, I will pick Xyzal because that is the font that my logo is in, right? Match the logo so I can match it to my brand identity and then put little framework around it that matches me and then have like the core products in the middle, right? Because then you know, it's the Vanille merch, right? Or if I were making one for Nyaru, say, right, I would pick, again, depending on what font her logo's in, I would decide if I want a square or a circular sans serif kind of font for describing the products there. But then now I have to create the framing and the background and all of that to tie in together so you're like, this is the Nyaru merch, right? So it's good to study, again, like the Olympics and stuff like that. Or, again, idol merch is a great way to study it because that's another successful form of doing that. That's out of my current field so I can broaden my horizons and learn new things. Because you can only learn new things so much when you stay in your own field, right? So
it's funny you mentioned specifically the Olympics logos and emblems because there's a couple of videos by a content creator that I'm a big fan of. He works with a group called Loading Ready Run and has done these full-on deep dive analysis videos. And I'm sending them to you in Discord of not only all the Olympic emblems, but all the Paralympic emblems too.
I didn't see the Paralympic ones. I saw like I saw a video on the mascots for the Olympics.
He did the mascot ones. Those are so good. Okay, so you do know it. Yeah,
I
love his
saw
delivery.
the mascot
Graham Stark
one. I
is
didn't
so
see the emblems.
good. Just
It's so good.
They're also the folks that run Desert Bus for Hope, which is the charity marathon that my own is based after, and that I always tell folks go support Desert Bus. That's actually going to be next month. So, you know what? I'm going to shout out Desert Bus. Yeah. And for folks that are interested, I'm going to drop the Olympic and the Paralympic videos in the chat. But he has also done, as you were mentioning, full-on video analysis of the Olympic and Paralympic mascots, which are also very fun. Frankly, those are the deeper dive ones because graphic design, he's very knowledgeable of graphic design, but there's only so much you can say that these are like 45 and 40-minute videos respectively, which isn't to say that they're short, but the Olympic mascot ones, he's able to go into not only the merchandise, but then you get into some that are done with media. There are Olympic mascots that have had anime, multi-season anime. There was an Olympic mascot that had a more successful series outside of the country that it was made in than the country that actually made it. It was just all very, very fun ones. Graham Stark and the folks at Loading Ready Run are amazing.
Oh, yeah. I remember with the mascot ones, a big part of mascot design is it has to represent the Olympics, right? So it has to be understandable that I'm looking at someone from the Olympics, but it also has to represent the country, right? It has to be something that people can, it's readable, right? It's easy to tell what the design is supposed to be of, but it also has to represent the country and something that people can associate with the country, right? So if you pick too generic an animal, it might not work, right? Or whatnot, and then goes through like the color design about like color placement and how that can affect readability and impact and whatnot, right? And then the stylization of how you choose to present 2D, 3D, highly stylized, realistic. All of these decisions can change how much people engage with these mascots, right? So some of them are really stylized and they can hit really well and they're really memorable, and then some of them just they're kind of flat, right? They're just kind of stock things, you know? And so it's really cool because you also, through the mascots, you get to learn the history of the peoples, right? Because you're picking something to embody your country, your country's pride, and your country's history, something that has deep meaning, right? So the responsibility of designing a mascot is immense on like the research side, which is so interesting. I think He thought the Canadian ones for the Vancouver Olympics were cute. They weren't like the best ones he's ever seen, but they were cute and they were pretty decent, like marketable plushies. But they weren't like the most memorable.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that you just, of all the different logos and things that you could have picked, that you specifically called out not once but twice the Olympic logos, and I was like, oh boy, Vanille, do I have something for you?
Yeah, I didn't know he made one for the logos themselves.
Yeah.
So I'm so jazzed for that one. I'm
they are
so
really
jazzed.
good.
Mhm.
And
So-
yes.
Oh, goals. My goals are gonna be learn kanji as fast as I can. Stop being shy and collaborate with more people. We're gonna double it. I'm 10 people next year.
Oh yeah.
At least once a month, baby. And then get better at graphic design and drawing.
And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. I've had folks say it lets me get in touch with my inner child. It lets me be someone I can't be in real life. I've had others who take a more clinical approach and say it's a tool in my tool belt as a content creator, that it's a mask I wear as an actor and an entertainer, and that I think I am able to be more creative and entertaining with a model than I would be as a facecam streamer, but I don't necessarily feel a deep emotional connection to my model. And those are two pretty opposite ends of a spectrum, and that there's stuff beyond and in between, and that there's no right or wrong way to be a VTuber. So for you, Vanille, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Twofold on that question, because there's a question you didn't ask, but I will answer that's heavily tied to that. Being a VTuber to me, when I started, it was a safety method. Because at the time on Twitch, Ice Poseidon was getting swatted all the time, and like the fear of being a facecam streamer, where like people can find out where I live and they can harm me and my family, was something that was entirely something that turned me off from streaming completely. Did not want to do it. I love the anonymity of being a VTuber, where like once the stream's off, it's done. It's done. It's over, right? I don't have to worry about like, well, now they know where I live. Now I have to be on edge every single day of my life. What if someone shows up? I don't have to have like the police on speed dial to be like, yeah, and there's another person at my door, right? I'm sorry,
Another
I did not
weirdo,
order
another
50
stalker.
pizzas. Yep. And things that happened with like Pokimane and Alinity, where people like literally stalked, I think it was Alinity, and rented a house right across the street from her for a month and like camped out, and they called the police and the police wouldn't do anything because he hadn't set foot on her property. And it's like, what the hell, right? So the first level of being a VTuber is obviously the safety. Ironically, the second level is I get to be more myself the less that I show. I feel more comfortable being me and being silly and having fun when I get to be Vanille the Pastry Witch. It is a great way that I can tell real life stories about Bobbert from alchemy school, right? Because I can tie it in like, oh, back when I worked at the village, right? I can make my life stories fun by spicing them up with a little bit of fantasy. Right, because I can talk about the ice cream, and maybe we made ice cream with ice slimes, right? Have them in a little cooler underneath so that they cool the milk, right? You get to add a little bit of fantasy fun to it and just make life more enjoyable that way. So I can still express myself and tell my real stories, right? In an avenue that keeps me anonymous, but still is just really fun. Really fun, because I have a bunch of fun stories, right? So I get to actually be more myself than I would if I was a face cam streamer, because now you know my face, right? Now you can look me up and try and find me in like all of these, oh, she said she went here, she went for school for this, so now I can go and index and see if there are any photos of this person in this place, and now I can triangulate where she lives. I don't have that fear, right? Because I'm me. Yeah. So I can more freely talk about things that I would not talk about if I was a facecam streamer. So ironically, it is so I show less of you. I show you less of me so that I can show you more of me, if that makes sense. Which, that's the safety of being a VTuber. And the other thing is like playing a character as well, right? It's fun. I get to be so silly Like a complete silly billy. Let go and have fun, and there's no expectations, right? Because I'm Vanille the pastry witch, and I eat people. Like, I can go on silly tangents. I can make insane business schemes that no one in their right mind, like, you would probably be dialing 911, right? But because I'm a silly billy, I can have fun and do
Silly
all
Billy,
these
they're
things.
allowed to be cannibals.
Yeah!
Oh, look at her. She's eating people again. That's so cute.
Yeah! Little nibbles. But, like, yeah, it's an avenue that I can make it more fun and make it more interesting. So it does really bring it to another level of, like, I can have fun. And beyond me, because Vanille is me and I am Vanille, Vanille is also Vanille, right? One of the things, you know, like, when you start out as a VTuber, you might have, like, an idea for lore, but, like, most of your lore is built between you and your community.
Yeah.
Or, like, a whole bunch of things where it's like, oh, she likes this, she hates this, right? Or the whole cannibalism thing started as a joke, right? And is now a core part of my character. That is a core part of the lore that was made up along the way. Because I was a squid, and my people who followed me were part of the squid squad. And you know what happens to people who cross me? I turn them into calamari. Like, and so it just sticks, right? And so it's me and I'm her, but she's also her own person that we build together as like a community effort, right? So it's more, it's a shared fun experience for all of us, where I am me and you get to talk to me, but I also get to be fun and we get to build Vanille together. And I'm excited to see where I'll be in the future, because who knows what funky thing will become a core part of my character, or what funny story I will have forgotten to mention, but suddenly will pop up and it'll be like, oh, new Vanille lore dropped. Like, all of that good stuff. But the second unasked question, is an idol, because I'm someone who's into Hololive and very into idols, right? And I wanted to, the whole reason I became a VTuber and went into musical theater was because I wanted to be an idol. I wanted to be a school idol, like in Love Live. And yeah, and that just wasn't a thing where I live. It doesn't exist. So I went to musical theater. And now with Hololive, I got to see people doing it. And then they held auditions for their V singers and then their second gen. It's like, I can do this too. Hold up, I can do this too. So like literally in one night I researched how to make a VTuber and made a VTuber model. Next day I started streaming. Like I applied anyways, but I knew I wasn't gonna get it because I didn't have a portfolio. I don't have an online track record of content creation. They're not gonna hire me. So I'm gonna start right now. So being an idol has been a core part of the experience of being a VTuber for me. Which is why it's I'm Vanille and Vanille is I. But Vanille is also a character, just like an idol. There are real people that voice the characters in Love Live, and they perform real live idol performances in person. But they're still characters, and they engage with their fans as both the voice actors and as the characters themselves. And that's something that I thought was super cool, and I wanted to do. So being a VTuber to me is also being an idol, and being an idol is someone that does their best every day to put a smile on your face. That is my job. I am a virtual busker, I am a virtual street performer, and my goal as an idol, even if I don't sing or dance or do any of that, if I just play games and be a little silly billy, my end of the day goal is I want to be able to bring a smile to your face.
Well, I think you're
that's
doing a
what
very
being
good
an
job
idol
with that.
is. Oh, thank you. That's what being an idol is to me, and largely because those two are in the same sphere for me, what being a VTuber means to me. If I can make a positive change in your life in any way, if I can make you smile, if you have a rough day at work and you can come home and relax and hang out and I can put a smile on your face, I've done my job. That's my job as a VTuber.
Like I said, I think you're doing a very good job of it, and I can't wait to see what you do in the future. That I'm very excited to see what 2025 and beyond holds for you. And thank you so much for talking with me for, in about 20 seconds, it'll be 8 hours since Go Live. So, yeah, one of the all-timers right here, folks. This has been so much fun. I actually do have one last question. That's who would you like us to raid?
Ooh, Who?
Time
Who
to,
could
send
we
some folks
raise?
over to probably Europe or Australia because I'm guessing that most folks in the U.S. and North America
They're
are
gonna
asleep
they're gonna
right
be
now.
they're gonna
sleeping.
be asleep.
But in the
Yeah.
meantime, want to give a big thanks to the Real Lorebot, the Plague Doctor Rex, the Omega Pal, and wow, 3 thes in a row. Lunar Fox next, Gorian Wasanar, I'm probably mispronouncing that, very sorry. Jelly Dipper and Main Eventish 99. Thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate you all being here. Folks who have been here at any point in time, whether you found your way here in just the last couple minutes, or if you've somehow been here for the past 8 hours with us, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be sure to check out Vanille's stuff. If you haven't, I have given her a shout out here. Her links are in the channel panels and video description on YouTube. And if you are interested in seeing more interviews like this, that I do these approximately every week. Scheduling varies because I do try to schedule around my guests, so just following me here on Twitch, Blue Sky, and Twitter, all the same thing. It's just going to be Vtuber Talk. And again, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be going to Hypavox. I'm not familiar with
Woo!
Hypavox, but I like their profile picture.
She's a cute 3D VTuber that has an absolutely adorable model. She just joined up a group, and she's so cute. Oh my god, she's so cute. She's so cute. So she's I don't think it's like an agency, but she's in a group now, a group of friends, and I just wanted to share some love with her because she's got such a unique model. It's like so cute and like really stylistic, and I love the
Wait a minute.
creativity.
Now that I'm looking at the X on the eyes, I might have seen her once or twice. Now I'm double checking because I feel like I would have. Okay, I think Yes, I've seen her once or twice. Yes. Ooh, okay, yes, I'm very excited about that because I do recall this model.
She's so cute, very iconic.
Fantastic. Well, folks, do be sure to let Hypavox know that Vanille sent you. I don't have any emotes of my own, so be sure to spam plenty of hers. And again, thank you all so much for being here, and thank you, Vanille, as well. This has been so much fun. I think we're about to both get some food and then get some sleep.
Yeah!
But it's been good, and can't wait to see you hopefully finish up Twilight Princess tomorrow, and we'll talk about watching Knives Out with folks sometime.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, everybody. You all have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.